This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Embers of an Age, written by Tim Marquitz, performed by John Pruden.
Chapter 1. The dead in shattered heaps about his feet, Uthul knew only the battle for life. He waded through the Grol corpses, their pooled blood tacky beneath his boots, and willed his scavenged sword to work. He knew no mercy for the beasts inadvertently born of Rhee's holy flesh. He could afford none. He'd caught them unaware as Arrin and the Pothran Kira cleaved through their clustered ranks, but the Grol had been quick to recover. Where at first he'd sent a dozen of the beasts to earth for every glancing strike he'd taken, he now traded them nearly blow for blow as they clamored around him. They were wearing him down. Uthul had targeted the empowered Grol, doing as much to ruin their ranks first, risking precious seconds and the return of the plague to collect their Ora. He had mostly succeeded. Those that remained wounded him worst. The taint of their magic set his stomach to churning. Rhee's essence enflamed his blood and set fire to his skin. Being so close to it was a danger, not only to himself, but to those of his people who still remained. He was being poisoned by the overlord of pure magical essence, and it would not be long before the plague returned. It would soon kill him. He prayed to Rhee it would end there. Uthul darted before the lines, using the Grol's numbers against them. The beasts stumbled into each other and blocked their own attacks, but he could only manage to thwart so many. Uthul's sword flickered like a serpent's tongue. Its deadly bite weaved its way through the Grol before him, only to find another of the creatures clambering to take its place. Their warm blood crusted his face and arms, and he could smell its bitterness with every breath. It matched his mood. He hoped Sha'ree hadn't stolen away with the Ora bearers and fled the city, but worry nagged at him. The uncertainty of his daughter's whereabouts weighed heavily upon his thoughts. His concern slowed him even more than his wounds, but he fought on, paving the streets with Grol bodies. Sweat oozed thick from his pores, and he could feel the sickness in it. The Ora clattered in the bag at his belt, and for an instant he contemplated donning them so he might regain his strength, if only for one last glorious push before the plague overwhelmed him. Surrounded as he was by magic, he believed the sickness would consume him long before the battle was over. A stray thought sent his free hand reaching for the bag. The crack of thunder drew his focus from such suicidal action. In response to the sound, there was a sudden lull. The wall of Grol hesitated, their gazes shooting to the sky at his back. Uthul cleaved another of the beasts as it stood motionless, and then dared a furtive glance over his shoulder as the bestial ranks broke. Gray stone obscured the light. Despite its already frantic pace, Uthul's heart sputtered as one of the great city's spires careened towards him. Clouds of dust and crumbling masonry bits pelted him as he stood in the path of the tumbling spire. In its demise, he saw salvation. Rather than follow the fleeing Grol, Uthul darted directly beneath the falling ruin. Massive stones struck the ground all around him and sent vibrations through his body. But he pushed on into the whirling fog of debris. At the last moment, he darted from the path of the spire. He ran through the alleys of the nearby homes, which stood in the shadows of their surrounding walls, and had been spared the Grol's mystical assault. Uthul hoped they would last just a few moments longer. The spire crashed into the closest of the homes, the world washed away by the roar of the collision. The ground danced beneath Uthul's feet, and he stumbled. Shadows roiled on the wind as the spire came down. Uthul gathered what was left of his strength and dove through the thickening hail of wreckage. A flicker of gray light loomed ahead, sanctuary in the chaos. Then darkness flooded over him. His world went black. Chapter 2. The columns of acrid smoke which rose from the ruin of Lathah had long faded into the background. The land of Arrin's birth had fallen, nothing left save for the cluster of survivors who surrounded him and the bitter memories he could not shake. Somewhere in the ruins was the child he had never met, the child he'd failed. He would never forgive himself. At the onset of their journey to Ahreele, Arrin had known a fury so dark as to eclipse the sun, but that anger had been tempered by the slow crawl of the group's advance. Unable to use his Ora to hurry the trip, each step was as though he strode through a mire. He trudged ahead of the group, following the line of the fortress mountains, which hugged the western border of Lathah, his sullenness having even chased Kira from his side, for a time. Now there were only his thoughts to keep him company. They were sour companions indeed. Malya, the woman he loved, walked a ways behind him. Her family, which Arrin had only learned of on his return to Lathah, clustered around her. He had not met her gaze once since their flight began. He couldn't bear to. Her husband, Phelan, guided their sons Argos and Kyle as she hovered at their backs. She had been lost to Arrin nearly the whole of his exile, and yet he hadn't known. For all the goodwill he wished he could muster for her happiness, Arrin knew only a bleak emptiness that Malya once filled. He had lived so long for only her and their child, he no longer had any understanding of what his life was meant to be. His purpose was gone, and he had been set adrift. The adrenaline of war having faded like the fallen Lathah, his path slipped into uncertainty. He glanced at the Sha'ree woman, Sha'ree, who kept her distance from the group. Her pink eyes stared straight ahead, likely as frustrated by the group's slow progress as he was. It had been her father, Thul, who had saved Arrin and Kira from the foolish battle with the Grol. He had traded his own life for theirs. His final wish that Arrin and the other relic wielders journey to the Sha'ree homeland of Ahreele and learn how best to use the Ora. Now she was leashed to the travelers and bound to their fate with no time to mourn her loss. Though she said nothing, her lipless mouth was pulled down into the semblance of a frown. She could not hide her sorrow. After her father's sacrifice, Arrin had promised he would aid her in ridding Ahreele of the Grol. He was glad to do so. The beast had ripped the veil from his life, such as it was. Alone in the wilderness, he had found a relative peace. Ignorance, if never anything approaching happiness. Their attack on Fen had drawn him home, back to a world he no longer belonged but had yet to acknowledge. They had stolen his child from his world, however imaginary or delusional that world may have been. For that alone, Arrin would chase the Grol to the ends of Ahreele and see every one of their creed impaled upon his blade. The Pathran warriors who traveled alongside appeared to share his sentiment. They strode about the edge of the group, their weapons at the ready, fierce scowls etched across their furred faces. They had seen what the beasts had done to Lathah, and knew their homeland would be next in the path of the Grol rampage. Sha'ree's whiskers twitched at his cheeks as he surveyed the surrounding land. The son of the great Pathran leader, Warlord Quai, he seemed consumed by his anger at what might come to pass. His pointed ears were pinned tight against his skull, lending his visage a sleekness that enhanced the fearsome snarl at his lips. His sister, Kira, caught Arrin's eye as he looked upon her. It was all the encouragement she needed to rejoin him. "We are nearly there," she told him, her voice quiet. Her purple gaze lingered as she set her warm hand upon his arm. Arrin nodded and sighed, finding it hard to wallow in his bleakness with her so close. He took in the beauty of her speckled features and forced a tiny smile, tearing his gaze away. "I feared we might not make it," he admitted. "I had no such fear." She squeezed his arm. "You promised my father you would bring us home." And were it not for Thul's sacrifice, that promise would have been another brick in the tower of my failures. Sha'ree glanced over at the mention of her father's name, a tendril of pink spilling from her eye. She turned away quickly, wiping at her face, and sped her pace. Arrin watched her a moment, feeling foolish for having spoken so recklessly. Kira gave him no time to mope. He surrendered no more than the Sha'ree are asking of you, so do not let Zali's sadness cloud your mind. Like us, they are warriors. They understand what must be done. Before this is through, we will all lose friends and family, and perhaps even our lives. But we must fight on. If we are to honor the sacrifice of Uthul and all those who have fallen beside us, we must chase the Grol from Ahreele and stain the soil with their blood. The only failure would be to not fight. Her words settling in his ears, Arrin looked back at the group shuffling along behind. Malya's eyes were on her family, her children walking proudly before their parents. Kyle and Argos were handsome boys, sharing traits of both their mother and father. Arrin could find no fault in Malya's choice of life mate, as much as he wished he could. Behind them walked the young Nurin Kale and the quiet Lathah girl Elora. The two had been in the city when the Grol attacked. Their faces were masks of quiet determination beneath smatterings of dirt. They strode tall, their eyes on the horizon as though the worst was behind them. Such was the resilience of youth. The Velen at their heels, apparently the uncle of Kale, wore none of their optimism on his dark face. His gangly shoulders slumped, forming a pocket his chin had nearly sunk into. His weary gaze hugged the earth as he walked. He carried a sword roped to his hip, but he was ill-suited to its sharpness. His robes were stained with blood and dirt, but his mood appeared even darker. Sergeant Berold and Commander Maltis had taken positions to the side of the travelers, soldiers who had fled the ruin to protect Malya and her family. Maltis was an old friend of Arrin's from before the exile, and Arrin was glad to see he made it safely out of Lathah. Berold had been the man who greeted Arrin at his return and had proven himself a good man. Though both had their swords sheathed, they took the measure of the road with their eyes, their heads swiveling back and forth, missing nothing. Products of the Lathah military, their lack of comfort at the wide-open spaces was evident in their rigid postures. Arrin understood. He had been the same at the time of his exile, the walls of Lathah both a comfort and a certainty he had been accustomed to. It would take time for the soldiers to adapt to the wilderness. He hoped they would be given the opportunity. At the back, Gerald, the Iviri warrior and blood companion to the Velen, and one of the Pothran warriors carried a makeshift pallet upon which King Oric lay still. Arrin had only memories of the king's vitality so many years before, but he seemed to have been struck low with his land. The old man stared at the sky and said nothing. Only the rise of the cloak, which covered his narrow chest, spoke of life. That was stuttered and slow, as though it neared its last. He seemed a skeleton wreathed in a pale sheath of flesh. The warriors carried him gently, but Arrin had no certainty the king would live to see Ahreele. These were who the Sha'ree had hung their hopes of redemption upon. Arrin shook his head as he turned back to Kira. "I will fight, but I fear we may well do it alone." He gestured toward the group. "We are no army." Kira glanced about and turned back as though she might argue, but Wari's shout drew their attention. "Ahreele!" He pointed ahead, the shadows of the jungle just appearing in the distance. Excited chatter sprouted within the group, but Arrin continued on without a word. The land of the Cat People was little more than a way station in their travels, a temporary reprieve from the war that nipped at their heels. For all the Pothran spirit and ferocity, they stood no chance against the Ora-empowered Grol. When the beasts came, there would be no one left to hang the Pothran dead in the treetops. The rest of the journey went without incident. Great trees sprouted from the darker soil of Ahreele, the separation of land a sharp contrast of the rockier earth of Lathah. Brilliant green rose up into the sky, vines and branches intertwined with smaller foliage, making the face of the jungle appear as though it were a wall of greenery with no entrance. As they neared, the chittered sounds of the jungle slowed to a stop, the birds and insects reacting to their closeness. Only those in the distance carried on without fear, sharp-voiced calls echoing through the foliage. Certain the Pathra lay in wait within the trees, Arrin waved to Sha'ree to lead their approach. Sha'ree called to his people as the group drew closer, Kira moving out to where she could be easily identified. The hidden Pathran warriors rejoiced loudly at seeing Warlord Kwai's children returned, alive and well, their voices resounding across the breadth of the jungle. The celebration was short-lived, however. Sobered by the threat that came on their heels, the group was hurried into the trees. They stood before the warlord a short time later. Sha'ree, Kira! Kwai held his massive orange arms out to his brood as they approached. They dove into his embrace, rubbing their foreheads against his chin as he closed his eyes and sighed contentedly. After a moment, he turned his gray gaze upon Arrin. "Thank you for the gift of my children." Arrin nodded. "Sadly, they are all the good news I have brought to your door." He motioned to Malia and her family. "Lathah has fallen to the Grol, and I am certain they march here next." Kwai loosened his grip about his children but did not relinquish it. He looked at the meager group who stood behind Arrin. "Is this all that remains?" "We are all who escaped," Malia answered, stepping forward and bowing shallow. "My father, King Oric." Grol and the Pathra brought the pallet closer to Kwai so he could see the old man. "Has spoken well of you, Warlord Kwai. I'm sorry he is unable to greet you with his own words and ask for sanctuary." Kwai waved the issue away. "We are allies, Lathah and Ahreele, king or princess or pauper, and nothing will change that. It is a time of dire need, and you are welcome here without reservation." The warlord bowed deep, releasing his children at last. "Thank you," Malia answered. Her gratefulness shone in her eyes as Kwai summoned a number of his people. They brought drinks, passing them out amongst the travelers. "Stay here a moment and rest from your travels. You are safe within our borders." The warlord turned from Malia as she joined her family and walked a short distance into the jungle, motioning for Arrin to follow, his son and daughter joining him. Sha'ree also followed along. Once they were away from the others, he stopped and faced Arrin. "How long do we have before the beasts arrive?" Arrin shrugged. "If the Grol feed," he struggled to say the word, "and bring the whole of their forces and supply train, we have perhaps a 7-day at best. Should just the empowered beasts come, they could be on us in moments. I suspect they have remained with the main force, however, as they would have overrun us had they hurried ahead." Kwai nodded. "But soon, regardless." Arrin could only agree. "Then we must make plans," the great cat sighed. "The Corm scum harry us at the river, and though they present little threat on their own, they keep us from massing against the coming Grol. Our uncertainty of the Ivir to our north only further complicates matters. My people are spread too thin to present a unified front." "This is for the best," Sha'ree stated, drawing the warlord's attention. "The Grol will lay waste to your people if you mass before them. It is what they want. You would be better served to draw them into the trees and whittle away at their numbers as best you can. Worry their morale, and you might slow them, but do not test their might head-on if you would see your people survive." "I fear for the homes we will lose when we let the Grol invade our land," Kwai mused. "Better trees and dirt than people, father," Kira said, scratching at his mane. The warlord nodded, his face resigned. "Will you fight with us?" he asked Arrin. Arrin shook his head. "I'm sorry, I cannot. I must go to Ahreele with Sha'ree." He nodded toward the Sha'ree as he caressed the warm collar at his throat. "That is where my fight lies." "Unfortunate. We could use your prowess, but at least we could have aura of our own to surprise the Grol with when they come." Arrin's eyes narrowed, and he looked to the warlord. Kira and Sha'ree turned to stare at their father, questions in their eyes. "Ah, yes, you had already gone about your adventures." He grinned, sharpened teeth glistening. "While you traveled to Lathah, a group of warriors from Ivar raided our land. They brought with them aura that amazed even the Sha'ree Uthul. Your companions wield 2 of them." He pointed to the Velen and his blood companion. Arrin turned and spied the silver braces the pair wore, noticing them for the first time. Blinded by his anger and misery, he had not sensed the subtle wash of magic until just then, suddenly receptive to it. "And we've more," Sha'ree said, waving forward the Pothran warrior who carried the rest of those they'd taken on their journey to Lathah. The soldier held the bag high for all to see before setting it at Quai's feet. Arrin went to the Ivir, his eyes scanning the bracer the warrior held out for him. Its magic shimmered in the symbol so similar, and yet so different from the ones carved into his collar. "I can feel its power against my skin, like stings from a wasp." Domor drifted over to stand alongside his blood companion, holding his own aura out for inspection. Sha'ree looked to the Velen. "The silver that holds the runes is far more pure than the bronze of those the Grol have stolen." She ran a tentative finger across the bracer, pulling it away quickly. "This is strange. I have never seen aura such as this." "Though he did not say such, I believe Uthul felt as you do, Sha'ree. He stared at those we collected as though afraid to touch them, taking only the 2 for the Velen and Iviri warrior," Quai told her. "These were not crafted by my people." She closed her hand about the bracer, her pink eyes growing even wider than Arrin believed possible. "I too feel their magic, and yet I sense none of the virulence that has come to plague my people. I do not understand how that could be." "Perhaps we should worry about this another time. Ahreele is a long way from here," Arrin said, staring off toward Lathah. "I would learn what I can and return in time to keep the Grol from overrunning Ahreele." Sha'ree drew her hand from the silver aura and nodded. "Will you come with us, warrior?" she asked Gerald. "Where Domor goes, I follow," he answered. The Velen raised his head and gave the Ivir a faint smile. Arrin turned to look at Quai. "Your children can teach your people to use the aura, at least well enough to help even the odds." "Sha'ree can teach them. I intend to travel with you," Kira replied, planting her hands on her hips. "Daughter," the warlord started. "One warrior more or less will not turn the tide here in Pathrael, father, but it may well do so once I learn to use the aura to its fullest. Besides, they will need my help in the journey to Ahreele." "Always the adventurer, child, insatiable." The great cat sighed, pulling his daughter into his arms. "Do what you must, but be safe. We will be here when you come home." Kira purred and rubbed her forehead against the warlock's cheek. "Hold strong. We will return soon." "What of us?" Maltus asked, stepping closer. He gestured to the rest of the survivors. "You are needed here to protect the royal family, my friend," Arrin answered. The commander seemed to shrink, but he said nothing. He only nodded. "We must travel fast to the land of the Sha'ree if we are to confront the Grol before they drive too deep into the heart of Ahreele. Protect Malia. Her and her sons are the future of Lathah." "I will have them escorted to the shore of the Iron Ocean," Quai said. "The tumult spends its last, and they will be secure with the water to their back and the mountains to shield their side. We will keep them safe from the Grol." Malia's eyes looked as though she might protest, but no argument slipped from her tongue. She looked to her family and bowed to the warlord. "Agreed." Arrin let a tiny smile color his lips. Malia's strengths had always been so vocal, so forceful, but now she focused it upon what was most important, the safety of her family. It was only more proof they had each grown in their time apart, their paths diverging. She was not the same woman he had known so long ago. "We must go, but we will be back. We will need an army to wield the aura we provide," Sha'ree said. "We will be ready to fight," Quai answered without hesitation. Sha'ree thanked the warlord and waved to Kale, who stood with Malia. "Come, Kale, we will need you as well." The boy nodded and hugged Elora in a brief, awkward embrace before easing away. Arrin watched his uncertainty, unable to remember being so young. Cale rustled Argos and Kyle's hair and said his farewells to the rest, coming to stand beside the Sha'ree. The Velen and Ivir came alongside as well. Arrin went to the bag of Ora at Quai's feet and dug inside. He pulled a bronze bracer out and returned, handing it to Cale. "You will need this to keep up." The boy grinned and locked the bracer onto his wrist. As he did, Arrin glanced over at Malia. Their eyes met for just a moment before he turned away. There was nothing left to say, what they had buried in the past, never to be unearthed again. He turned to Quai, extending his hand. He remained silent as the warlord clasped it in his tight grip. Both knew what lay ahead, and neither seemed willing to risk bringing voice to it. Arrin broke away first and joined the Sha'ree as she moved slowly apart from the others. Kira said her farewells, and the group walked off to the supportive shouts of her people. Arrin hoped this was not the last time he heard their voices. He glanced at Kira and knew they shared the same thought. Chapter 3. Uthul awoke to darkness. Thunder rumbled over him, the earth trembling at its touch. He blinked away the dust which clung to his eyes as a numb tingle spread warm across his body. Dots of light crept to his vision, tempering the shadows that hovered before him. He went to move and felt a great weight at his back. His pulse pounded awake as fear set in. Memory returned a moment later. The spire had fallen. He remembered the Grol as well. Uthul shifted beneath the stones that pressed against his spine and found he was not immobilized as he had first believed. The weight shifted, and he heard the clatter of falling rock. A cloudy gray light filtered through his eyes. He felt for his limbs, and they responded, sore but whole. His arms slid across the roughened ground, and he managed to get them beneath him. He pushed upward, and another cascade of stone tumbled away, the bag of Ora at his waist clanging against the rocks. On his knees, he stared at the fog that swirled around him. It was thick and obscured his vision. He tasted its musky bitterness as he drew in a deep breath and pulled himself to his feet. If it blocked his sight, then the Grol would be just as blind, their sense of smell distorted by the dust. Above him sat part of the city wall that had fallen beneath the spire. Its mass had deflected the tower's momentum just enough to keep it from reaching the ground. Uthul followed the angle of the great spire that rose from where he stood and realized the next wall in line had held. He whispered a blessing to Ree for his good fortune. He could hear the coughed barks of the beasts echoing in the swirl of dust, and knew his opportunity had come. Uthul set his direction by the roar of the tumult that battered the iron ocean beyond the massive fortress mountains and set his feet to motion. Each step was a trial. He could feel the sickness welling inside him, the wounds he'd received festering and foul for the touch of the Ora. The plague had yet to surface, but he could sense its approach. It lingered in the background, a predator shadowing its prey. But Uthul felt a difference in its approach. Alone, separated from his people, the ferocity of the plague seemed somewhat tamed. It was as though the Sha'ree closeness had not only helped to spread the sickness, but it had also exacerbated it. But did it matter? The sickness was inside him and growing stronger, the influx of magical energy feeding its virulence. It would consume him. He clenched his teeth and shook away the fear that threatened to devour his resolve. There was no time for weakness. Zali would soon be forced to take the fight to the Grol. He was needed at her side. Coated in the dust that floated dark in the air, Uthul cleared the wreckage of the spire from his path and pressed on toward the west. Figures stumbled in the fog, man and beast alike, trying to find their bearings. Uthul left them both behind, moving past and doing nothing to call attention to his passage. His arms hung weak at his side as he drove onward, his legs barely able to support his weight. each stone in his path threatening to bring him down. It seemed hours before he cleared the cloying fog and stepped onto the cobblestoned street of the innermost section of Lathah. The Grol howled in the distance, but he heard none of their voices nearby. He glanced about to be certain. The base of the spire was off to the east, its great bulk having crushed the gate that led to the level he stood on. Once more, he was certain Ree had a hand in his fate. He smiled at the thought, and cast his gaze to the mountains that towered above Lathah. His smile faded. The Grol clustered outside the city, their forces likely filling every crack between. There would be no returning that way, but the looming mountains seemed no less formidable. The rumble of the fading tumult echoed overhead, storm clouds billowing to life at the peak of the mountains. He glanced behind him to the dust that had begun to settle, the voices of the enemy raised and growing confident once more. They were regaining order amidst the chaos. That left Uthul little choice. He gathered his will and set his feet to moving once again. If there was a chance at life, it resided within the sheltering embrace of the fortress mountains. There he could rest and gather his strength for the journey to come. When at last he came to the end of the city, he was grateful to the Lathans for having built their citadel directly against the face of the mountain. There was no wall to navigate, only the rough-hewn rock that jutted up from the earth. He stared up at the near vertical descent and wondered if his choice had been the right one. A sigh slipped loose as he convinced himself to climb. Death on the mountain was preferable to dying at the hands of the Grol. He gripped a stone which protruded from the wall and growled at the shards of pain that speared his hand. His fingers twitched but held strong as he reached for another handhold and pulled himself upward. He bit down, clenching his jaw to still his rebellious tongue, swallowing the scream that fought to be released. Uthul had never felt such agony, not even under the sway of the plague. The battle with the Grol had brought him to the brink, and he feared the mountain would cast him down and finish what the beasts had started. He looked up to see the wall that seemed to go on forever, its vastness filling his vision. It seemed insurmountable, but Uthul knew what lay at the end of his journey. Sha'ree. It only took her name to spur him on. The fury of the tumult grew beneath his fingertips as he clung to the wall. Pain laced through his joints and set fire to his every muscle. They felt as stiff as the stone he clutched. His breath huffed from his lungs, blowing stale dust from the face of the mountain. It swirled about him and peppered his eyes. The heavy bag at his belt bore him down, the magic of its contents setting his stomach to roil, but he would not let the Ora fall back into Grol hands. His body shook with constant tremors that challenged his hold, but he persevered. If he was to see his daughter again, he must endure. The ground had become a blur beneath him, so far down as to be nearly invisible, but he had long since stopped imagining falling. Only the summit held his gaze. The brilliant eye of Ahreele peeked over the mountain top and cast its glow upon the wall, flickers of red and orange dancing in his vision. Nuri hung half-eclipsed behind her sister moon, her blue shimmer a dull glimmer in the background of the sky. As Uthul drew closer to his destination, wash from the iron ocean rained down over him in irregular spray, carried by the raging tumult. The heat of its touch added yet another misery to the climb, wetting the rocks and making each handhold even more treacherous than the last. The moisture slowed his climb, the mountain grinding against the last of his endurance and savaging the flesh at his fingers. When Uthul felt he could climb no more, his body slipping into a numbness that threatened betrayal, he spied a ledge just 10 feet from where he hung. It seemed miles. He dug his fingers into the stone and pulled himself toward the outcrop, hand over hand. His feet scrabbled for purchase as he pressed on. At last his arm crested the ledge and he was able to find one last handhold to pull him to safety. He collapsed into a puddle of warm water which had pooled in the recess, the entirety of the ledge not more than a horse span across. Uthul drew in the first easy breath since he'd started his climb, and let his head fall back against the solid embrace of the stone. Water splashed against his cheeks as the tumult assailed him with drops of the distant ocean. The roar of the storm shook the mountain beneath him, but Uthul was past caring. He lay in the puddle, his face to the sky, and watched the tumult rage its last from within his earthen niche. After a few moments, he reached into his bag and plucked one of the purple fruits out he'd stored away when he'd first met the boy Kale. He held it out to the side and used the last of his strength to split its hide. A greenish fog spilled from inside, a rotten stench clouding the air. He waged a war with his patience to let the smell dissipate before consuming the sucker. Once the odor was gone, Uthul plucked the seed from the fruit and cast it aside without his normal care for such things, stuffing the meat of the fruit into his mouth. The taste pleasured his tongue as he lay back and let its wonder do what it could to heal his broken body. Cradled in the stone arms of Sha'ree, the sucker feeding his flesh, Uthul slept. Chapter 4. The burnt ruins of Lathah crumbled before him, and yet Warlord Grol raged. "He is but one man," he growled. "How can an army not bring down one man?" The Grol soldier before him trembled and kept his snout down. "Excuses!" Grol lashed out and shredded the soldier's cheek. He howled and turned his head away as 4 reddened grooves split his fur and spilled warm blood down his snout. The warlord gave him no time to recover. Grol's second strike tore the soldier's throat out. There was a wet gurgle and the dead Grol crumpled to the dirt. "One weak man!" he shouted, silencing the ranks that gathered about him. Grol cast the wet mass of the soldier's throat at the front line. His jaw trembled as he snarled at his men. "One!" General Morgren dared to step closer. "A Sha'ree warrior ambushed our soldiers as they battled the Lathah. He laid waste to our squad of aura bearers before they even realized he was there. The surprise allowed the Lathah to escape." Grol spun on the general. Morgren raised his chin and stood his ground. The warlord glared at the officer for a moment, and then loosed a forceful sigh. "Sha'ree?" His voice was little more than a whisper. Morgren grunted affirmative. "She lied to me," Grol muttered as he began to pace. "There was to be no Sha'ree interference, and yet here they are. If they know of our advance in Lathah, what else might they know?" The general had no answer. "Was the Sha'ree killed?" "We found no body," Morgren replied, "nor have we found the aura our men wore, but the dust and smoke hinder our search." "Then he still lives," Grol said with confidence. He looked back at the wreckage of the city that had long defied his kind. It had fallen by his hand. Despite that, he could find little pride in its destruction. If the Sha'ree had already joined the fray, he had no certainty his soldiers could defend against such a foe even with the aura at their disposal. Just one of the ancient race's warriors had decimated his ranks and stolen back a number of the magical tools Ahreele needed to assure his supremacy over the Pothrans. What would the whole of the race do? Did the Sha'ree know his plans? Had he prepared the felines somehow? There were far too many questions and no answers, and no hope of prying any from the bitch before he was forced to move on. Ahreele growled and surveyed the battlefield. On the plains behind him, the people of Lathah were being herded together and bound to those of Fen, food for the army that shuffled nervously before him. His men were equipped and ready, his numbers still strong, but uncertainty nagged at the warlord. He needed the secrets of the aura. The fight against the Lathah and Sha'ree showed him that. He must drive ahead and press the assault against Ahreele, for Ahreele had left the survivors nowhere else to retreat. But he must be cautious. "We march on Ahreele," he told the general. "Leave a small contingent behind to gather the meat and supplies. We can no longer count on Rolf and his pathetic Corm soldiers if the Sha'ree are involved. The fool may well be dead already." He pointed off in the direction of the small lake bordering Nurin and Lathah. "Send a forward guard to ensure the Pathra do not flank us. Perhaps we will find Rolf in his place and can send his men to root the felines out of the trees." The general snorted and turned toward the troops. "To Ahreele!" he shouted. His voice roared over the men and set them in motion. He stomped off toward the lines of meat. Grol looked to the horizon, to the jungle of Ahreele. He'd accomplished more than any other of his kind, and yet he felt it was still too little. He needed to capture the Lathah, more now than ever before. Chapter 5. Arrin reached the Vela River without delay, the Ora helping the rest of the travelers keep pace. It was a satisfying change after being held back for so long. The last of the tumult boiled the lifeless water and spat its fury, but the Pathra had long ago learned to avoid its rage, a trait his people had never needed to develop. Hidden bridges within the highest trees allowed them to pass overhead, dropping them back to the earth on the other side, just a short distance from the enemy border of Ivar. A splintered line descended centuries back from Geral's people. The Ivir who settled in Ivar were more similar in attitude to the Grol or Corm. They had no interest save for their own. Arrin pictured the trademark vasculature that marked them as Ivir, tattooed black to separate them from their cousins in Ivel. It was a ritual they underwent while just a child, or so he heard. They had no love for the Velen, or for anyone. It wasn't uncommon for the warriors of Ivar to raid into the southern lands for sport, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Zali led them through the tree line just along the shore of the barren lake to keep from delving too far into hostile territory. The foliage grew thinner as they traveled on and provided little in the way of cover they had grown used to in Ahreele, but Arrin was unconcerned. The warriors of Ivar were not known for setting guards about the border, their people confident of their geographical advantages and the relative peace with Ahreele. With Ruhr and Hesper spread across the north and the Deadlands to the east, they had little to fear. The stone people of Ruhr never strayed from their realm, save to occasionally meet with their massive brethren the Hull in the Stone Hills. Both were solitary creatures, preferring their own kind to any other. Arrin was grateful the Hesperans were much the same. They rarely came to the surface, dwelling in the darkness of their subterranean world and mining the earth for its riches. If there was a race upon Ahreele that could be called isolationists, it would be the Hesperans. They provided stone and steel to the other lands who could afford their restrictive prices, but Arrin knew little of the race beyond that. They kept to their realm and did almost nothing to remain in contact with their neighboring countries outside of their business deals. History tells of no wars involving the Hesperan people. Arrin drew comfort in that fact. If there was to be a presence along their route, Arrin knew it would most likely present itself near the Deadlands. The creatures inside, warped and made malevolent by the constant poisoning of the pure magic fonts that littered the wilds, understood nothing of boundaries. They wandered as they pleased, slipping from the Deadlands to wreak havoc and feed upon those foolish enough to approach the dark forest. There was no certainty as to what lived at the heart of the shadows, but rumors of horrific terrors were ingrained in the psyches of the people of Ahreele. What lived in the Deadlands was to be feared. Arrin had seen many of the beasts that called the forest home, but even with the comfort of the collar at his throat, he had never gone deep into the woods in all his years wandering Ahreele. A cold chill prickled his spine at the thought of doing so. He glanced back at the travelers and nodded to Kale, who met his eyes. The boy had adapted well to the Ora. His understanding of the healing rod he carried had likely lent him confidence in his use of the bracer. He breathed easy as he ran. To Arrin's surprise, the Velen also seemed acclimated physically, but his face bore the lines of his concern. His head shifted on his narrow neck and scanned the trees without stop. His life spent among warriors, Arrin could almost feel the fear wafting off the gangly man as he stuck close to the group. He was no fighter. That would be something to consider when the Sha'ree trained them in the Ora. Arrin did not want the Velen at his back in battle. Domor's blood companion hovered close, whispering words of encouragement that appeared to do little to bolster the Velen. The pair ran steady, surprisingly keeping pace, but the road had been easy to this point. Arrin felt a pang of guilt as he thought it might be better if the Velen fell behind, but he couldn't help himself. He had been too long alone to think of others' feelings. Only death awaited those who cannot separate their fear from the task at hand. It was better the Velen leave now than force his nephew to bury him, or worse still, force Arrin to bury the both of them. His head filled with such thoughts, Arrin barely noticed the Sha'ree, who had kept well ahead of the group, come to a stop in the growing gloom of twilight. She raised a fist and Arrin dropped to his knees on instinct. Kira crouched beside him, sniffing at the air. Gerald pulled the other two down alongside them. Arrin heard the muffled chatter of voices through the trees. Not yet at the Deadlands, he was surprised to encounter anyone. He glanced at Gerald. The recognition and disgust on his face, the tight grip of his sword hilt, told Arrin the warrior recognized the language spoken ahead. They were men of Ivar. Zali crept back to the group. She raised 10 slim fingers for a moment, then closed her fists before showing another 5. A quick point to her wrist and a shake of her head told Arrin all he needed to know about what lay ahead. He pointed to Gerald, Zali, and then himself, motioning in turn for each to take 5 of the Iviri warriors. Domor shifted on his heels, and Arrin drew his and Kale's attention. He pointed to both and then at the ground, making his intent simple for them to understand. They would only be in the way once the fighting started. Gerald smiled at Domor and removed his sword from the sling at his back without a sound. He pointed toward the thick of the trees and started off. Zali drifted toward the shoreline, leaving the center track for Arrin. He drew his blade and slipped through the foliage, the collar warming his neck as he called upon its power. The sounds of men talking grew louder as he approached, their voices giving no hint they had heard the enemy in their midst. Arrin grinned as he crept closer. There'd been no discussion of fleeing or avoiding the conflict. He was amongst warriors. Their solution was to kill those who stood in their way. It reminded him of his time in Lathah when he was just a soldier. There was a visceral satisfaction in knowing the enemy and understanding what must be done. All politics except that of the sword cast to the wayside. Just a few yards from the Ivir camp, Arrin glanced between the shrubs to see the soldiers milling about in a small clearing. They laughed and joked and stood about the fire, which huffed black smoke. Hung above the flames, with the spear shoved through its hindquarters and its point protruding from its mouth, was a creature that might have been related to a dog. It bore the twisted deformities of a beast that had come from the Deadlands. 8 meaty legs swung limp as tongues of fire licked at its torso. Its 4 eye sockets bubbled with blackness, ooze dripping tar-like down its long snout. Despite its horrific appearance, Arrin felt his stomach flutter at the scent wafting from the creature. It wasn't unpleasant. It reminded him how long it had been since he'd eaten. He contemplated tasting a piece after he killed the cooks. The Iviri warriors loitered, the dark lines of their tribal markings standing out against their pale flesh. Like Gerald, they were built powerful, nothing of their frame hidden save what lay behind the tiny loincloths they wore. Their heads were shaved in the Iviri way, leaving only a long white strip that ran down the center of their heads and hung in braids down their back. Muscles rippled at every movement as they shoved and taunted one another in the warrior way. These were fighters born. Arrin had only encountered a small number of the Iviri in his years, but he knew their ferocity. He smiled. Their prowess meant nothing today. He waited as Gerald and Zali found their place, tracking the subtle tickle of their aura as they surrounded the warriors. There was no signal to start the attack. There didn't need to be. Arrin darted from the trees low. Within half a heartbeat, both Jarl and Zali had broken cover to converge upon the Iveri. To the warriors' credit, they responded with speed and without fear. Jagged swords were swung loose of their binds as the Iveri spun about to face the threat. Arrin was on the first before the warrior's blade had cleared his shoulder. His sword punched a hole in the man's chest, the blade driven between the ribs and finding a home inside the warrior's heart. He stiffened, his hand falling free of the hilt as Arrin yanked his sword free. Blood spewed from the wound. Arrin ducked away as a blade streaked overhead. He lashed out and severed the sword-wielder's hand and let the momentum carry the strike through. The Iveri's leg fell away at the calf. He toppled to the ground with a shriek. Arrin silenced him with a slash across his throat before he brought his sword around to parry. Steel clashed against steel, but for all of the Ivir's muscle, it was nothing compared to the strength firing through Arrin's veins. He batted away the jagged blade and threw his weight into the counter. The warrior's head tumbled away from his body, his bright blue eyes wide with surprise. The headless body fell into the path of the remaining Iveri, and Arrin cast a quick glance at his allies. Jarl had dropped 2 of his 5, the viciousness of his attack bearing his hatred to the bone. The warriors at his feet had been cleaved downward, the point of entry at the collarbone. White shards were visible amidst the blood, Jarl's sword having cleaved all the way to the pelvis of his opponent before he ripped it free. A sea of crimson surrounded his feet as he went at the third, his thick sword wielded in 2 hands and swung overhead like a berserker. His fury led the charge. Arrin kicked the falling body of his opponent aside and thrust at the next warrior, the tip of his sword puncturing the man's eye and sinking into the brain behind it. As Arrin pulled his blade free, he glanced at Zali to see her dispose of the last of her targets. Unlike Jarl, the bodies of her foes were not scattered about her in ravaged pieces. Each was crumpled to the ground and stilled, yet whole. Were it not for the shimmer of blood that coated her sword, Arrin would have believed the warriors knocked cold or magicked to sleep. Parrying a blow from the last of his opponents, Arrin shifted and drove his fist into the warrior's face. The snap of his nose echoed in the trees as Arrin dropped low and drew a line through the man's stomach. Air whistled loose and his entrails raced to be free, hitting the ground with a wet splash. Jarl cleaved his foe down at the same time, the lifeless body falling back and landing atop the man Arrin had just felled. Zali took down the last. Her sword pierced his back and was drawn out so fast Arrin barely had time to recognize she'd lashed out at all. The Iveri fighters down, Arrin drew in a deep, warm breath. Only the crackling sounds of the fire and the grunted exhalations of Jarl could be heard. Zali spun away from the corpses, flinging the blood from her blade with a casual flick of her wrist. "I'll retrieve the others." She disappeared into the trees. Arrin nodded at her back and glanced over at Jarl. The big warrior stared at the bodies, his lips pulled back into a fierce sneer. His breath was like a bellows. He held his dripping sword in his hands as though he was not yet finished with the battle, hovering over the pieces. After an uncertain moment, Jarl seemed to settle, using the loincloth of one of the bodies Zali had killed to wipe his blade clean. He looked over at Arrin and snorted as he hooked his sword into the harness at his back. "Forgive me." His voice was quiet. "Domor and I were only recently taken captive by a number of these beasts. Arrin raised his hand, waving away the need for explanation. "I'm no neophyte to battle or to the consequences of rage. I'll not judge you, friend. We're at war, and others must die if we are to live." Jarl smiled, his gaze snapping away as Zali led Kale and Domor into the clearing. Kale's eyes narrowed as he saw the bodies. Domor looked away, keeping his eyes on the trees. "We must continue moving," Zali said, waving the group on. Jarl collected another sword and attached it to his harness. "Come, Domor." He grasped 2 of the cooking animal's legs and tore them off the beast, strings of skin and meat pulling away from the torso with a wet snap. The gangly Velen shambled around the edge of the clearing, doing his best not to look at the array of corpses. Arrin tore a leg loose from the animal and offered it to Kale. The boy waved it away with a disgusted shake of his head as he followed after Zali. "I'd rather find a sucker, thank you." He licked his lips. Unsure of what Cale referred to, Arrin shrugged his shoulders and went on, taking a bite from the beast's leg. The meat was tough with gristle and bone, the flames having seared the flesh black, but he gnawed on it as they walked. Its juices trickled from his mouth and moistened his shaggy beard. The ora at his throat could only sustain him for so long, and he suspected the battles ahead would only grow more difficult. He learned long ago as a soldier to eat and sleep when the opportunity arose, for there was no certainty another chance would present itself. His 15 years in exile had only strengthened that habit. He ate as he ran, following the course set by the Sha'ree. The unknown ahead and the Grol behind, Arrin wanted to be ready for both. It was a long road to revenge, and he wanted to see it through to the end of the journey. Chapter 6. Commander Farah glared at the pathetic Grol scout his men held on his knees, his arms held wide apart. The beast kept his muzzle low, his eyes on the ground. He sat quiet, trembling. General Wolverine stood behind the captive, his hand on the Grol's shoulder. "You bear a message?" the commander asked, forcing the words through clenched teeth. The Grol whined but said nothing. "We have seen the ruin of Fenahir and know the whole of the Grol nation marches on Lathah. So who is your message for?" The answer was a low growl. "There is no one left in Gurtol, so tell me where you were going." Still nothing. "We will learn the truth of your mission whether you resist or not," Wolverine prompted. "So tell us what we want to know, and we will release you." "You lie," the Grol snarled, shaking his head as he found his courage at the mention of his release. "Grol will tear the meat from your bones if you harm me." Farah raised his arms and spun in a slow circle. "I do not see your precious warlord here, do you?" His men chuckled as he leaned near the Grol's snout and grinned. "Grol will be dust before the snows fall, and you long before him if you don't tell me what I want to hear." The prisoner raised his snout and met the commander's gaze. "When Grol is done with the Lathans and felines, you Tolan will learn what it is to be slaughtered. Do not think the warlord has forgotten your cruelty to the Grol. We will—" The commander drew his sword and stepped in close. He set the point at the Grol's extended arm, between the biceps and triceps, and pushed. The blade sunk into the meat as the Grol screamed. Farah pressed the sword deeper and twisted the tip away, severing the biceps at the elbow. The Tolan soldiers held the Grol tight as he thrashed and screeched, the muzzle of his arm dangling like a crimson pendulum. Blood spilled across the beast's chest as he howled his misery. Wolverine grabbed the Grol's scruff and raised his face to Farah's. "Piece by piece, we'll take you apart, dog." Farah wiped his sword clean on the squirming Grol's fur, gazing up to Wolverine. "Find out where he's going and what his message is." He looked back to the Grol who twitched before him. "I want to hear his screams." The general nodded. Farah turned his back on the beast and walked away to the sound of his garbled protestations. Wolverine wasted no time following his commander's orders. Farah smiled as he assessed his soldiers to the symphony of the Grol's shrieks. He would know their plans soon enough. Chapter 7. Braylin set foot upon solid ground and laughed. She shook the desert sand from her boots and cackled like a madwoman, unconcerned whether anyone might be around to hear her. She went on for several minutes before she reined in her laughter, self-consciousness settling over her at last. "Thank the gods," she said aloud as she left the great shifting desert and its denizens behind. She knew now she'd been lucky when she washed ashore and only encountered a small number of the strange creatures that inhabited the golden sands. Her trip north from the odd mausoleum had been harrowing. The serpent she'd battled early on had been nothing compared to the great beasts that roamed beneath the surface and had risen in frenzied attempts to take her life. She caressed the silvery harness that fit snugly across her chest and silently thanked it for allowing her to emerge alive. It thrummed warmth beneath her fingers, giving off a gentle green glow. Though the symbols etched across the items she found were unlike any she had seen before, it took her only a moment to realize the similarity of their power to the swords she wielded. Magic. Along with the harness, she'd absconded with the collar and bracers for each of her wrists and ankles, as well as the sword that healed her wounds. She prayed the dead would forgive her trespass. They no longer had any need of such tools. She felt their power racing through her veins as though the sun raged within. Braylon buzzed with energy despite having run full out since leaving the mausoleum. That energy had saved her life. A great lake of raw magic bubbled in a semicircle about the mausoleum, its churning shores stretched to the distant horizon. She'd seen the oddities formed in the drift of the magical fonts that littered her homeland, but never had seen the likes of what lived about the lake. It had forced her to travel far around it as great tentacles, longer than the tallest trees of her northern homeland, sprung from its depths and lashed out at her. Purple eyes with teeth for lids snapped as the tendrils whipped past. The magic of the dead gave her the speed to avoid them, but it had been close. Other bug-like creatures, vaguely familiar, burst from the sands every few yards. Their chittering voices filled her ears as the multi-headed things gave chase. Sharpened pincers clacked in rhythmic viciousness at her heels. Braylon had kept on, running light across the sand and darting back and forth to keep from being tracked or settling into a rhythmic tack. It had worked, either by chance or design. She was grateful nonetheless. After savoring the feel of packed earth beneath her for a few moments, she started on her way again. She had only the vaguest clue of how far her ship had drifted off course during the storm and the subsequent boiling of the ocean. Her and her crew had ended further out on the water than the ship was capable of withstanding, the violent lashing of the water tearing it apart without mercy. As she trod the foreign soil, she pushed away the memories of those that had died beside her as the ship was laid to ruin. Now was no time for sadness. She could mourn once she returned to Ahreele. A quick breath to soothe her mind, Braylon sped her pace somewhat, yet still held back. She had no certainty of the limits of the magic she'd acquired, and did not want to weaken the items should she need them later in her travels. This was a new world, but with the power of the items she'd taken from the mausoleum, she had little fear of facing it. For the first time since she'd landed on these strange shores, she felt confident she might once again see her homeland. Chapter 8. The trip through the Pothran jungle had been a new experience for Elora. Just days before, she had been an orphan begging to get by on the streets of Lathah. Today, she traveled with royalty. The Orange Warlord sent a handful of Pothrans to guide Princess Malia and her family to the western shore of Ahreele, but Elora's eyes were on the trees. The great canopy loomed over her head the entire way. Birds cawed invisible amidst the dense branches, rattling the leaves overhead. Flickers of sunlight peeked through now and again, but their path remained cloaked in a green-tinted gloom. The travelers slipped between the thick trunks and moved without halt, despite there being no visible path to follow. The Pothran guides led them with confidence, never slowing to check their direction. Elora's gaze returned to the front as a glimmer of bright light drew her attention. The group stopped a few moments later, staying shielded amongst the trees as the great tumult spent the last of its energy in the distance. The wall of the fortress mountains stood just yards away from the tree line where they'd settled. Its face reached up into the rumbling sky. Elora walked from beneath the trees to watch the light of the moons sparkle in the spray that crested the mountain's edge. Behind her, their Pothran host set to work building a temporary shelter. She sighed, stifling it with an amused smile. Despite the royal nature of her companions, home was still a bundle of sticks. She turned from the mountainous view and wandered back to the group, The princess met her halfway back. "Are you hungry?" Malia asked. Elora nodded, and then remembered her manners. "Yes, Your Highness," she sputtered. The princess laughed, waving to the surrounding jungle. "I hardly feel it necessary to maintain decorum in such settings. Please call me Malia." "Certainly, Malia." Elora grinned as Malia passed her a small bowl filled to overflowing with fresh fruit. She stared at the colors inside, her tongue swimming in her mouth of its own accord. There was more food in the bowl than she'd eaten over the course of the last month. Her first reaction was to hand it back. She raised the bowl. I can't take all this." Malia pushed it back to her. "You can, and you will. Our hosts have been quite generous, and it would be an insult not to accept what they've proffered." She patted Elora on the shoulder. "Eat what you can, girl. There will come a time when such opportunities are not available." A wash of sadness fell over the princess's face. She forced a smile and returned to her family. Elora watched her go, the sadness contagious. Elora watched as Malia went to her husband and wrapped herself in his arms. Her boys sat on a woven blanket before the couple, stuffing piece after piece of fruit into their mouths. Juice dribbled down and stained their chins, and they laughed at each other, their voices singing through the trees. It did little to chase away the oppressive sorrow that seemed to hover over the group. She let her gaze wander. Commander Maltus and Sergeant Berold worked with the Pothrans to speed the shelter as King Oric lay to the side in continued silence, basking in the shafts of sunlight that broke through the canopy. Elora had never seen the king before their escape from Lathah, but she'd imagined how he looked. The pale skeleton that lay covered in a worn cloak wasn't like anything she'd pictured. The old grands on the street had spoken often of Oric, nothing but praise and wonder in their weathered voices. They often drifted back in time to remember the king as he once was when they were young. Handsome and strong, vital, they'd said of the man who once strode the lower levels without guard, speaking freely to the people and shopping at the market stalls. Such happy reveries never lasted long, the name of Olin always creeping to their tongue. Many of the grands spit as they spoke it, as if hoping to rid their mouths of the foul taste of the prince's rule. Elora knew no better. King Oric had fallen under his malady long before she'd grown to understand such things. She'd nothing but the grand's word things had changed under the prince. They had always been difficult for Elora. She looked away from the king, his silent stare depressing, and watched the soldiers at work. The clack of axes on wood filled the air, competing with the jousting voices of the boys. The Pothrans worked fast, whittling the wood and preparing the foundation. They were sleek blurs of movement, their experience evident. The two Lathans were less so. Elora stifled a giggle as she watched the older commander work the axe. He seemed close to chopping off his foot with every awkward stroke. Berold struggled to tie the narrow trunks together, a ways behind Maltus. The edge of his tongue peeked out from his mouth as he worried the vine about the wood as it sat unsteady in his lap. A small saw sat at his side. Elora's laugh slipped loose and the two soldiers glanced up, their cheeks red, though she couldn't tell whether it was from embarrassment or the work they were attempting to do. Before she could ask, all the color faded entirely. She heard Malia gasp and the camp went silent, all eyes focused behind Elora. She stood frozen a moment. The snap of a twig broke the spell, but it was too late. A leather-clad arm wrapped about her shoulders and she spied the flicker of dark steel just before the point of something sharp was pressed cold against her throat. "Kill the Pothra," a voice at her ear sang out. It was smooth and cultured despite the cruelty of its words. A flash of blue and gray and silver ran past, and Elora recognized the Lathan colors of the soldiers who charged toward the princess's group. The Pothrans leapt to the defense, wielding what tools were at hand. They came at the soldiers with axes and shovels, one swinging a small scythe he'd used to clear the grass. Berold and Maltus joined the fray as Malia pulled her sons into the shelter of the trees, disappearing into the foliage. Her husband drew his sword and charged once they were behind him. The grip about Elora tightened as the two sides clashed. She clutched to the unyielding arm, her eyes wide despite the desire to look away. There was a flash of blue light just before the clang of steel rang out. Elora's gaze was drawn to the strangely colored weapon as it crashed into the axe of the Pothran warrior before it. A quiet crackle sounded, and the blade of the axe was suddenly coated in a layer of bright ice. The blade popped and shattered as the warrior pulled it away, shards of icy metal flung into the air. The Pothran stared at the ruined axe for just a moment. It was too long. Elora shrieked as the light blue sword was plunged into his chest. The cat twitched and clutched to the ice that formed about the wound. His fingers started to tear away the frost when his green eyes went dull. He dropped without a sound. The man at her back chuckled, his voice growing louder as yet another Pothran was killed, crimson gushing against the plug of ice that sealed the deep slash through his throat. Berold pushed the dead warrior away and tossed the rope he'd been working on at the Lathah soldier. His lips were pulled back in a fierce snarl. The soldier ducked away as the sergeant closed, driving the small saw into the man's guts. The soldier screamed as Berold yanked the blade sideways, its serrated edge ripping a gash in the soldier's stomach. Elora tried to look away as the blood bubbled and spilled back from the wound, but the grip about her was too tight. She saw it all. The Pothran warriors struck together to bring one of the Lathah soldiers down, but they paid dearly for their success. Outnumbered, the cats were rushed by men wielding the strange blue swords. The Pothran weapons shattered as they tried to parry, and they fell beneath the frigid blades. Commander Maltis and Phelan stood side by side as they moved to circle, but there were too many soldiers. Malya's husband cleaved the arm from one of the Lathans and sent him stumbling away with a ragged screech. Phelan wasn't so lucky with the second. A blade grazed his side and forced him back. Maltis was struck down as Phelan spared a glance at his wound. The old commander was pierced by a half-dozen swords. He collapsed stiffly to the ground, the impact doing nothing to break the coating of ice that encased his upper body. His dead eyes swam beneath the frozen covering. "Keep Phelan alive!" the voice at her ear shouted. The soldiers responded, batting away Phelan's attempt to parry and closing. They pummeled him with fists and pommels and rode him to the earth. He fought all the way down, but the blue and gray tabards buried him, raining down blows. Berold stood as the last defender. He dropped yet another of the Lathah soldiers, a number of them dead at his feet already, and ran to aid Phelan. "We have them!" a voice cried out. Elora cast her gaze to the sound and saw a handful of soldiers roughly leading Malya and her sons back to the camp. Elora looked back to Berold and realized he must have seen it as well. He stood frozen, despair etched clearly across his dark face. A flash of blue at his back crumpled him. He fell with a sigh, his sword tumbling from his fingers. "You bastard!" Malya shrieked as she was dragged closer. She reached desperately for her children, but the men kept them apart. Elora was shoved into the arms of another soldier as the family was brought to a halt. The leathered grip was traded for a bare-armed one, but it was no less restrictive. Her gaze leapt from the princess to the man who'd held the blade at her throat. She slumped against her captor when she recognized him. "Hardly a bastard, sister," Prince Olin answered, pointing to where the king lay. "We both know my lineage is pure." "Release us now!" Her eyes shifted and she looked to her husband. He lay still on the ground, a trickle of blood running from his mouth and forehead. "If you've hurt him, I'll—" "He lives, for now. His well-being from here out depends entirely on you, dear sister." The soldiers near Phelan rolled him over and tied his arms with the rope Berold had tossed at them. "If you behave and keep your sharp tongue sheathed inside your mouth, I will not harm him. However, should you challenge me in any way, I will hack him apart in front of your sons. And should that not be enough of a lesson to still your fire, I'll start on Argos next and then Kyle if need be." The boys trembled as their uncle spoke, the soldiers at their backs laughing and shaking them about. Malya glared at the men, her eyes shifting soft as her gaze turned to her children. "He won't hurt you, boys," she told them, forcing a smile. It slid away as she looked back to her brother. "I'll do as you ask, but do not threaten my family again." "Fair enough. We're agreed." He motioned to the soldier holding Malia. "Bind her and rope her to her husband." "The children, my lord?" one of the soldiers asked. Olin let his gaze drift to Elora before drifting to Argos and Kyle. "We won't have any problems from any of you now, will we?" he asked, his tone sugary. He bared his teeth. "I'd hate for anything untoward to happen to your parents." The boys shook their heads, and Elora just stared. She knew she served no purpose in the prince's plans, so she remained quiet, hoping he was too blinded by his victory to realize it. The words of the Grands echoed inside her head as she cast furtive looks at Olin. They had said he was cruel, but she'd never seen any direct evidence of the sort. But standing before her, the smugness wiping away all trace of the man's handsomeness, she saw Olin as the Grands had described. He was evil. Lathah had fallen and its people had been killed or captured, and here stood the land's prince threatening children with the death of their mother, his own sister. "What do you want, Olin?" Malia asked. "Only what is due me." He circled around his captive sister and walked over to the king. Olin dropped to his knee beside the old man and set a gloved hand under his chin, turning the king's face toward his own. He stared into the blank eyes of his father, the king's lips mouthing words no one could hear. "It seems you have lost your kingdom, father." "You lost?" Malia started. Olin snapped his head about and pressed his fingers to his lips. "Shh, sister. Remember our agreement, and do not try my patience." A soldier set his sword to Phelan's prone neck, and Malia relented. There was no hiding the fury that seared her cheeks, but she held silent. The prince turned back to the king and smiled down at the old man. "Don't worry, though, for I've a plan to win it back." He slid his hand beneath the king's head and held it up. "I'm sorry you won't be there to see the land returned to Lathah rule." "Olin, no!" Malia fought to be free, but the men held her fast. She frothed and screamed in their grasp. Elora heard the rasp of steel being unsheathed and saw the prince loose his sword. For an instant, she didn't understand what he intended. And then it struck her as Malia's panicked shouts sunk home. Chills prickled her skin as Olin pulled back his arm and drove the sword through his father's skull. King Oric died without a sound. Black blood seeped from around the pommel and dripped thickly onto the dirt. The cloak that covered him rose up once more, as though the king intended to savor his last breath, and then settled into stillness. The body seemed to deflate as Olin pulled his sword free, Oric's face rolling to stare blankly at his murderer, his son. Malia sobbed and collapsed into the arms of her captors as her children did their best to stay brave. Argos held his chin up high and glared at his uncle, while Kyle stared into the jungle, silver tears spilling down his cheeks. Olin walked before his sister, the bloody sword still in hand. "Tell me where the exile is. Where is Arrin?" Frothy spittle struck her cheek. Malia looked up through swollen red eyes, straightening as best she could in the grasp of the soldiers. Elora stared at the princess, expecting her to unleash her rage upon the prince, but Malia said nothing. "Come, sister, what does he matter now? He's been gone for 15 years. If he can serve Lathah one last time, will that not repay his transgression against the crown?" He drew closer. Still, Malia stood in silence. Tears ran from her eyes, but she only stared at her brother. "Do not force my hand." He shifted the sword so the point aimed at Argos's groin. The boy edged away, but the soldier at his back held him fast. "Would you rather see your son unmanned?" Argos whimpered. Malia cringed and opened her mouth to speak, but Elora called out, "Stop!" I'll tell you where he is." Elora knew nothing of Arrin, but she could see the torment in the princess's eyes at the mention of his name. It was clear Malia would not let her son come to harm over the exile, but there was something there, something in her hesitation which spoke of feelings for the man. Elora had seen the bodies piled at the warrior's feet as he fought to secure their escape from Lathah. If the prince wished for death so boldly, Elora would point him in the proper direction. "He's gone to Ahreele with the Sha'ree." Malia slumped with a sob as the prince turned and walked to stand before Elora. "You speak true, child?" "I do, my lord," she replied, adding the last in hopes of pacifying the prince. He smiled and spun away with a flourish. "Gather them up and let us go before the Pathrons check on their men." He waved a soldier forward. "You know your mission?" "Yes, my lord." "Then be about it." The soldier nodded and dashed into the trees, heading in the direction of Lathah. Olin motioned for the rest of his men to follow and strode toward the mountains. Elora was dragged behind the soldiers who held Malia and her children, and Phelan, who lay limp over the shoulder of another of the men. She listened to the princess cry as they marched on, and hoped Olin found exactly what he searched for. Chapter 9. Thul woke from his slumber with a start, feeling at peace despite his trials. The balm of the succor had eased away his weariness and softened all but the worst of his wounds, pulling him from his sleep. The dreaded plague had slowed as well, its viral touch tempered by the miraculous fruit, but Thul could still feel its rancor deep inside. His body had absorbed too much of the errant magic of the Aura. He could not properly process its poisonous overload so quickly. But for now, he felt nearly as well as he had before he threw himself at the Grol forces. From his vantage point, he could see the whole of Lathah between wafts of blackened smoke and the swirling gray dust that drifted up from the shattered city. A gathering of tiny ants clustered together in the open field south of the gates, in no formation Thul had ever seen an army take. He suspected the people were Lathan prisoners, the city streets nearly barren of life. Glimmers of steel reflected off a number of shapes that circled the larger group, confirming his presumptions as he identified the beasts that patrolled the perimeter. He let his gaze wander and spied the whole of the Grol army as it marched north, clouds of dust swirling in its wake. Though it wounded his spirit to let such creatures roam free, he knew there was little he could do to stop them now. He was needed back in Ahreele to help train the warriors, so they stood a chance of collecting the Aura from the halls of the dead. Thul wished he could have prepared them without the long trek to his homeland, but the younger races were blind to all but the most basic of the Aura's capabilities. It would take the combined knowledge of the surviving Sha'ree impressed upon the minds of the wielders, and a communion with Ree to unlock the full potential. Those chosen few could then spread the knowledge amongst their kin, the wisdom translated into its most primitive form. Despite the need, Thul still wondered at the risk of opening the minds of the younger races to the power of the Aura. History had shown the Sha'ree how careless, how cruel they could be, but his people had agreed it was their only option to keep the plague from decimating them once more. They had seen the darkness that came and closed the eyes of many of their kindred when they had always believed themselves immortal. Fear of that darkness now directed the politics of the Sha'ree and forced their hand. They had become like the younger races, destined to die, never to feel the touch of their goddess, never again to hear her voice that rippled through the fonts. Worse still, were the Sha'ree to pass from this world, there would be no one to stir Ree from her slumber. She too would drift into the blackness of the void and be swallowed within her memories. What would come of the world then? A chill started at the nape of Thul's neck and wormed its way down his spine. He could not think of such horrors. He would not. The Lathan and his followers must succeed, and Thul must ensure such. He thought of his people and the glories of Ahreele as he opened the bag of Aura he'd taken from the dead Grol. His breath fluttered in his lungs while he stared at the tools he now knew was nothing more than a poison they'd once so willingly embraced. If he were to make it home in time to ready the relic wielders for their trial, he would need to embrace the magic once more. One last succor inside his pouch to stem the virulence, Uthul believed he could use the power of the Ora and reach his homeland before the plague resurfaced to its contagion point. It was a risk he would have to take. Uthul donned a number of the Ora before he could hesitate. Their power quickened his pulse, and the magical tools drove their tendrils into his flesh and filled him with the holy blood of the goddess. He roared as the energy he'd been so long without flooded through him. The pressure welled inside, and he felt the warm stream of tears on his cheeks. The magic almost overwhelming. His breath clutched at his lungs. When at last he could breathe, he gathered his things and hooked the bag to his waist once more. The climb to his perch had been torturous, but he relished the journey back down, eager to feel the Ora spurring his body on. He glanced at the ruined city once more and charted his path. Though he felt a measure of guilt at leaving the people of Lathah in the hands of the Grol, there was no time to free them from their captivity. His mission would serve their needs if he were swift. His course plotted, he wound his way down the mountain face and circled around to the south of the fallen city where he might avoid the beasts left behind and skirt the wreckage of Fen as he made his way home. He prayed that Sha'ree had already returned, safe and whole, with her charges. Chapter 10. To avoid further encounters with the very forces that might bring the whole of the nation down upon them, Sha'ree led the group through the shadowed fringes of the Deadlands. The choice set the travelers on edge, night having fallen before they reached its gnarled tree line. Arrin watched as the Sha'ree forged ahead, keeping her distance from the gathered Ora the group carried. She said little since their departure from Lathah, driving forward with a dogged pace. Arrin had taken up a position in the rear to keep an eye on the group. None, save perhaps Grol, had experienced forced marches such as this. Arrin knew the Ora would keep their bodies going, but he worried for their spirits. Traveling in the darkened forest could rend the courage of even the bravest warrior. He looked to Cale now and again as the night stretched on to see that the boy seemed to handle the journey well. He strode beside his uncle with a protective mask etched across his features, his hand clutched tight about the small bag that held his golden rod. The Velen looked far less confident, as he had the entirety of their travels. He started at every noise and plucked at the hem of his sleeve as they ran. His pace slowed and sped at random, the rest of the group adjusting to stay together. Grol ran at the Velen's back, occasionally speaking words of encouragement and setting a supportive hand on Domor's shoulder as if to press him forward. Kira hung close to Arrin's side and held her silence. Arrin was grateful they'd not encountered any of the creatures that lurked within the forest. He'd heard them growling and moving about in the distance, but they'd given the travelers fair space, perhaps sensing the concentration of magic in their midst. Whatever the reason, he was glad to see the flickers of dim light through the thinning canopy that signaled their departure from the woods. Sha'ree burst through the tree line and disappeared for a moment, those ahead doing the same until Arrin pressed through the crowded shrubs and stepped out into the gloomy light of dawn. The group came to a stop, the sudden shift of terrain breathtaking in its bleakness. Dark and massive mountains rose up in the horizon. Their jagged peaks jutted into the sky and cast a pall of blackness over the land. "We're not going there, are we?" Domor asked, his long, thin finger pointing to the mountain range. Sha'ree shook her head. "No, that is the seat of Hesper. We have no business there. From here we will skirt the line of the Deadlands all the way to Ahreele. We will be amongst my people soon." Cale grinned, and even Domor appeared to relax. He pulled his eyes from the oppressive mountains and cast them across the dark soil of Hesper. The Velen adjusted his robes and breathed a loud sigh. "Then let us be on our way." He moved up alongside Sha'ree. "Will there be wine?" The Sha'ree glanced expressionless at the Velen and stared for a moment before nodding. "It calms him," Gerald added, a broad smile on his lips. Kale chuckled loudly, and Kira shook her head, but even she couldn't hide her amusement. Arrin grinned at the boy, his humor contagious. "It was an honest question," Domore told Kale, frustration framing his features. "Our supplies were lost on our way to Nurin. There will be wine, Velen, and food, and soft beds, if you'll only get to enjoy their comfort for a short while." The wisp of a smile seemed to play across Zali's lipless mouth. She turned away and waved them on. "Let us hurry and find Domore his wine, lest our world end and he remain sober." Arrin watched as the group started up, shifting to a run as the Sha'ree darted away. An uncomfortable grin still stretching his cheeks, Arrin nudged the Pathra forward and followed after. The dark soil crunched beneath their boots as they left the moist dirt of the Deadlands behind. Even with the Ora working to quiet their passage, their footfalls could be heard rising up through the morning air. Arrin cringed at each step, the cluster of them sounding as one long, drawn-out crackle that seemed to hover about them as they raced across Hesper. The noise reached into the Deadlands, provoking answering calls from the tangled darkness. Kira caught Arrin's eyes and motioned toward the woods. He nodded his acknowledgement. Faint movements in the trees told him something traveled parallel along their path within the shadowed forest. He looked to the group and saw that Kale and Domore were oblivious to the sound, but Zali cast furtive glances over her shoulder when their eyes weren't on her. Gerald also kept his sights on the trees, one hand on the hilt of a sword at all times. As they ran along, the flitters in the woods growing more aggressive, the warrior urged his blood companion forward with subtle encouragement of the fine wines that lay ahead. It kept the Velen at his pace. They ran for hours across the black earth, the mountains looming over their left shoulder the entire way. Arrin had grown accustomed to the grinding crunch of their heels and the rustles of the trees, so it took a moment for him to realize the creatures of the Deadlands had gone silent. Not a branch stirred. He looked to the woods, ahead and behind, seeing nothing in their shadows. "Wait," he called, his sword drawn into his hand. Kira dropped into a crouch at his side. A crack like thunder broke all around them, the blackened soil flung into the air to cascade over top. The ground rumbled beneath. Arrin covered his eyes to shield against the raining stones and heard Zali shriek. He looked to see her flying towards the group, a shambling wall of stone standing before them where there had been nothing but open space a moment before. He reached out and grabbed a hold of her shoulders as she neared and let her momentum spin them around, setting her on her feet at the end of the revolution. She nodded in thanks, the left side of her face swollen and already showing signs of bruising discoloring its natural green. Domore screamed and stumbled back, Kale and Gerald following after. Arrin looked past them to see the creatures that had sprung from the earth to ambush them. His breath caught in his lungs. They were Ruhr, nearly a dozen of them. Little larger than a Lathah male, their bodies were made entirely of pliable stone, which shifted and bent as easily as flesh, allowing the creatures to move and act as any other mobile being. They charged forward with the speed belying their stone forms. "Kale, Domore, get behind me!" Arrin yelled as he leapt to meet the advance. He willed his collar to life and felt its strength imbue his limbs and hoped it was enough. Though he'd bested a hull once, the larger, slower child of the Ruhr, it had been alone and slowed by its mass and dull wit. The Ruhr before them were swift and intelligent and held the advantage in numbers. Kira loosed her javelin and it clanged off the chest of the first Ruhr, crumpling the point and sending it careening into the woods. She drew her sword and moved off to flank the creatures. Arrin ducked the first of the line, its stone arm whipping past overhead, and darted left to put its stone body between him and the creature's companions. Crouched at its side, Arrin uncoiled and lashed out. His sword struck the hip of the Ruhr. The steel shrieked as it sunk into the rocky hide, cutting a gash little more than a few inches deep. The Ruhr stumbled slightly as Arrin pulled his blade free, but it gave no other reaction to being struck. Its featureless face turned toward Arrin as it swung its other arm. Arrin leaned away and Zali closed on the Ruhr, her silvered blade cleaving the creature's arm off at the elbow. It tumbled away and kicked up a cloud of black dust as the roer shifted to go after the Sha'ree. She drew it forward a step, and Arrin buried his sword in the back of the roer's head. It reached for Sha'ree, dragging Arrin behind it, his boots digging into the dirt, and then tumbled forward. Its weight pulled Arrin's sword free just as another of the stone beings came at him. He stumbled away to escape its attack. A white and purple blur crashed into the roer and knocked it aside. Off balance, it picked up puffs of dust, stomping its feet as it tried to right itself before toppling onto its side and rolling to its back. Grol stood hunched before the line of roer, his shoulder scraped and bleeding from the impact. He held his jagged swords out before him. Kira clashed with yet another of the creatures, her blade ringing against its arms and casting off sparks that showered her in a golden rain. Her speed kept her just out of reach of the roer's counterattack. "We can't fight them like this," Arrin called out as he moved alongside the Ivir. He glanced about the barren field and saw nothing he could use to strengthen their position. Sha'ree came to stand beside him, her finger pointing past the roer that closed upon them. Arrin's gaze followed, and he saw more of the stone creatures rising up in the distance. "They block the way to Ahreele," Sha'ree said, disbelief in her trembling voice. There was no time for Arrin to reply. Another of the roer leapt forward, and the travelers separated to make its approach difficult. They worked well together, each warrior versed in tactics and combat, but Arrin knew they fought a foe too powerful to overwhelm even with such skills. The roer closest charged in to grab him, but he faked right and darted left. The creature fell for the feint, and its stone fist struck empty air. He cast a furtive glance at the one that had fallen to see it still lay upon its back, struggling to rise. Arrin was in the air without a thought, the heels of his boots crashing into the upper back of the roer. Its weight forward, the roer went down without a fight, Arrin riding it the entire way. The creature crashed face first into the earth, and Arrin leapt free, rolling to his feet and turning to face the remaining roer. 7 still stood, those in the distance drawing closer. Those nearest were unrelenting. They raced forward again. Arrin shifted to dodge a blow, but there were 2 of the roer before him. He sidestepped the first and moved directly into the path of the second. A stone fist slammed into his left shoulder. It was like running into a mountain. Pain flared, and then gratefully went numb as he was knocked to the dirt, landing several yards from where he was struck. He crawled to his knees as Kira engaged his opponents, his arm hanging limp at his side. There was no time to worry if it was broken. He jumped up and charged back into the fray just as Kira was knocked away. A glancing blow caught her side and flung her into the trees. Arrin saw her roll and take control of her fall, confirming she was unharmed. He turned back to the battle. Sha'ree and Grol danced before the roer, casting strikes of opportunity at the creatures' heads, but the mass of them made it difficult. Grol parried aside 2 attempts to strike him, but the third slipped past, Arrin still feet away. The Ivir let out a strangled shout as he was struck in the chest. The downward force of the blow slammed Grol's back hard into the ground, and the snap of shattered bones filled the air. He groaned and rolled limply to his side as he tried to catch his breath. Sha'ree stepped in and batted aside the follow-up blow from the roer, but her feet became entangled on Grol, and she stumbled into the line of the creatures. She was pulled into their midst. Arrin shifted targets at the last instant, sickened by his choice, but Sha'ree needed him more. He leapt past the roer that hovered over Grol and slammed his sword through the skull of one that turned to assail the Sha'ree. His sword sunk in with a grinding scrape that rang in his ears. The roer crumpled into his companions. Arrin saw several of the stone fists crash into Sha'ree as he struggled to pull his sword loose of its rocky sheath. Before he could free it, a shadow flickered in his peripheral vision. He leaned away from the incoming fist, but it had come too quickly. Stone knuckles scraped across his cheek and jaw and spun him away with its force. His face struck the ground, and he inhaled the dust of Hesperan soil, its blackness invading his lungs. He coughed and rolled to his knees to see he'd landed beside Grol. Kira came to stand over him. The roer that felled the Ivir loomed several feet away. Kale sat bare-chested on its shoulders, his tunic wrapped about the creature's head as though it were reins, while Domor did his best to bring the roer down with his Iviri sword. It clanged uselessly against the creature's back. Arrin clenched his teeth and felt the crunch of sand in his mouth. He looked back to Sha'ree. Two of the Ruhr had pulled her to her feet, each holding an arm out to her sides. She was covered in blood that seemed to run from everywhere. Her flesh was shaded in black and red, her head hanging limp at her chest. The Ruhr at her arms turned and started to drag her from the fight. "Get her! I'll protect the boy!" Kira shouted. Arrin wasted no time. He raced to stop them, but the remaining Ruhr blocked his path. His sword flickered like a serpent's tongue, slicing shards of stone from the creatures, but they crowded close and pressed. Grazing strikes knocked him about as he tried to catch his rhythm, sending spears of agony lancing through his body. He heard the slap of stone against meat and heard muffled shouts behind him. Arrin leapt from the Ruhr to give him space and looked to the sound. Kira clutched to a tree, her free hand at her head, tendrils of blood trickling between her fingers. Kale lay on the ground, yards from the Ruhr he'd been riding. The boy scrambled to his feet, seemingly unhurt. The Velen lay in the dirt, his eyes wide, terror carved across his obsidian face. Kira shook her head and stumbled toward Domor. Arrin was hit from behind before he could move. The sturdy blow crashed into his shoulder blades and sent him tumbling forward. As he fell, he saw Domor go limp beneath the stone fist of the Ruhr, Kira too far away to protect him. Arrin hit the ground and popped to his feet, ignoring his battered body's complaints. The creature plucked Domor up and turned toward the rest of its kind before the Pathra arrived to help. Arrin glanced to Grol, who barely stirred, and then to Kira. She raised her sword, but Arrin could see she had yet to recover from the blow to her head. Her legs wobbled as she walked. Kale stood frozen nearby, and Arrin knew the battle was lost. "Kale! Kira! Run!" he shouted. "Run for the trees!" The boy hesitated as Arrin spun and raced to Grol's side. He sheathed his sword and hefted the Iviri warrior with his good arm. Without ceremony, he slung him over his shoulder. Grol groaned and spit warm blood down Arrin's back, but he couldn't stop to check on the man. Heedless of Grol's discomfort, Arrin ran. He reached out and spun Kale about as he passed, shoving the boy into motion. "They're lost!" he screeched. "Run!" His words sunk in, and Kale broke free, shooting toward the woods. Kira got the message as well and followed on the boy's heels. She moved a little slow at first, but seemed to gain her legs quickly. Once they were ahead, Arrin ran after. He could hear the scuff of the Ruhr's feet over his labored breaths as they followed behind, and dared a glance back. There were only two that gave chase, the shadows of the Deadlands looming ahead. He had only a moment to ponder if he'd made the right choice before they broke past the tree line and slipped into the murky forest. His failure wouldn't just kill him and what was left of his companions. It would damn the whole of Ahreele. Chapter 11. Uthul raced on the breeze. The sting of Rhee's magic stung his senses as he pushed the collective aura to their limits. He had flown across the open fields of Fen, spending no time mourning the ruin of its capital city, Fenahir, its wreckage little more than a blur that flickered past. The surrounding land was near deserted. He spied only a small number of pitiful survivors who had escaped the fury of the Grol, but like those he left behind at Lathah, he could spare them no mercy. He ran on without slowing, keeping his eyes averted to remain focused on what he must do. The smell of charred meat and burnt wood faded into the distance, the shouts of the Fen people along with them. All he heard now was the whip of the wind and the slightest scuff of his boots that skimmed the surface he trod on. Near the border of Gurtol, the land of the Grol, Uthul had turned northeastward. The number of beasts at Lathah told him there were little to none of the nomadic creatures still in their own land, and he was unlikely to encounter any en masse, if any at all. What few he might run across would be no threat even sans the Ora. Unconcerned, he pressed on toward the narrow river that split the lands of Korm and Tolan. He wished to speak to the warrior people of Tolan as he made his way to A'uto-Ri, in hopes of recruiting them to the effort of ending the Grol threat. Natural enemies and far more skilled in the ways of battle, Uthul felt they would be the best choice to confront their wayward brethren. As he thought of what best to tell the Tolan to garner their aid, Uthul spied a lone traveler out of the corner of his eyes. She ran across the barren Gurtol soil at haste, but also with confidence. A flicker of green and silver and the sudden waft of Rhee's energy brought Uthul to a halt. He turned toward the woman and stared as she spied him in turn. She pulled up short and drew two strange blades, one black as night, the other the color of ice. She bore a large number of Ora Uthul recognized as being Sha'ree made. Given their nature, he had a clear idea as to where she might have procured them. "Greetings, traveler," Uthul spoke, his hands raised as he examined the woman standing a short distance before him. The short crop of her hair stood on top of her head as fierce gray eyes took the measure of him. Though Uthul was not one to judge the looks of a woman not of his race, he had difficulty thinking of her as what the Lathans might call attractive. Her jaw was squared and jutted out slightly. Her forehead, cheeks, and what he could see of her neck was pocked and scarred, as though it might once have only just escaped a fire. She was built powerful for a woman, not short, but thick-limbed in a way that spoke of a physically difficult life. Her feet were set perfectly, her hips dropped only slightly, as she stared at Uthul. There was no doubt she knew well how to wield the blades she hefted so easily. She said nothing in reply, so Uthul went on, bowing slightly. "I mean you no harm." She looked to his Ora, and then back to his face. Her stance turned more defensive. "No, child." He waved his hands and took a short step back. "I know well you have seen more of my kind and where you have acquired your Ora, your vestments, and hold no ill will toward you. Please, I would speak with you a moment. I am Uthul of the Sha'ree." The woman stared for a moment, her eyes narrowed, and then seemed to settle somewhat. The points of her swords dropped, but stayed defensive. "Go on, say your piece," she said. Uthul smiled. Her voice was melodic and charming, so at odds with her appearance. "Where does your journey take you?" Again she remained quiet a moment before speaking, as though questioning how much she wished to say. "I travel north to my homeland of Ahreele." "Ahreele." The name slid easily from his tongue, but his memory could find no purchase for it. "Do you hail from Lathah?" "I know of no place named Lathah. My home is north of the languid sea that borders the great hills of stone," she explained, pointing with the bluish sword. Uthul followed the motion with his eyes, a sickening uncertainty knotting in his stomach. For all his many years upon Rhee, he had seen no other beings save for those that resided in Ahreele. It had always been his understanding that only lifeless waters existed beyond the shores. Rhee had never spoken of anything outside of the boundaries he knew, and for an instant he questioned the limitations of his goddess. Had more lands, more beings sprung to life as Rhee faded into the darkness of her being? Was she blind to their existence in her growing stupor? He looked back to the woman but could sense no falsehood in her manner. The revelation filled Uthul with dread. "How did you come to be here?" "My crew and I set sail to collect my people's rations before the true winter set in." She sighed, sorrow dimming her eyes. "A fierce storm came in fast and knocked us from our course, pulling us far from our shores before its grip lessened. We'd only just begun to regain control when the water began to boil and sucked us further south before tearing my ship apart. I only just survived." Uthul stared at the woman, unable to believe there was life beyond Ahreele. "I am sorry for your losses." He drew a few steps closer to look at her, doing his best to keep her at ease. "Forgive my curiosity, but I have lived upon Rhee's flesh for longer than I can put into words, and I have never known there to be life beyond the dead waters." "Who is this Rhee you speak of?" A wide grin broke across Uthul's face. "She is the earth you walk upon, the air you breathe, the trees you burn to stay warm during winter." Braylin's eyes narrowed. "This is your faith?" The question was filled with doubt. "No, Ree is much more than that. But I understand your reluctance to take my word, for you would have been born long after her spirit drifted into the darkness of herself. Ree is truly the land and all that springs from it. She is the spirit of this world, the world itself, but such wisdom is unnecessary for the conversation at hand." He gave a shallow bow of apology. "If I might ask, what is your name, warrior?" "Braylin." "We are well met, Braylin of Ahreele, beyond the languid sea." He glanced once more to the north, picturing what lay in her path. Turning back to her, he asked, "How do you intend to reach your homeland? There are many dark races between here and the shore that leads to your realm. They will show you no kindness for trespassing upon their land." She nodded, breathing yet another sigh. "I had given it little thought, to speak true." Braylin ran a hand across the Ora harness across her chest. "I had hoped there might be a ship I could book passage upon. If not, these treasures helped me to escape the desert, and I believe I might well swim back to my village should no boat avail itself to me." Uthul smiled at her courage. He could see the determination in her face as she made her statement. She would likely try. "There are no ships," he confirmed, his eyes drifting to the tools. "The Ora, the things that you wear, do they work for you?" "They do," she answered, straightening as though she expected Uthul to demand them back. "Then I would ask for your assistance in trade for the means to help you return home." She stared a moment, uncertainty in her eyes. "Please hear me out," Uthul asked of her, giving her no time to answer. "Our realm is assailed by beasts that have stolen Ora such as you wear. They cause great harm, devouring those they do not slay outright, and laying waste to any who stand before them for no purpose other than to satisfy their lust for meat and blood." He drew a step closer. "We are preparing an army to turn them back, an army equipped with Ora and trained to use it to its fullest. We could use another strong warrior to head the army and to lead the group to the mausoleum in the desert. You have been there and returned alive and hale, or you would not have laid claim to the tools you wear. Neither I nor my people can risk travel to the mausoleum, since the lake has risen to fill the scar of that which woke our goddess. Your help would be without measure." Braylin's feet shifted against the dirt. "Now it is your turn to forgive me, Uthul, for I have no help to offer. I must carry the news of my lost crew to their families and assure my people I am alive. They will waste precious time and resources seeking me out when they should be preparing for winter's fall. I would not have them put their lives at risk for a fruitless search. I must return home." "You are someone of importance to your people," Uthul said without question. Braylin nodded with reluctance. "I am but one woman, one warrior, amongst many, but the foolish council of elders will convince the people that because the crown of our realm was passed to me, their lives are to be second to mine." She spit in the dirt. Uthul sighed and bowed his head. "Then I would not impose upon you, Braylin of Ahreele. Luck in your journey home. If the fate of Ahreele is that we survive the dark days ahead, I would come and visit your realm." "We would have you with honor." Uthul said his farewells and set his course again, running off to catch the wind once more. He left the warrior woman behind, casting a glance back to see she had raced north already. She would have been a welcome addition to the force he hoped to build, but the battle was not hers to undertake. It was a disappointment, But her appearance offered Uthul hope there might be yet another way to secure the safety of the realm without bloodshed. Should the battle go against them, there was a place of sanctuary hidden across the lifeless waters to the north, where the people of Ahreele might yet find a home, far from the cruelty of the Grol and their allies. Such a plan came with its own obstacles, but they could be no more insurmountable than the ravaging forces of beasts and the mysterious new aura that appeared to threaten the realm. Escape from Ahreele would require a different focus of thought and energy, but it was possible. Uthul continued on, forcing each step to be faster than the last. He needed to speak to his people and tell them what he learned. Together they could reason the best course to take before Ahreele came crashing down around them. Sickness churning through his veins, he plucked the last succor from his bag as he ran, holding it away to let the whipping breeze steal its fetid breath. He wolfed it down and held its seed until he reached the river that separated the homelands from those ahead. There he cast it into the water before he forded a shallow crossing and entered the land of the Tolan. He would be home soon. Chapter 12. Elora walked alongside Argos and Kyle, doing her best to calm their fears, and her own. They were brave, she had to admit, both striding with their heads up and shoulders squared, but their eyes spoke volumes of their worries. They'd watched their uncle slay the Pothrans, his own soldiers, and even their grandfather. Elora could see they understood no one was safe from the prince's sword. Olin had made that quite clear. She wondered how long he would let her travel with them, how long it would be before he realized she was just a peasant orphan he had no use for. She did her best not to draw his attention. Head down, she walked without the need for prompting as the group pressed forward toward the shore. The iron ocean thrashed in the distance, and she could hear its missing roar growing closer and closer as it spent its last. Did Olin intend to throw them into the tumult? Elora dared a quick glance at the prince in hopes of reading his demeanor, but he had no eyes for her. He strode tall beside his sister and her husband, who had woken and now walked on his own. Olin smirked at the couple. He gave no hint to his intentions as they traveled, saying nothing. The group continued on. As they neared the shrub-covered base of the fortress mountains, the Lathah soldiers suddenly changed course and walked straight toward the bushes. They pushed aside a thick mass and forced the group into the foliage. Several yards in, the soldiers keeping the branches from their path, Elora spied a dark opening against the green-shrouded rock face of the mountain. Prince Olin raised a hand and the soldiers brought the group to a halt. He pointed to 6 of his men. "Go inside first and make ready." He turned to the boys and Elora as the first of the soldiers dropped to his knees and crawled inside the dark tunnel. "You 3 will follow after. Be smart and don't cause any trouble or you will regret it." He grinned broadly, his expression reminding her of the feral cats that roamed the 9th. The last of the soldiers the prince had directed to crawl through entered the hole. Elora could hear their scraping knees and boots as they made their way inside. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, their noises echoing out and building with each man through. She waited patiently until the sounds drifted to silence. "We're here," sounded a voice from the darkness. The prince turned, but Elora had already ushered the boys forward, Argos in the lead. He dropped down and scrambled inside. Olin smiled at her, nodding his head slowly as she helped Kyle follow his brother. "It'll be okay," she told the boys as she felt a tremble against the hand on Kyle's back. "I'm right here." She slipped into the tunnel right behind, not daring to say any more for fear of it drift to Olin's ears. The darkness closed in as she tapped Kyle's foot over and over to let him know she was still there. She tried to look past the boys, but there was nothing to see. The voices of the soldiers bounced along inside the tunnel to guide them forward, but there was no light to be found. The air was cold and stale as Elora drew in short, shallow breaths. She had no idea where the tunnel led or what waited on the other side, but she convinced herself it could be no worse than what would happen were she to risk the prince's wrath. After what seemed forever in the dark hole, Elora at last spied a glimmer of brightness, muted by the shuffling boys ahead. They continued on and came to the end of the tunnel where they were helped up by the soldiers. Elora watched them clear the hole and hurried faster to reach the exit. A burly hand pulled her up once she did, and set her on her feet. They were in a large cavern that reached up and disappeared into the blackness above. What had seemed such a bright light while she was in the tunnel was little more than a flicker coming from a distant crevice at the far end of the cavern. Once her eyes became accustomed to the darkness, she could see well enough as the soldiers herded them from the hole. One of the men called out and let his voice rumble through to the world outside. A moment later, Elora heard the scrape of more people coming through the tunnel. She assumed it was the princess and her husband, and then Olin and the rest of the soldiers would follow. A short while later, Malya emerged, followed by Phelan and the rest, the prince crawling out last. He dusted his knees and waved the group on, stepping past his men to take the lead. They walked slow across the slick stone floor and headed straight for the lighted crevice Elora had seen. She could feel the ocean shaking the stone around them and hear its thunderous impacts, the sound growing as they traveled on. Through another tunnel, this one large enough to stand, they went, the stone walls winding serpentine through the mountain. Light and sound continued to build as they finally broke free from the confines of stone and stepped out into a broad cavern that culminated in the distance at a circular opening. Orange and yellow daylight spilled through the cave that Elora assumed led to the shore of the iron ocean, spatters of white frothy water sprinkling into the cavern. She covered her eyes to deflect the sudden brightness. Malya and her husband stopped as soon as they saw the water, the princess reaching for her children. Olin slapped her hands away, his men restraining Phelan as they did. "Don't worry, little sister. I've no interest in seeing you or your sons boiled alive. The cave doesn't open directly to the ocean. We will slog through miles of ankle-deep water and the tumult will spit on us the entire way. But your precious family will be safe." He waved his men forward, the soldiers tugging their prisoners along. Elora stepped in line, Argos and Kyle beside her. As they neared the opening, the crash of waves was almost deafening. She hesitated for just an instant as the first of the group turned the corner and stepped outside the protective walls of the cavern, but saw they suffered no ill effects. She went out after them and slowed once more. All of them did. Splashes of warm water rained down over her, but the ocean was nowhere to be seen. A massive wall of stone rose up in front of the cave opening and soared up into the sky. Elora couldn't see the top of it, her balance disoriented in the attempt. She righted herself and looked at the glistening rock in awe. Cut along its side was a narrow canyon that seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning and following the curve of the mountain. "See, Malya, we are safe. This passage leads us deep into Lathah territory, turning into a cave that finally intersects with the warrens behind the city." He emphasized the direction with his hand. "We stumbled across it years ago, quite by accident, I have to say, as workers strove to widen the innermost cavern." The princess's face flushed pink. "You knew this was here when the Grol attacked and still you left the people behind?" she shouted. A soldier reined her in. "And they would have given you all the credit for saving their miserable hides, the great compassionate princess who cares so much for her people?" He laughed, waving her suggestion aside. "No, darling sister. I saw no purpose in saving the rabble even after that miserable ex-lover of yours was proven true. They are beholden to you and our dear departed father, and think little of me. But that will soon change." Elora watched as the princess fought against her captor, and then went still. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at her brother. "What do you intend?" "Only to be the hero of my people and rebuild Lathah as my kingdom at last, as it always should have been." He stared off down the canyon. Be smart, and perhaps I will let you and your family live long enough to see my heroic climb to the throne of the people's hearts." Olin laughed and walked off. His boots stirred the gray water as he stomped along. The rest of the group pushed to keep pace by his men. No one said a word. Chapter 13. The roar clung to their heels. Arrin wound his way through the thick brush of the Deadlands with Gerald bounced mercilessly across his shoulder. The warrior grunted even in unconsciousness, but he still hung limp. Arrin guided Kale, who ran before him with shouts of direction to keep the boy on the same path. Kira stuck to the space between them. Arrin knew every time his voice rang out, it made it harder to lose the roar in the blackened forest, but he had no choice. It ground upon his sense of survival. The only comfort he drew from the pursuit was that the normally fearless creatures of the Deadlands seemed to want no part of the roar. What few beasts Arrin had seen in their flight had run for the shadows to be out of the way. Though Arrin lagged behind, Kira was close enough to the boy to defend him should anything find its courage. Arrin steered them south and east in hopes of slipping through the woods and into Ahreele at its border near Ahreele, but the thickness of the forest forced them to flee further south than he intended. Through the shadows, Arrin spied the glimmer of the river Vel snaking through the foliage a short distance before them. He called to Kale and Kira to slow. She stopped immediately. The boy did so with reluctance, his eyes wide as he turned to look at Arrin. Arrin joined them and passed Gerald to Kale, knowing with the aid of the Ora he could carry the burly man, and told them to hold a moment. Arrin slashed a length of green vine from a nearby tree and stepped back to Kale, pulling Gerald from his arms and setting the Ivir on the ground. "Spin about," he ordered, and Kale responded without question. Arrin wrapped the vine around Kale's waist and then lifted Gerald up behind him, the pair back to back. Kira held the warrior in place, Arrin's injured limb still too weak to do both. As fast as he could, the heavy stomps of roar thumping through the trees, he secured Gerald to Kale and pushed the boy toward the bubbling water. "Swim across and run straight south for 100 count. Hide and wait for me there. If you hear me scream, break cover and run for Ahreele with all haste." Kale hesitated and Kira stayed at his side. "Go!" Arrin screamed as loud as he could, sending the boy scampering into the water. Kale gasped as the scalding water enveloped him. He splashed a moment as he tried to adjust to the awkwardness of Gerald strapped to his back and the agony of the searing fluid, and then went on, the Ora giving him the strength. Kira dove in behind him and swam beside, helping Kale across. Arrin waited just an instant longer to make sure the roar still came, and then slid into the water. It felt like 1,000 pincers clinging to his flesh as he sunk into the river, but he willed the pain away. He drew a deep breath and dropped all but his eyes and the top of his head below the surface. Once he spied the two roar bursting through the trees and gauged the distance of the one closest, he dropped completely under and drew his sword. The weight of the murky water slowed him even with the Ora. He hoped he'd be strong enough to do what he must. Agony tore at him as he waited. The roar came straight at the river without slowing. Kira and Kale were nearly at the other side. The boy's frantic splashing was like a beacon. The two creatures dove into the water heedless of its boil. The first sunk into the depths too far for Arrin to reach, but the second had entered just beside him. Arrin drove his sword upward, using the momentum of the creature's dive to strengthen his arm. He thrust his blade at the roar. The weight of the roar sent waves rippling through the water, crashing into Arrin as he lashed out. He fought against it, but his blade shifted at the last instant. A muffled grating sound drifted to his ears as his sword sunk into the chest of the stone creature just below its neck. It spun with surprised speed against the pull of the water, and a stony fist crashed into Arrin's cheek. The force pushed him upward, and he broke the surface with a pained gasp. His left eye strained to focus, his face numb from the blow. The roar too heavy to stop its downward motion in time to reach him, Arrin ignored his injuries and swam for the far shore, thrashing about awkwardly with only one arm. He'd left his sword in the creature, but there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't leave Cale and Kira alone with the other roer that had reached the other side of the river. Glad the two had listened and run on, Arrin raced on as the first roer pulled itself onto the shore. Arrin crawled out a moment later, shouting to distract it. The second splashed in the water just a few yards back. As Arrin was about to run to find the boy, he heard Cale scream. His voice cut the air with its sharpened peal. Arrin spun to the woods to see the boy racing back toward him, Gerald still strapped to his back. Kira ran right behind. Worry etched her feline features, her ears flat against her head, her whiskers pulled back. Cale saw the roer at the shore and turned east, his ordinarily black face gray and sickly. "Run!" he shrieked as he darted into the trees. "Hull, behind us!" Kira added as she veered off after the boy. Arrin heard the snap of branches and felt the earth shake beneath his feet. The massive form of a hull burst from the trees a short distance away. It dripped with the glistening green ooze of pure magic, the stone-carved features of its face looming well over 2 horse lengths atop its shoulders turned its black stare toward Arrin. He was on Kira's heels an instant later. His sword still in the roer and Gerald's blades left back at the ambush site. The only weapon he had was his fist. There'd be no defeating either of their enemies with that. He caught up to Cale easily and realized the roer would do the same even if the hull could not. With Gerald strapped to the boy's back, he was slowed too much, but there was too little time to stop and pull him free. "Damn it," Arrin growled, his eyes looking to Kira. "I need to pull them away long enough for you to release Gerald. Find a safe spot and do it fast." Before she could agree, they burst into a clearing. Arrin felt the waft of magic prickle his skin. Only a few yards away stood one of the magical fonts so prevalent in the Deadlands, the source of the horrific creatures that plagued the dark forest. The earth around it was scarred and pitted, the dirt turned crystalline under the flow of pure magic that spilled from the rent in the earth. The font rose up only slightly from the ground, its sides black and charred. The air was full of the scent of fire and molten metal. Tendrils of green mist floated above the emerald gush of the font. From its depths rose yet another hull. The shadow of its mouth grinned malevolent as its massive fingers sunk into the earth and pulled itself free, crystal shards crunching in its grasp. Arrin snatched the sword from Kira's hand and pushed her and Cale south, doing his best to shield them from both directions. The hull climbed from the font, gushes of greenish goo spilling loose in its wake. The ground trembled as the other hull closed on, the two roer bursting into the clearing. Their expressionless faces seemed to mock Arrin as he shifted to meet their advance. He pressed his collar for more of its energy and dove at the roer as soon as they cleared the tree line. His borrowed sword held in close, Arrin dropped low and came up beneath the closest roer, the one with his sword embedded in its chest. He drove upward and shoved Kira's blade through the face of the creature. Sparks flew and blurred Arrin's vision as the sword sunk home inside its skull. He barely managed to free the blade before a kick from the other roer slammed into his wounded arm. Arrin cried out and rolled away. Bone ground against bone inside his upper arm. Lightning bolts of agony roared to life at every movement as he watched the roer close, the hull loose of the font and stomping toward him. Arrin got to his feet and spun away so he could face both of the creatures. The second hull was closing, judging by its booming footsteps, and Arrin knew his time had come. He only hoped he could hold the creatures long enough for Kira and Cale to get away. The roer leapt at him, and Arrin sidestepped it with a grunt, his teeth clenched against the pain that assailed him. The branches snapped at his back, and the ground rumbled at the arrival of the hull. There was no place left to run. He turned to face the charging roer, determined to slay it before the hull struck him down from behind. Arrin raised his sword and dropped into a crouch. A blur of silver and green launched itself from the trees and collided with the roer, a shadowed figure forming before his wavering vision. There was a flash of movement, and Arrin heard the crackle of shifting ice as the creature's arm stopped in mid-swing. The figure followed through with an overhand slash with a darkened blade, the sword cleaving the roer's arm from its shoulder. It spun to strike back, but the figure drove its other sword into its face. The roer dropped, crystalline frost enveloping its head. Arrin stood rooted in place as the figure sheathed one of its swords and stepped to him. A pale hand reached out and grasped his tunic. "Move!" the figure shouted. The voice was distinctly feminine despite its aggressive tone. He was yanked forward and sent tumbling into the trees. As he flew, he spied the massive fist of the hull crash into the ground where he'd just been. Arrin felt its impact as he landed. Arrin stared at the woman warrior as she faced down the hull. He had only an instant to recognize she was covered in aura before she slipped between the legs of the giant hull and drove her black blade up into its groin. It sunk to the hilt. The creature stiffened and tumbled forward, the earth jumping beneath Arrin as it crashed into the ground face first. The warrior wasted no time, spinning about and scrambling over its back. At its head, she thrust her swords into the back of its skull multiple times before looking to the second hull. She leapt from the fallen creature's back and flew through the air toward the closing monstrosity. It raised its arms to stop her, but was too slow. She sailed between its stony fingers and shoved the point of her blue sword into the shadows of its eye. It reared back and stumbled as she used the leverage of her blade to direct her momentum and spin around to land on its shoulders. She snarled, and Arrin saw the tip of her blackened blade burst from the face of the hull. It collapsed without another sound. Arrin struggled to his feet as the woman retrieved her swords from the stony corpse. "Thank you," he told her, before turning to follow after Cale and Kira. "Your friends are fine," she said, stopping Arrin with her words. As if they'd heard her and rushed to prove her true, Gerald stormed into the clearing, his face carved with lines of fury. His gaze settled on the scene before him and relief swept the anger from his features. His wounds were already healing. Kira and Cale arrived behind him, both mirroring the Evir's surprise and relief. The boy still held the golden rod in his hands. He darted to Arrin's side to set the relic against the flesh of his wounded arm. Its magic went to work almost instantly, warmth and relief flooding his veins. Kira ran to Arrin and embraced him. He grunted at her enthusiasm and handed her sword over. "I thought you lost," she told him. "As did I." "We stumbled into another hull, and she killed it before it could reach us," Cale said. He looked to the warrior woman. "Thank you again for that." The woman nodded. Steel-gray eyes peered from her scarred face. She sheathed her swords and pointed to the north. "We need to hurry. There is little time." "Time?" he asked as he went and retrieved his own sword from the body of the Ruhr. "There are an army of these creatures roaming the forest." Despite the pleasant surges of magic that flowed over him, Arrin's shoulders slumped. "An army?" Cale asked as he stuffed the relic into its pouch. He looked to the dead Ruhr and shook his head. Defeat marred his features. "I was traveling north for home and came across hundreds of the larger creatures massed in a clearing. Hundreds more of their kind crawled from the earth as I watched." She gestured to the font. "I managed to slip past them, but there were more of them filling the woods. Thousands, easily." "Thousands of the hull?" Kira's ears sank back against her skull. The woman nodded in answer. "Thank you for the information." Arrin paused for a name. "Braylin," she answered. "There are many of the smaller stone creatures lurking about as well. The mass of them seem to be traveling in a southeasterly direction, but they appear to be leaving many behind to guard their flanks." Gerald's eyes went wide as he scanned the trees in the direction she mentioned. "They march on Yvel." He reached for his swords, growling as he realized he no longer had them. "We must go to my people." Gerald started off. "Wait," Arrin told him, moving to block his path. Gerald shifted to step past, but Arrin set his hand on the warrior's chest. "The hull are slow, and we can likely beat them to your land, if that is where they are headed. But we must not rush off like fools. We have but 2 swords between us." Gerald drew in a deep breath. He stared at Arrin a moment and let loose a tired sigh. "What would you have us do?" His feet shifted in the dirt. Kira came alongside him and laid a hand on the Evir's pale shoulder. Arrin glanced at the ground, which seemed to vibrate beneath his feet. He looked off into the trees a moment before turning back to Gerald. "There are far too many to fight, even for your kind. We must gather your people and push east into A'utori. The Sha'ree promised to provide us with aura. The Ivir can be our army to drive these creatures from your land." Gerald nodded without hesitation. My people would be honored. The tremors in the earth grew steadily as they talked, drawing their eyes to the north. The hull grew closer. Arrin turned to Braylon. You said you traveled north for home? He pointed toward the approaching army of stone, saying nothing of his confusion at Braylon's words. There was no time to challenge her sense of direction. What would you do now? She shrugged. My choices, it would appear, are becoming limited. Will you come with us? It seems, perhaps, that is my destiny here in this strange land. She sighed. I crossed paths with another traveler, and he too was building an army to challenge a force of beasts he said was armed with these things you call Ora. She gestured to the ones she wore. He asked for my help in exchange for his assistance in returning me to my homeland. Would you honor that pact as well? What did this traveler look like? Arrin asked hurriedly, ignoring her question. He appeared strange. His flesh was pale green, with great pink eyes. Did he offer his name? Was it Uthul? She nodded. That was the name he gave. Of the Sha'ree, he said. Arrin closed his eyes a moment and raised them to Kira with a quiet exhalation. She smiled. He lives. There is yet hope. He turned back to Braylon, doing his best to ignore the trembling earth beneath his feet. We would most certainly honor his bargain with you. To the best of our ability, it is to his homeland that we travel to enlist the aid of his people. Will they help us free my uncle? Kale asked. And Zali? Arrin nodded. I suspect Uthul would unearth all of Ahreele in search of his daughter. He went over and set a comforting hand on Kale's arm. We will rescue Domor. The Ruhr would not have taken him had they intended to kill him. The rumble in the earth grew more insistent, setting their boots to dance. However, we must go. He looked to Gerald. Lead the way. Gerald ran off without a word. The others followed. Arrin could hear the thunderous travel of the hull at their back and wondered at their chances in the journey ahead. If Uthul was still alive, if he'd survived the crush of empowered Grol, then there was still a chance they might win out. But Uthul had known nothing about the hull and Ruhr, or at the very least had said nothing of their role in the battles to come. It was clearly no longer just the Grol that threatened Ahreele. Whatever had stirred the wolf and beasts from their hole had also drawn the great stone races into the conflict. He knew nothing of what they stood to gain, and it frightened him. As they ran toward Yvel, he worried for those left behind, for Domor and Zali, and for Malia and her family at Ahreele. The enemies grew thicker by the hour and seemed determined to overrun Ahreele. Would what the Sha'ree offered be enough to win out? That was the thought that nagged at him as the droning thump of the whole army sounded at their backs. Chapter 14. Domor's eyes fluttered open. The pain set in immediately. He gasped and went to raise his hands to his head and found they were bound behind his back. Panic took hold, and he reached for the power of the Ora, but he could not feel its energy. He twisted in an attempt to look behind him, but he could see nothing in the darkness. His skull throbbed with the movement as he dropped back to the floor, a warm breeze fluttering against his cheeks. He blinked away the flickering dots that blurred his vision and tried to pierce the gloom that settled around him. The flash of a torch burned the darkness away and forced his eyes closed again to protect against its sudden radiance. After a moment, he eased his eyelids open and peered through the cracks. The dark gray of a hewn stone wall filled his sight. He lay on his side, his head aimed into the corner. The fetid breeze that warmed his cheeks was his own breath reflected back at him by the wall. Domor rolled away from it and looked for the light. He spied a torch set in a bronze sconce high on the wall above. He let his eyes adjust a moment to the sputtering light and looked about once. He could see clearly. He lay in a small room no more than a horse length in either direction. The stone roof loomed over his head. Ignoring the throb of his skull, he pulled his knees beneath him and sat up. He saw Zali laying just a few feet away behind him. Her large eyes were closed, her cheeks swollen and black. Her lipless mouth hung open, and dark blood was crusted in a line down her chin. She was naked, all of her clothes stripped from her to reveal the beating she'd taken at the hands of the Ruhr. Domor's first instinct was to look away, guilt weighing down on him. But the strange lack of sexuality to Zali's form held his eyes. Though female, she looked nothing like the woman he had seen. Zali's breasts were small, round bumps with only the tiniest of points to mar the smooth flesh. They were nothing more than little hills upon her torso, in no way resembling the great swaying orbs that hung from the chests of the Iviri women. Domor's gaze drifted down to her prone form to see her sex was also smooth and hairless, though closer in design to those he'd seen in the bathing Iviri women. The rumble of stone upon stone drew Domor's eyes from Zali and to the wall. It split where no seam had been before, a sliver of light filling the growing crack. A large part of the wall ahead peeled away as a door might swing, the ground vibrating beneath him as it did. The light of the doorway was blocked by a woman who stood only slightly less broad than the entrance. She wore a thick leather tunic that offset the extreme paleness of her skin. Her face was square-jawed and thick, a reddish scar beneath one of her milky pink eyes. The woman's white hair was pulled back tight, strengthening the severity of her features. She came into the room with a slow, easy gait, muscles rippling beneath her tunic. A long leather apron hung to obscure most of her form, save for its massive width. "You are awake," she stated, not a question. Her voice was the sound of stones tumbling from a mountainside. Domor said nothing. He stared at the woman and cast furtive glances at the open doorway. He wanted nothing more than to flee. She came to stand in front of him, sparing him little more than a glance before pulling up Zali's limp form. She wrapped a slim metal chain around the Sha'ree's wrists and attached it to a protruding stone hook that Domor had not seen. The woman then did the same to Zali's legs, stretching her out to shackle her in a half-lying, half-sitting position that even Domor could see gave her no leverage to move. "Excellent work, Forger Ilrain," a smooth voice called out from the doorway. Domor's gaze sought it out. His stomach clenched when he saw who spoke. There at the door was another of the Sha'ree. Much like Zali, she stood of average height, the doorway framing her lithe form. Dressed in a brilliant purple tunic and matching pants with a silver cloak hung from her shoulders, it was the Ora that drew Domor's attention. She wore a full complement of the relics. Their bright shapes hung around her neck, her breasts, biceps, wrists, waist, and ankles. Her aura shimmered in the emerald glow they gave off. The big woman blocked Domor's view of the Sha'ree a moment as she gave a stiff bow. "I will wait outside until you have need of me." Her voice rumbled through the room as she made her way outside. The massive door swung closed, leaving Domor and the unconscious Zali inside the room alone with the new Sha'ree. She came to stand before them. She ignored Domor and knelt down beside Zali. Her pale green hand reached out and caressed Zali's cheek, the aura at her wrist flickering brighter. "Wake, my sister, wake." Zali stiffened and started into consciousness. Her eyes flew wide as she pulled against the unexpected restraints, confusion lining her face. As she saw the other Sha'ree, her eyes dipped narrow and the curve of her lips wavered. "Sultay?" She stared a moment in obvious uncertainty. "I thought you dead." Sultay grinned. "No doubt you did, but no, I live yet. Better still, I thrive." Zali's eyes narrowed further as she looked from the woman to the chains that held her. "Why am I restrained?" Her arms stiffened as she tested her bonds. "It is so you might understand how I felt when I was forced to leave my land, my people, my life, to be herded to the farthest reaches of our realm so that my death would not scar the precious spirits of the survivors. Like me, you are being given no choice. But I—" "No!" Sultay screamed, slapping Zali across her face. Bloody spittle flew and spattered across Domor's chest. "You did nothing! You watched as I was pulled from my home and marched away to die amongst the sick. Free of the plague, you kept your distance as we suffered for the good of the lucky few. None of you even tried to cure the sickness, too afraid it might infect you. That's not true, Zali argued. We searched and only just found the cause of the plague. Sultay shook her head. Come on, little sister, do you expect me to believe your lies? It has been many, many moons since I was sent away, and yet here you are, hale and whole. Had you only just found the cause, as you say, you would have been long dead. The sickness is virulent, aggressive. It shows no mercy to those infected. No, Sultay, it was worse in some, those who chose to use the Aura more, those who abused the gifts of Re more often than others. Not all who became sick suffered as horribly. Sultay broke out in laughter, her voice echoing in the room and casting shadows of the sound. You blame Re? The Sha'ree stood and stepped away, setting her hand on the wall. Forgive her for her foolishness, my goddess. She is but a child. Sultay looked back to Zali. The plague's source is not the holy blood of our goddess, but in the metals used to harness its power. She ran her hand over the bright collar at her throat. Only the purest of platinum can host the power of Re and not become corrupt, like the Aura your father wore, and you as well. She leered at Zali. You say it as though it were so simple to determine. Both my father and I became sick despite the platinum of our Aura. No one escaped its touch. The plague passed on through our bonds as a people, regardless of the metal it was bound to, Zali told her, her tone sharp. It was simple luck that led us to discard the Aura and escape the seep of pure magic that poisoned us. She motioned to Sultay's Aura with her chin. This is the first I have heard that platinum contains magic better than the other metals. Still, you continue to lie. Do you expect me to believe it was a coincidence the first-generation Sha'ree and their followers wore platinum Aura or went without? That those among us who railed against the decision to remain hidden in A'uto-Re were taught to forge Aura of steel and bronze? You disregard the fact in your zeal to cast blame, sister. Zali hissed the last. The platinum they wear was a gift from Re, the rarest of metals only to be found at the behest of the goddess. That which they used was pushed from the earth at the time of their birth and passed down the line from parent to child. We wear it in tribute to Re. Had you listened to your mentors, you might well have heard the truth long ago. If that were true, why then do the Hesperans hoard caverns of the sacred metal? Does Re value them more than the Sha'ree? Domor watched Zali's face reflect her uncertainty. She stared at Sultay without answering. It is because we have been lied to, Sultay went on, her tone mocking. Re did not give us the secrets of the Aura so we might skulk in the corners of the realm and wither. She gave them to us so we could rid her of the vermin that sprung up from the agony of her great awakening. She foresaw the sickness which would spread across her flesh, and she provided the means for her chosen people to exterminate it. But we ignored her. We did nothing. She leaned down to be face to face with Zali. The goddess sent the plague so we would suffer for our failure, so that we could feel some small measure of the torment our ignorance has caused her. Sultay jabbed a pointed finger into Zali's naked chest. Your father and those like him are the reason the goddess drifts away from us. She slumbers in her disappointment. Her own children have brought her low. Zali met Sultay's gaze without wavering, but Domor saw her hands trembling against the restraints. The words Sultay spoke seemed to bother her. Her eyes drifted to the aura that shimmered at Sultay's chest. I believe you speak false, she said after a long pause. It no longer matters what you believe, Sultay answered. Forces have been set in motion to right what has been allowed to become so wrong. Zali's eyes widened. You led the Grol to the Aura? A chill prickled Domor's nape at the revelation. Sultay smiled. The Grol are only the beginning. Soon the rest of the beasts will turn and go to war. chaos will reign, and they will do what the Sha'ree should have done long ago. When they are weakened, their violence and numbers spent, I will raise what is left and free the goddess of the pestilence that so wearies her. I will repopulate the Sha'ree race and ensure we never again lose sight of that which is most important. Our goddess. Domor shifted against the cold, uncomfortable stone of the floor. Sulte looked to him as though she had forgotten he was there. Her smile gave him no comfort. "Ilrain," she called out. The door to the room swung open before the echoes of her voice faded. The massive woman trundled inside. "Take the Velen to the forge and secure him there. I have questions to ask of Zali, and I would not be disturbed." The Hesperin pulled Domor to his feet, loosing his restraints, and marched him from the room. He cast a quick glance back at Zali and mouthed an apology, though he knew there was nothing he could do. She nodded, as if she understood, and said farewell with her eyes. The door slammed shut as he was dragged down the stone corridor. He heard Zali's screams ring out. Terror welled inside. Chapter 15. Grol paced behind the lines of his army. The blood pack stood in ranks nearby. The armored palanquin, which stored the majority of their stolen ora, rested inside their protective circle. They waited for the warlord's orders as he wore a path in the grass. He stared off at the jungle, its lush greenery silent except for the rustle of leaves and the slight breeze. He'd come so far, accomplished so much, but he could not shake the flutter of nervousness that soured his stomach. The Lathans had been a force to reckon with, but they'd always had their walls to hide behind. It's what made them strong. But the Pathra had never needed walls. They came at their enemies from the trees, from all directions, javelins and swords taking their toll before the cats returned to cover to start the process all over. They were fast and merciless, and worse still, they were fearless. There was also the issue of the magic-wielding Lathan and his Sha'ree accomplice. If they were in Ahreele, as he suspected, their knowledge and power might well turn the tide against Grol. He knew he couldn't just walk into Ahreele and claim victory with such enemies against him, at least not easily. He also couldn't burn them out. The tumult had brought the rains and further moistened the trees and soil. He was certain he could set a few blazes thanks to the magical fire of the staves, but he was far from confident he could wreak the necessary havoc to break the Pathrans' will. With the Rur and Ivir against their back, Grol felt he could count on the Pathran warriors to hold strong to keep from being pushed from their land. Both sides knew where the Pathra's best hope lay. "Should we begin the attack?" Morgren asked, coming to stand at his side. "The soldiers grow impatient." Grol turned to look at the general, his teeth bared. "Let them wait a while, but have the blood pack prepare the staves." He pointed to the silent jungle. "The cats wait for us, ready to pounce. We could spend the whole of our forces in the trees and still not come close to defeating the Pathra. There is too much land, too many places for the meat to hide and spring traps." He shook his head. "No, we will grind them down, set fire to their homes, and whittle at their numbers until I'm certain we can press the advantage without risking our relics." Morgren nodded and called out to the pack. "Ready the staves for battle!" The blood pack raced to obey, opening the locked palanquin and pulling forth the mystical relics that would rain death upon their enemy. After just a moment, a handful of Grol warriors stood to the side of their warlord, the golden staves out and ready. Grol ignored them. He stared off at the rustling branches and clenched his teeth. Every enemy he faced down was yet another challenge to his superiority over the pack. He could afford no failures, and yet he saw the possibility of such lurking in the jungle ahead. His was not an enemy he could overcome with superior numbers, nor could he force the Pathrans and their allies to emerge and be confident of victory. He was under no illusion the pack were better warriors than the cats, Time and time again, the Pathra had proven their ferocity and skill on the field of battle, and far too often it had been the Grol left dead or sent scampering home. The empowered Lathah and Sha'ree had shown the same fortitude. For Grol, Ahreele was a greater test of his command than Lathah, if perhaps a less spirited one. He turned to look at his blood pack. They stirred and shifted in place, eager to be about their work. He nodded his approval. "Spread your fire about and scatter the enemy the best you can. We will own the jungle before nightfall on the morrow." He added the last to stir their blood, tasting the lie of it. Grol followed the first volley of mystical fireballs that roared into the sky and plummeted atop the jungle trees. He could only hope to clear the closest portion of the jungle and send his troops in before a 7-day was out. He turned away from the blood pack and drifted toward the rear guard. He had time to inspect his forces as he contemplated his plans. As he walked, Morgren left behind to keep an eye on the relics. A soldier ran to catch up. "A messenger comes!" Grol grinned in his surprise. "A Pathran messenger so soon?" "No, warlord, a Lathah," the soldier corrected. Grol spun on the warrior. "A Lathah? Bring him to me." His heart sped its pace. The soldier darted off, and the warlord watched him go, curiosity setting his mind adrift. Had the magic-wielding Lathah given himself up? He had escaped capture thanks to the interference of the Sha'ree, but still his homeland lay in ruins for his defiance. Did he hope to avoid such a fate for Ahreele? Perhaps his weak conscience has spoken at last. Grol paced as he waited for the messenger to be delivered before him. He willed the relics to life and grinned as they lit his blood afire. He wanted nothing more than to rip the answers to his questions from the throat of the Lathah who had made a fool of his forces. At last, the warrior returned, bearing with him a Lathah soldier. He was not the magic wielder. Grol growled as they approached, slowing the meat's pace. "Who are you and what do you want? Tell me quickly before I devour your legs and leave you to crawl back to your pathetic master." The soldier swallowed and bowed his head. "I come with a message from King Olin of the Lathah people." Grol sneered and loosed a barking laugh. "The Lathah people are meat and nothing more. Your king grovels from a position of weakness." He turned to the Grol soldier. "Feed him to the blood pack." "Wait!" the Lathah cried out. "My king is willing to give you the Lathah you seek. That is his message to you." The warlord raised a hand to belay his order. "This Olin, he has the other Lathah? Is he in Ahreele?" The soldier shook his head. "No, but he knows his course and has the means to bring him to heal his family." Grol turned his back on the messenger as the words settled in. With the secret of the relics, he could assure his position amongst the pack. None of the others would dare challenge him. He might even have the power to usurp the bitch and free himself from her shackles. He grinned at last. "And what does your precious king want in return for this generous offer?" Grol turned to meet the soldier's eyes. "He asks for the release of his people." General Morgren came up behind the messenger, his red eyes wide as he looked to his warlord with impatience. Grol raised a finger to him and looked back to the messenger. "Then we are agreed. I will free the people of Lathah in exchange for the location of the magic wielder and the bait to draw him out." The general glared. "But be certain, Lathah, should your king attempt to deceive me, there will be no place in all of Ahreele that he can hide from my wrath. I will not simply defeat him and his people. I will hang their rotting corpses all across the realm as a reminder of his deceit." "Understood." The soldier bowed. "My king asks that his people be freed before he fulfills his end of the bargain." Grol growled at the demand. "What do I get to show faith in your king?" "The man you seek, Ahreele, travels to Ahreele." The words stole Vorl's breath. He glared at the messenger as Morgren came to stand beside him. "King Olin will provide you with the exact path he travels, as well as the man's family, once he has proof of his people's release." He met the warlord's gaze. I must return to tell the king of your agreement. He has eyes on Lathah that will inform him when you have committed to your side of the bargain, and he will send me with the information you seek and Ahreele's wife and children at that time." The warlord chuckled. "Tell your king he has my word. I will send a runner immediately to free your people." He waved the messenger away. "Hurry and pass the message to your lord. I would have this bargain concluded." The soldier bowed once more and headed off, a Grol soldier guiding him through the lines. "Is this wise?" Morgren asked after the messenger had gone. "It matters not. Freed, the people of Lathah are little more than rabbits to be hunted down at our leisure. Their king cannot hope to arm them all and have them march on us from behind, and there are no places of sanctuary between Lathah and Ahreele." He gave the general a toothy smile. "Their freedom is an illusion to salve the king's ego, and we still have the meat of fen to feed our army as we conquer Ahreele. And if this king betrays you, then nothing changes. His city is in ruin and cannot be rebuilt or defended against us, and he has nowhere to go where they might be safe. He gains nothing if he deceives us." Morgren said nothing. Grol ignored Morgren's silence and the implied disagreement. "Send our fastest runners to Lathah and have the meat freed. Tell them to remain close and keep an eye on our upstart king when he should appear. I would know where they go so we might reclaim the meat before it travels too far." He set a clawed hand on the general's shoulder. "Have faith, Morgren. The battle is ours to win." Magical fire screeched overhead, and Grol watched the fiery assault upon the jungle. His earlier frustrations were gone, wiped away in the wake of the Lathah messenger. The magic wielder was not in Ahreele to frustrate matters, and there was no doubt the Sha'ree traveled with him. It was only the cats to be dealt with ahead. Grol smiled at his fortune. There was still a chance to bring the magic wielder to his knees and secure Grol's position at the head of the pack for all time. He could ask for nothing greater. Chapter 16. The Grol messenger's guts spilled both figuratively and literally. Commander Farah rode his legion hard to the north of Nurin. If there was any doubt of the messenger's words, that the Corm had joined forces with the Grol, the ruined and charred village of Nural was somber proof the damage had spread far beyond what Farah could have imagined. The Corm had chosen the side they felt most likely to win the war, and it seemed they might well be right. Farah stood upon a hillock, looking toward the border of Ahreele. The Corm were gathered in strength there. They had yet to brave the jungle and push forward, but clouds of black smoke rose up well into the horizon, showing the battle had already been joined further down the line. General Wolverine brought his stallion to rein beside the commander. "Fenna here was unexpected, but Lathah? I still can't believe it possible," Farah answered, shaking his head. "We've runners out to confirm." Farah pointed a claw toward the wafts of smoke that filled the air over the jungle. "We don't need them to. The dog told the truth before he died. Lathah is gone and the Grol assail the Pathran homeland." He stared down at the milling force that obviously held back. "Our scouts waylaying messengers has kept the Corm in the dark, but it won't be long before they see the smoke drift and realize it is time to advance." Wolverine snarled and sank a little lower in his saddle. He glanced at the commander. "I estimate 6,000, perhaps more. Are you looking to take a toll of them?" Farah smiled. "Have we ridden all this way for nothing, General?" He gestured to the jungle. "While we have no formal agreements with the Pathra, I can't imagine they would look poorly upon us for helping to ease the pressure on their flank while the Grol pressed the other." His smile widened. "If we break the Corm packs, perhaps the Pathrans will reward us with passage through their land so we might ride out of the trees and surprise the Grol." A touch of the commander's smile shifted to Wolverine. "The plan, then?" "We need nothing so complicated as a plan, General. The foolish Corm haven't even bothered to set out a rear guard." He turned and raised his arm to the cavalry massed behind him, his voice raised. "Ride hard into their lines and split them, but stay clear of the front. I've no doubt the Pathra will join the fight shortly. I want to give them no cause to mistake our intentions." Farah turned back to Wulfrun. "Raise the flags." The commander drew his broadsword and spurred his horse forward. He heard Wulfrun sound the charge behind him, and then the general's voice was drowned in the rumble of hooves. The hill sped his pace as he raced ahead, eager to draw blood after so long following the trail of battle just out of reach. He grinned as he watched the Corm army growing nearer, the fools having not yet noticed the force closing on their rear flank. Closer and closer he came, his men at his back. At last he heard a muffled shot over the thunder of horses, and the Corm army began to react. It was too late to repel the charge. The Corm warriors were piled thick along the jungle border to keep the cat people inside, so the rear ranks were little more than a mass of untrained cavalry, a couple dozen archers, and the inexperienced young and nearly crippled old. The flight of arrows cast shadows over Farah's approaching legion, but there were so few in the air as to be ineffective. The commander didn't even hear the clatter of shafts as he rode into the first line of defenders. The crunch of bones beneath his war horse's hooves was drowned by the screams of men dying. The moist thump of Corm flesh meeting horse flank sounded all around him as he drove 30 feet into the enemy mass. He had yet to put his sword to use. Like at the Grol village he'd ridden into at Gertol, this was not combat, it was butchery. The young warriors broke ranks and scattered only to be cut down without effort. Farah kicked a Corm in the face as he rode past, sending the warrior tumbling into his own men. He was trampled in the chaos of stomping boots. The commander's men swirled around him, the cavalry splitting off into 3 groups. The center, at nearly 300 Tolan warriors, pushed forward slowly, forcing the enemy outward as they dug in. To each side of the main force was a slightly larger group that kept their horses charging in a circular pattern, keeping the momentum going and chewing up the flanks that attempted to skirt the central force. The Tolan legion ground away at the Corm, who struggled to organize. Farah sat alongside his spearmen and cleaved away at any creature that came close, which didn't have fur and pointed ears. Vile blood splattered his cheek and he wiped it away as he urged his men onward. The Corm leaders hesitated to draw soldiers from their front lines and felt the consequences of it almost immediately. Wulfrun pressed alongside the commander, a sinister grin on his snout. Over and over he speared the luckless warriors pressed into the gauntlet between the circling cavalries and the point in the center. The screams of men shrieked above the horses, and Farah let out a throaty roar in reply. His warriors took up the call and howled as they clashed with the enemy. The Corm morale had already begun to splinter. Farah glanced out over the battle to see the Pathra had joined the fight as he had hoped. Wooden javelins flew from a sea of furred warriors. Distracted by the ambush at the rear, the Corm failed to meet the volley and hundreds of furless soldiers sunk to the earth with wooden shafts protruding from their flesh. Another wave of missiles followed, and the Corm ranks began to collapse under the assault. The commander laughed. The advancing Pathran warriors were spread across the field, but their numbers couldn't have been more than 1,000. The Corm were too frightened to notice they still held numerical superiority by an easy 5,000 men. "Cowards!" Farah shouted at them as he leapt from his mount. His forces had kept the brunt of the enemy from his steel, and he wanted to fight. He gave the signal for his men to split ranks and engage in close. They savored a battle as much as he did. Pressed between the 2 spearheads, the Corm broke. There was no longer a pretense of tactics to their efforts. Their ranks scattered and turned from the jungle only to meet their death under a sharp hail of javelins. The Corm cavalry had met the first wave of Tolan and had been routed. Those left with horses kicked them ruthlessly to flee the field. Farah wasted no time chasing them down. He strode between the muddle of confused Corm and put his blade to work. An older soldier dressed in battered leather armor singled him out and charged. The soldier fell away after attempting just one slash. His blade parried and the point of Farah's broadsword driven into his lungs. The commander cleared his sword with a kick to the Corm's chest, sending the dead man tumbling into a pile of companions. Farah sighed as 2 more soldiers fell beneath his steel, the field clearing before him as clouds after a summer rain. The Corm resistance was pathetic. He glanced across the battle once more to see the Pathra keeping their distance but still spearing the Corm as they fled. Javelins rained down on retreating backs. Farah's men continued to skirt the flanks and trample those who strayed too close to the lines. Farah growled his disappointment as he saw masses of the Corm fleeing in the direction of the Deadlands, too far along the line of his men to be contained. Wulfrun rode up a moment later, pointing them out to the commander. "Let them go and rein in the troops. The Grol won't be near as easy to rout." Wulfrun acknowledged the order and rode off, his voice carrying it across the ranks. He turned back to the front to see the Pathran warriors pulling back to the covering jungle. They'd fought smart, risking little to repel the enemy at their border. Farah slipped from his mount. He cleaned his sword on the corpse that lay mangled nearby and sheathed it. He called out to his standard-bearer and strode toward the jungle. Farah would need to talk to the Pathra and see what terms they could come to. The Corm had only been a taste of the fighting to come. He wanted the whole feast. Chapter 17. The thunderous rumble of the hull only grew louder as Arrin followed Gerald to his homeland of Yvel. It seemed to fade at their backs only to well up before them. Arrin knew what that meant. He ran alongside the Iviri warrior and saw the man's clenched teeth and the throb of his temples pulsing. Gerald knew too. The enemy lay ahead as well as behind. They were running into the middle of them. To Gerald's credit, he had steered them clear of the fonts that sprung up in the Deadlands near his home. They had come across no hull in their journey, but Arrin began to think it was more because the creatures had reached their destination rather than due to any action on their part. As they drew closer to Yvel, his belief was validated. The guardian bramble walls set to mark the Iviri land were mostly in shambles, crushed and scattered across the open fields beyond. There was no blood or flesh clinging to the sharpened vines, nothing to show they had been any use at all. The Ivir hadn't defended the line. Gerald darted over the ruins, Kira at his heels. Arrin was glad he had returned her sword, but he felt they were ill-equipped to battle an army of Hull. The strange warrior woman ran alongside him, keeping pace with obvious ease. Her aura shimmered with gentle light. He could tell by looking at the array of relics she wore she would be a fierce fighter, but even with her along he did not like their chances. Arrin glanced back at Kale and saw the worry straining his face. He caught Arrin looking at him and forced a smile, but there was no truth to its sallow flicker. Arrin heard Gerald cry out and looked to see what had distressed the warrior. It was apparent immediately. The shattered remnants of a small village filled his vision. Wooden huts had been crushed beneath the stomping feet of the hull, their walls and thatched roofs scattered in splintered pieces across the ground. Clothes and personal effects littered the ruins. Everything that had once stood in the village had been trampled and torn down as though by a rampaging herd of great beasts. The truth was quite similar. Gerald fluttered about the wreckage, lifting pieces of wood and casting them aside with growing fury. He snarled and cursed, finally grunting in approval at finding what he was looking for amidst the detritus. Flickers of steel reflected the sunlight as he pulled several swords loose of the clutter. He examined them quickly and settled on 2. "Where is everyone?" Kale asked. His question sounded quiet against the distant thunder. "My people have gone to defend the Velen," Gerald answered, having started to run once more before the words had left his mouth. The group ran on behind him. The truth of his statement became apparent a short while later. A village rose up in the distance, clouds of dust swirling into the air around it. The clash of steel and stone rang out. The sound set Arrin's heart racing. A wall of hull encircled the village, their massive forms pawing at the swirl of pale bodies before them. Much to Arrin's surprise, the hull line seemed to be stuck in place. The Iviri warriors were holding. As they drew closer, he realized why. A large ditch, perhaps 15 feet across, had been dug before the approaching army, its depths appearing to encircle the village. Brown earth lay in scattered piles about the huts behind as Ahreele fighters held the line with hewn tree trunks. The hull pressed forward and tumbled into the ditch. Those that managed to remain on their feet pressed to the edge of the ditch and tried to climb out. Ahreele warriors shoved them back inside with the trunks while others rained down blows with their swords. For all the brilliance of the defense, Arrin knew it was only a matter of time until the hull filled the ditch to overflowing with their bodies and then advanced again. There were simply too many of them. "They can't hold forever," he said, calling the group to a halt a short distance behind the hull ranks. "There are too many on this side for us to defeat," Braylon added. Gerald growled as though he disagreed, but he held his impatience. Arrin nodded to her. "We need to clear a hole so we can get across, but we can't get caught up in fighting them." He looked to Gerald as he said the last, raising an eyebrow. He looked to Cale after. "When we open a space, you run through and get to the other side. We'll be right behind you." The boy nodded without expression. Arrin looked back to the hull and surveyed their lines. He found what he was looking for. "Follow me." He started off, angling toward an area that appeared to have less of the creatures clustered about the edge of the ditch. He ran full speed at the backs of the hull and flung himself into the air. His sword in the lead, he landed on the back of the closest creature and drove his blade into its neck, kicking his feet out with all his might. The hull tumbled forward from the collision, smashing into its companions before him. The impact scattered a number of them, casting several into the ditch. Gerald screamed something Arrin didn't understand as he followed behind to do the same maneuver. More stone beasts crashed into the line and were knocked about. The Ahreele warriors tightened their ranks across the ditch and put their tree trunks to work pinning down the hull that had fallen into the trench, helping to clear the way. Kira ran behind the men and struck at the hull that had been knocked over. Her sword flickered silver and thrust over and over into the skulls of the hull, stilling them where they struggled to rise. Arrin watched as Braylon dismantled a row of the creatures that turned and tried to fill the gap. She darted in at their flanks and let her sword loose. Shards of ice glistened as they formed on the stone hides, Braylon's blackened sword cleaving through the frozen exterior to send stone and frost flying. The advancing hull slowed as she carved her way through their ranks. Massive arms and legs were severed, piling up around her as the blur of her form danced and lashed out. But despite her skill, the hull still closed on her. Arrin waved to Cale and the boy charged without hesitation. He stepped on the backs of fallen hull and jumped at the edge of the trench. He flew over it easily, the warriors on the other side making way and grabbing him when he landed to keep him steady. Arrin spun to Kira. "You next!" She didn't bother to argue. With feline grace, she jumped from where she stood and landed on the far side. Arrin waved Gerald over next. The warrior slammed his swords into the head of a struggling hull, and then leapt onto the shoulders of another inside the ditch and sprung across. His fellow warriors knocked the creature down right after he crossed. Arrin turned to Braylon. She waggled a finger at him, and he gave in without argument. He was on the other side a moment later, Braylon right behind him. They moved away from the ditch so the fighters could continue their work of repelling the hull. Another Ahreele warrior ran to greet them. "Hail, brother!" Gerald embraced the other quickly. "Good to see you, Hardin." He glanced about. "The Velen?" "They're gathered in the hall." "Why have they not fled to Ahreele?" Hardin shook his head. "The hull press us from all sides. The Sha'ree land is where they have mustered the greatest of their numbers." Arrin glanced back at the line they had just crossed and marveled at how many of the creatures loomed just beyond the ditch. If this were but a small portion of the Hull army, there was little hope they could break through to the Sha'ree. "They hold Ahreele?" "They do," Hardin answered, doing nothing to hide his surprise. "There are thousands of them gathered there and blocking the border as far as we can see." Gerald's shoulders slumped as he heard the news. "If Ahreele is inaccessible, where do we go?" Kira asked. Arrin shrugged as he let his gaze roam the village edge, sickened by the number of hull that surrounded them. "We caught them off guard, and only took down maybe 10 of their number." He motioned toward the enemy. "We stand no chance against such a force." Braylon nodded her agreement. "What of the Ora?" Cale asked. If we cannot reach the Sha'ree, we have no Aura to challenge the Grol." All eyes turned to look at the boy. Arrin growled. "He's right. Damn the hull." Arrin stomped and cursed the stone creatures. "Not true," Braylon said, drawing their attention. "I don't believe your Sha'ree companion Uthul intended you to gather the Aura from his homeland." Arrin spun to face Braylon and urged her to continue. She motioned to the Aura she wore. "These were found in a mausoleum deep in the desert south of here." "The funeral sands?" Gerald drew in a deep breath and shook his head. "There's nothing but death there." "There is that, but there is also enough Aura to field an army," she answered. "Uthul spoke of it when we crossed paths, and I have seen it with my own eyes." A cry erupted near the ditch. There was a sudden gap in the line of the Iviri forces as a hull crested the ditch. It swung its arms into the ranks and swept a number of the warriors into the trench. Their screams rang against Arrin's ears, the crunch of violent death following after until the screams dropped away. Warriors pressed forward and sent the hull tumbling back into the hole to repair the line. "We cannot hold them much longer," Hardin said with rigid certainty in his tone. "Will you lead us through the desert, Braylon?" Arrin asked her. "You don't know what you ask. You will lose many on the journey." She stared off to the south as though seeing the funeral sands in her mind's eye. Her hand caressed the Aura that crossed her chest. "We will lose all if we remain here," Arrin countered. She turned her eyes to him after a quiet moment. "Then if that is what I must do to earn my way home, so be it." "How do you propose we get there?" Kira's wild purple eyes gave emphasis to her question. "If Ahreele is blockaded, then we drive south through Tolan. If they are under siege by the hull, they will not notice us. If not, they no doubt know of the battles going on and will gladly offer us passage as we intend to take the fight to the Grol." Gerald sighed and turned to Hardin. "Gather the Velen and bring them here." He pointed off to the battle. "This is as good a place to cross as any." "You would have us abandon Vel?" the Ivir asked. "If we stay, we die, as do the Velen in our care. That suits no purpose save our enemies. We have need of an army to fight the Grol, and these people," he gestured to the group, "will provide our warriors with Sha'ree magic to counter that which the beasts stole from Ahreele. Without the Aura, we will never reclaim our homeland or know peace in Ahreele." Hardin stood silent a moment, staring at Gerald. At last, he seemed to come to a decision. "You offer us sour choices, brother. I will bring the Velen and prepare our people to retreat." He looked to the looming hull. "I fear we will have little time to gather supplies." Hardin grunted and ran into the village, disappearing behind a cluster of huts. Once Hardin was gone, Kira looked to Arrin. "You said nothing of the possibility of the hull following us into the funeral sands." "I don't believe they will," he answered. "Given the capture of Zali and the push of the hull toward Ahreele through the fonts, it stands to reason this battle has something to do with the Sha'ree, and the Ivir and Velen were simply in the way. All of our encounters since Hesper have sprung up to block our path to the Sha'ree homeland. By driving south and passing through Velen rather than risking setting foot near Ahreele, I believe we will escape any further confrontations with the hull or Ruhr." "But not with the creatures that roam the desert," Braylon added. Arrin gave her a feral grin. "One battle at a time, woman." He turned to watch as Hardin led a cluster of Velen out of the village. Their dark faces were sick with fear. They hung close to one another, their voices filling the air with muffled uncertainty. Arrin turned back to the group with a sigh. "Let us make ready to go. I foresee a long journey ahead." Chapter 18. Elora trudged through the heavy water that grasped her ankles at every step. Her head hung at her chest to avoid the constant drip of moisture that snaked its way down the tangled strands of her hair. She was soaked. Only the warmth of the makeshift rain pattering down around them made it less than the miserable affair it could have been. The prince and his men strode easily, their booted steps seeming to slice through the water without effort. The rest of them weren't so lucky. Several times Olin had turned to threaten Malia and her family for moving too slowly. Elora cursed the prince inside her head, imagining leaping upon his back and riding him down into the murky rainwater where she would hold his head under until the last of his foul breath left him. Each time she would glance up at his back, her disappointment would return. It was only a dream. He walked ahead, alive and unperturbed by her bitter thoughts. She glanced to the boys and saw they were holding up well. It hadn't been them slowing the group, but their father. Phelan's injuries seeped, and he shivered as he tried to keep pace. Malia slowed to help him along. The children slowed with her. The walk against the water's grip was trying enough, but to add Phelan's wounds to the effort must have been horrible. How he managed to keep the pace he did was due to nothing more than determination. Elora saw it etched in the lines of his face, the narrow stare of his eyes. He didn't dare fall behind and leave Malia and his boys to the mercy of the prince. Her eyes on the royal family, Elora almost didn't notice Olin had stopped. She pulled up just short of running into his back. A muttered apology sputtered. She drew back as the prince and the soldiers out front stepped to the side of the canyon. Olin swung away in a grandiose gesture, motioning to the way ahead. "And here we have the kind souls grateful enough to provide me with the means to revenge Lathah upon the Grol." Malia gasped, and Elora saw Phelan draw her closer. The boy's eyes went wide, and she turned to see what they looked at. She regretted it instantly. Dead men lay in the water, the bodies shifting slightly under the motion caused by the rain, but it was clear they had been there a while. The bodies were bloated and gray, the exposed skin waxy and deformed. The couple who lay face up stared with bulbous black eyes over swollen cheeks. Their faces were covered in blistered growths that seeped a pale yellow fluid that stained the water in a growing aura around their bodies. Elora looked away from their ruined faces, her stomach churning. Their way of dress was strange. They wore fur in layers that seemed ill-suited to the temperatures near Lathah. The slicing sound of unsheathed steel drew her eyes to Olin. He held a sword before the assembled captives. Its blade was an obsidian darkness that seemed to absorb what little sunlight reached into the canyon. Elora felt a metallic bitterness in her mouth as she looked at the sword, her stomach tight. "I don't know where these men came from, but they are clearly not Sha'ree." He nudged one of the bodies with his boot, sending a wave of yellow pus floating across the water's surface. "They look Lathah despite their odd outfits, but I've never seen any of our people with such amazing weapons." He shifted the sword, and a quiet hum pulsed against Elora's ears. "This sword is magic, as are those we found on the rest of the corpses. With these, we can challenge the Grol on equal footing and root them from our land." "You think a dozen swords will defeat the Grol?" Malia asked. Olin grinned. "I don't intend to kill them all, dear sister. I intend to rule them." The princess stared at her brother without speaking. Elora wondered if he was insane. "They're nothing but beasts. They rut and feed and piss in the dirt like dogs. And like dogs, they follow the biggest, meanest mutt in the pack." He grinned at his soldiers. "I intend to be that mutt, the alpha." Malia matched his grin. "You will need to get very close to pull off such a bold move. I would love to see you try." He shook his head. "It is easier than you might think. I have already come to terms with the lead dog of their army. The next time he stands face to face with a Lathah messenger, he will be under the impression he delivers the means to lure your precious Arrin out into the light. He will greet the messenger with open arms. That messenger will be me." Olin sheathed the black sword and grasped the metal belt buckle at his waist. The silver circle came away in his hand and split at one end. It snapped straight and grew longer without a sound, producing a blade about a foot in length. It shimmered with a greenish light. "This one is magic as well. I sink it into the eye of their leader. This Grol and the whole pack drops to their knees. He laughed. It helps that I have an army of Lathahs at my back. That will be even more difficult seeing how you left your people to rot in the clutches of the Grol. You underestimate me, as father always did. Malya snarled at the mention of her father. Phelan gripped her arm tight as she threatened to launch herself at her brother. Olin only grinned wider. I have already arranged their freedom. We will either return to Lathah to find the people loose of the beast's shackles and eager for Grol blood, or I will free them when we arrive. Either way, I will provide them the opportunity for revenge, and when I have defeated the Grol, I will set them to work on rebuilding Lathah. Armed with the magic of the beasts, we will never again suffer the indignities of defeat. Elora saw the uncertainty in Malya's eyes as the prince turned away and waved them onward with a laugh. She knew the princess couldn't tell if her brother lied or told the truth, but it didn't matter. Malya had no place in Olin's new world, and Elora wondered what would happen when they returned to Lathah. Whatever the prince's plans were, there could be no doubt it would not be what was best for Malya and her family. Or Elora, for that matter. Chapter 19. The room had grown cold, and Domor shivered. His wrists had been bound together and his arms pulled tight over his head, with yet another of the huge woman's silver chains. His feet had been left untied, but the awkwardness of crouching did little to alleviate the throb in his muscles and the tight binding, which sent tingles dancing down his arms. Hours earlier, he had been taken from Zali's side and marched into another smooth stone-hewn room. This one was far larger, dozens of horse lengths in each direction. Stacks upon stacks of bright metal sheets lined the room. Their faces reflected the flickering light of the sconces set down the length of the wall. The temperature inside was frigid despite the torches. Domor shivered and glanced about once more, as if seeking some tiny something he hadn't seen in all the time spent chained to the wall. Unlike the first chamber they had been taken to, this one had no door. It opened up directly into the gray corridor beyond the large archway. He had cast furtive glances into the adjoining caverns as he was brought here, but there was nothing save more of the metal sheeting that filled the chamber. At the far end of the room was a strange arrangement of stone carvings whose purpose he couldn't understand. A large stone shelf protruded from the wall, covered in tools he had no understanding of. Set beside the table was what looked like a wide horse trough carved above the floor. Grooved channels ran to and from the trough and circled back on each other, but he saw nothing running in their lengths. As he pondered the devices and hoped the Hesperans hadn't built them for the torture of innocent Velans, he heard the heavy steps of someone coming toward the room, a soft shuffling sound sounding with it. He glanced at the doorway to see Ilrain step inside. She dragged Zali behind her. Domor fought the urge to turn away when he saw her. Sha'ree had been beaten horribly. If she still lived, it was nothing short of miraculous. None of the skin stretched tight across her face showed any hint of its natural color. Blues and blacks and yellows dominated the flesh of her cheeks and chin. Pinkish tears spilled from closed and swollen eyelids. Charred grooves had been burned across one side of her face. Grayish ooze glistened in the depths. Domor's sickened gaze followed Zali as she was pulled along. There had been some form of restraint on her neck, the skin raw and wet with oozing pus. Her breasts bore seeping puncture wounds, one nearly severed from her body. It hung by just a thin sheet of stretched flesh, blood spilling dark from beneath its gory crevice to coat her torso. Still, Domor couldn't look away. He had heard none of Zali's screams since he was taken from the room, but he felt a nagging guilt at having let Ilrain lead him away so easily. He could well have fought, struggled to be free. And then he would be dead, and Zali would have been spared none of the torment she endured. There was nothing to be done, he thought again and again as he watched the huge woman take the Sha'ree to the strange device whose purpose he wondered about. He no longer wanted to know. Ilrain produced more of the chain and secured Zali to the trough. The Sha'ree did nothing to fight her bondage. She simply lay limp as Ilrain bound her and stepped away. She reached up and ran her hands along the stone face above the trough, her fingers seeming to dance. Domor watched her odd demonstration and then heard a low rumble in the ground. Ilrain collected the tools that lay on the table and left the room, not even sparing a glance at Domor as she left. The rumble grew louder, and she stared across the room wishing he had never wondered what the device did. But there was no stopping it now. He felt the flickering thrum vibrating the nape of his neck, his skin prickling as a strange yet familiar feeling wafted over him. His eyes went wide when he heard the first gush. Recognition struck home. From the wall, pure magic spilled into the upper channel and slowly began to run down its length. Its bubbling green fluid flowed smooth through the cut channel, and after a moment, it sluiced into the trough beside Zali. She moaned a throaty hoarse sound as if sensing the magic liquid, but her eyes stayed closed. She twitched and trembled, but otherwise remained unconscious. "It's a shame she was not cooperative, Velen," Sultay said at his shoulder. He started and looked up at the Sha'ree he hadn't heard enter the room. She stepped around in front of him. "Quite the stubborn creature she is, but that is no surprise." Sultay dropped into a crouch before him. She seemed to measure him with her eyes, their pink orbs reflecting his image. "She has always been such. But you are not so stubborn, are you, Velen?" Domor swallowed hard and remained silent. He glanced past Sultay to see Zali writhing against her restraints, her eyes still closed. The pure magic swirled in the trough, circling along the channels to keep the container full. Zali suffered for its closeness. Given what Sultay had done to one of her own kind, Domor could only imagine what she might do to him. "Tell me your name." His eyes flickered back to Sultay's, and he heard the word roll from his tongue before he could command it not to. "Domor." Sultay smiled. "Well, Domor," her hand settled upon his chest. "It seems I have need of some information. Zali was reluctant to provide me with answers, but I have no doubt you will not be so foolish. Am I correct in my assumption, Domor?" I don't know anything," he answered, doing his best not to look away. She sighed. "Come now, let us speak true." She reached up and tapped his wrist where the aura had been until his capture. "You have been in Ahreele in recent times, and you were found in Hesper. I do not need Zali to confirm you were headed to Ahreele, but my question is, why? What do you seek from the Sha'ree?" He shook his head. Sultay's hand flew to his face faster than he could follow and grasped his chin in a vice-like grip. She snapped his head to the side so Domor's eyes were filled with the sight of Zali's thrashing form. "Have I mistakenly led you to believe I am a woman who cares for your well-being, Domor? Let me disabuse you of such foolish notions. I chose to torture Zali for a number of reasons, many quite personal, but the overriding purpose was to learn just what my people know of the Grol invasion and its cause. It seems they know nothing, which is fortuitous. However, there is information you must know to have been traveling willingly to my former homeland in the company of the Sha'ree and wearing one of my aura." She pulled his face to hers. "Now, why do you travel to Ahreele?" Domor met the fury in her eyes. He wanted nothing more than to crawl away and hide in the depths of a warm wineskin. Sultay squeezed his chin tighter, her fingers biting into the bone of his jaw. His teeth ground together under the pressure. He glanced once more to Zali and closed his eyes, tears squeezing loose from between his eyelids. Domor reached deep inside for the strength to resist. He could find none. I'm sorry, he whispered to the wounded Sha'ree. His eyes slid open slowly and met Sultay's forceful gaze. Please do not hurt me. I will tell you all I know. Chapter 20. The detour at Toland soured what little happiness Uthul had for seeing his home and people again. Most of the Toland army had marched to aid their forces, which had happened upon the battles at Fen and Lathah. What soldiers were left in the nation hunkered down and were in no position or frame of mind to offer any assistance to the Sha'ree. To further add to the ill news, Uthul was informed of the unexpected arrival of an army of Hull to the north. The massive stone creatures had descended through the Deadlands and swept Ahreele away, and currently laid siege to Vel. Despite the irrationality of the Hull attack, the Tolan officer Uthul spoke to had made it clear the apparent goal of the creatures was Ahreele. His scouts reported the whole of the Sha'ree nation had been cut off from the rest of Ahreele. The news struck Uthul like an arrow. He'd continued on from Tolan and confirmed the Hull movements with his own eyes. His stomach churned as he stared at the massive creatures that stood vigilant just inside the border of Ahreele. It was a full-scale invasion of his homeland, their numbers in the thousands. He had never seen anything like it. The Hull had always been hostile, but they had remained within their own borders and had never journeyed south in all their years. To see such a force of them so far south from the Stone Hills was disconcerting. What purpose did they have for invading Ahreele? Uthul knew the answer would terrify him. Not knowing was even worse. Weakened by the plague and the removal of all their Ora, the Sha'ree had no hope of defending against such a powerful army, especially if they had no knowledge of its approach. Distracted as they'd been by the plague, the Sha'ree were likely still gathered in the north training the Ora barriers. There would be no advance warning of the attack. Uthul knew he must get through, but he could see no break in the Hull lines. They would see him coming. He sighed, examining his possibilities. There was only one that gave him any chance of getting into Ahreele without the Hull spying or stopping him. However, it was no less dangerous than confronting the Hull directly. He lurked in the trees of Ahreele, just outside the border of his homeland, hoping for some movement in the Hull rank. They held their ground, forcing his hand. There was too little time to waste on the uncertainty of their intentions. Uthul stripped the Ora off and placed them into the bag once more. The last succor had stemmed the tide of the plague, but he could feel it worming inside deep in his veins. It was a certainty he would suffer its virulent touch once more, but there was no way around it. He needed to warn his people of the Hull and the strange new Ora they would likely encounter. He sighed, his choice made. Uthul slipped from the border and headed to the Deadlands. He saw the destruction of Ahreele as he passed. The Hull had left no structure standing in their wake. Splinters of wood littered the fields, material and foodstuffs crushed and mixed into the debris. He was surprised to see no bodies, yet grateful. The Ahreele were a proud race, warriors all. He had expected the land to flow with the blood of its people, but it gave him hope to see the Ahreele had not thrown their lives away against an enemy they could not defeat. Uthul wondered if anyone could. Once he arrived at the dark forest, he slipped through its gnarled branches and made his way to the closest of the magical fonts that grew rampant in the woods. He found it easily, following the glimmer of its power. As he stood before the blackened hill, watching the emerald-green ooze of Rhee's life spill free, he knew the agony of his future. He had avoided the overwhelming influence of the goddess's blood once the cause of the plague had become known, but the Grol aggression had drawn him ever closer. His paranoia had been disproven to a degree when it came to the Ora, which he was pleased to learn, but there was no escaping the viral touch of the magic with what he intended. The influence of the Ora and the wounds of the Grol battle had been but a smattering of the power he would have to endure now, and they had drawn the plague out. He could only imagine the suffering he was about to inflict upon himself. He stared at the font and whispered a prayer to the goddess that she protect him and grant him safe passage. Should she deign to do neither, Uthul prayed she look after Zali and grant her the courage and determination to save their people. No words left. Uthul drew in a deep breath and ran at the font. The green of its power filled his eyes as he leapt over the crest of the hill and dropped inside the well. Rhee's blood enveloped him, the purest of the goddess's magic. He had only an instant to regret his choice, his veins burning with the fury of the sun, before the essence dragged him down into the body of Rhee. Chapter 21. The push through the hull blockade of Vel was fierce. Able to see the attack coming, the hull fought back with unwavering ferocity. The Ivir pressed the ranks with their tree-limb battering rams, but the hull swarmed the ditch to hold their prey inside. Arrin and Braylon took their toll on the enemy, Kira and Gerald leaping onto the fallen creatures and finishing those that clung to life, but far too many of the Iviri warriors were lost as they bridged the trench. They fought to defend their blood companions, giving their lives to allow the Velans safe passage across the battlefield. Though he wanted to join the fight and begged for a weapon, Arrin thought it best that Kale travel alongside the Velan. He did so with vocal reluctance. Though short, the fight was brutal and bloody. They left nearly 200 warriors in the dirt of Vel. The only satisfaction to be had was that Arrin had been right about the hull's intent. They stood only to fight as long as there was an enemy before them. Once the survivors broke free of the blockade and had pressed south for Tolan, the creatures turned their backs to the battle and began to lay waste to Vel on their way to Rhee. Less than 100 horse lengths from the nation, the hull had lost all interest. Arrin glanced over his shoulder as they trudged on. Kale lurked a short distance behind him. His frustration was etched into his face, and he avoided meeting Arrin's eyes. Though he meant only to keep the boy alive, he knew he had wounded Kale's pride. Kale knew fear, but he was no coward, and longed to prove it. Arrin would owe him an apology when there was time, but the boy needed to be alive to hear it. No time to salve Kale's feelings, he shifted his gaze to others. The Velan people appeared defeated despite not losing a single member of their village. Their dark faces expressed their weariness and sorrow. The Ivir helped them forward, staying close and pressuring the Velan to keep moving. Arrin kept glancing back as they traveled on. The speed of their passage slowed to meet the pace of the non-Ora-wielding survivors. He growled low, voicing his frustration at the delay. They mourn the loss of their blood companions, Gerald said as they walked, offering an explanation for the slowness of their journey. They will not be given the opportunity to prepare the bodies, and it vexes them greatly. Arrin nodded to the warrior, feeling a pang of guilt for his lack of patience and compassion. There was simply no place for it now. I understand, he replied, but I do not wish to bury any more of your people or mine. Kira set a hand on his arm and squeezed to rein in his frustration. We must carry on. I too understand. Gerald looked back to the struggling crowd that followed behind. I will do what I can to speed them. He dropped back and spoke to the nearest of the Ivir. You will need more men than this if you intend to defeat the stone creatures, Braylon told Arrin as she came to walk alongside him. Grateful for the bluntness of her candor, Arrin nodded. I agree. That is why I believe we should take the battle to the Grol first before attempting to fight the hull. You expect the Ivir to wait before trying to reclaim their land? Kira asked. I don't believe we will need to fight to reclaim Yvel and Vel. The hull are moving on to Rhee and will abandon any of the lands they've conquered, for the moment at least. The ultimate battle will be in the Sha'ree homeland, from what I can determine, but that matters little at this point. For now, our fight is in the funeral sands. He pointed ahead. What of the training the Sha'ree offered? Can we defeat the Grol without it? Kira continued. I believe so. The Grol are hardly a competent military force. They are succeeding on the merits of the Ora and their numbers. I don't feel we need to be at full strength to break their will. However, I suspect we will lose many of us in the fight, and we'll still need the Lathans and Pathra if there is to be any hope of winning through to the end where the Hull and Rur await us. Worse still, the sands will likely take their toll before we even reach the Grol. Braylon looked to Arrin. You are correct. The desert is dangerous. There were a multitude of creatures that sprang from the earth as I ran past with help from the Ora. I do not relish going back. Nor would I expect it of you were it not for the sudden uprising of the Hull and Rur. I know well enough how it feels to be kept from home and family, and I wouldn't wish such upon anyone. With the creatures blocking the north and Autori, it feels as though we are being forced to confront the Grol and ignore whatever machinations have set the Hull loose upon Ahreele if we are to have any hope of victory. The Sha'ree should be able to defend their land, Gerald said as he returned to the conversation. Perhaps, but I don't believe so, Arrin answered. They would not have gathered us if they felt confident in their abilities. The Hull are 1,000 times the threat the Grol represent. Whatever the purpose of the Hull and Rur assaults, I feel we are soon to see the end of the Sha'ree if we cannot amass an army large enough and with enough power to repel it. Kira sighed, running her hand across her furred scalp. My people will fight until none stand, Gerald told them, puffing his massive chest out. The purple veins stood out bright. Arrin acknowledged the truth of the warrior's statement with a nod. Let us hope we don't require that sacrifice. Gerald's words to his people had worked to speed the Velen, and in turn the Ivir. The travelers closed on Arrin's back as he spoke. He looked at them and gave an encouraging smile he didn't feel. Though he wanted nothing more to believe the warriors who followed could reach the mausoleum and obtain the Ora and lead a successful push against the Grol, he could not help but see disaster and death ahead. As he led the army into Tolan, Arrin thought back to his exile. The bitter black feeling of despair that crawled inside him now was so much like that which accompanied him on his long walk through the gates of Ahreele. As he set one boot before the other, he could see nothing but a bleak future ahead. Chapter 22. Elora stuck close to the royal family as Prince Olin led them through the maze of tunnels and out through the massive door that had blocked their passage when they first tried to escape the city. Despite all that happened and the nature of her return, she couldn't help but feel happy at being back in Lathah. It had been her home her entire life. She'd known nothing else. As soon as they had cleared the outer tunnel and had slipped onto the crown, however, she knew immediately it had changed. Her home, such as it had been, was ruined. The tangy scent of smoke clung to the air, intermingled with dust. Rubble covered the cobblestone streets and massive stone blocks were piled just a short distance from where they had entered the city. The spire, Malia muttered, as they were led into the dusty streets. Olin's gaze followed the wreckage, his eyes growing wide. It seems there will be a need for construction, he said with a quiet chuckle. Elora drew her eyes from the mountainside where the spire had once stood and traced its length to the wall ahead where it had fallen. The crown wall had collapsed beneath it, but the debris held the remnants of the tower in the air. The wall of the first beyond had weathered the impact and still stood. The spire creaked ominously above as the stones threatened to break loose. Perhaps we should move along, sire, one of Olin's men prompted. The prince didn't argue. The group skirted the carnage and slipped through a hole in the wall that led to the first. Down below, Elora could see funnels of black smoke rising into the air across the various levels. None seemed to have avoided damage. She looked to Malia and saw the sorrow in the princess's eyes. She gazed about as they traveled through the deserted levels, dodging debris and smoldering craters. The further they went along, the lower Malia's shoulders seemed to sink. Phelan shambled along beside in an effort to comfort her, but Elora could see the princess was inconsolable. This had been her kingdom as much as it had been her father's. To see it torn asunder must have been horrible. Elora turned her focus back to Olin as he brought the group to a halt. He scampered up a stony hill of wreckage that climbed the side of the fifth and peered out across the city. His head swiveled for a moment, and then steadied as he found what he was looking for. He remained silent for a short while before finally scampering down the makeshift hill and returning to the group. "The Grol have perhaps 100 beasts here to guard their captives," he smiled to his soldiers. "I think it's time to cement our position among the people. Let us go." He waved the group forward, and they circled around and through the remaining levels until they stood on the 9th, just a short distance from a massive hole that had been blown through the front wall. Rubble filled the level, pieces of homes and shops scattered about the 9th and casting shadows over the group as they passed. Elora felt a cold sickness settle into her stomach as they marched by the wreckage of the orphanage she'd called home. Wooden pillars rose from the ground like the ribs of a skeleton, but all the flesh of the building was gone. Charred black and buried in detritus, it had been wiped from existence. Elora's eyes were locked on the ruin as they walked on. She only tore her gaze away when the building slipped from the line of her vision. There was nothing left but memories. They continued on until the prince raised a hand. He turned to Malia. "Let me be clear, sister. Our people lie just a short distance beyond the wall. I intend to slip into their ranks and free as many of the men as possible and lead them against the Grol." He drew up close, his soldiers holding Phelan in place. "Whatever you might think of me, be warned. Should you draw attention to us, I will leave you and your family and all of your beloved subjects to the mercy of the hungry Grol. Do you understand me?" Malia stared a moment, her eyes wet with her anger, but she acquiesced, nodding. "Good." Olin turned to the men guarding the royal family. "Hold them here until we have killed the Grol. I will decide what to do with them afterwards." He waved to the rest of his soldiers, and the force crept off toward the hole. Elora stood silent as the soldiers encircling her followed after the prince, leaving her standing alone a few feet behind the royal family. All eyes were on the prince and his men as they slipped from the corpse of the city and went out to battle the beasts. Elora scanned her surroundings and spied another hole through the far wall across the 9th. It stood near the front gate, just a short distance from where the people of Lathah were being held by the Grol. She could see them milling about beyond the makeshift doorway. An idea called to her. She let her gaze flit back and forth between the disappearing entourage of the prince and the broken wall. If there was a chance at escape for any of them, it was now. She might not be able to convince anyone the prince had taken his sister captive, but she could certainly show them. She just needed to get away first. Elora waited until she was sure Olin was too far to turn back and too close to the Grol to risk exposure. She looked to the guards surrounding the family and saw they had yet to even glance her direction since the prince left. With a quiet breath to gird her courage, Elora cast one last glance at Malia and her family and ran. It sickened her to imagine what they might think of her, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She darted off across the rubble, lifting her feet high to keep from clacking stones together. The guards must have heard her regardless. They spun, and one went to shout, but another hissed him to silence. None followed. Elora grinned as she ran, putting more and more distance between her and the soldiers. They didn't dare call out or threaten for fear of giving away their prince's stealthy advance. Elora felt confident they would do nothing to the royal family without Olin there to direct it, although she wished no ill upon the people of Lathah, preferring their freedom to enslavement. She couldn't help but hope Olin died in his assault. No certainty of that, she slipped through the outer wall and stepped onto the field outside of Lathah. She could see the prince and his men from where she stood. They slipped amidst the captives, cutting men free and drifting on to do it again, gathering a small army as they went. The Grol milled about on the other side of the gathered Lathans. They stood close and menacing, but they appeared almost uninterested in the captives, and she could see why. The people looked forlorn, broken. They stood in tight groups, shuffling their feet but offering nothing in the way of resistance. Elora let her gaze survey the somber crowd, and she spied a few she recognized. There at the back of the captives were several of the orphans she had been housed with. They looked dirty and sad, but none seemed to carry the burden of defeat as the adults around them did. They had not given up yet. Elora felt a tear well up at their courage. They had suffered a form of enslavement their entire lives, so this was little different in their eyes. Knowing what was to come next, she saw the opportunity to free them before Olin or his men spotted her. She could use their help. She dug quietly through the wreckage and secured a shattered stone that held a sharp edge, and then rooted out a few more. Nothing better to be found, she followed the prince's example and crouched low, clearing the distance between the city and the ragged lines within just a few moments. She raised a finger to her lips as the orphans' voices started to rise, calling them to silence. The men and women around her went quiet as well, but nothing could mask the excitement and trepidation in their eyes. Elora immediately went to work on the bonds of the closest orphan boy named Michael. The stone cut quickly and freed his hands, and Elora handed him another of the rocks as soon as he was loose. He went to work on another boy's restraints, and she cut free one of the men who stood nearby. She went on until all of the orphans were free of their binds. Michael and Brandon were joined by Thelis and Cain. Elora directed them to pass the rocks on and then led them from the group back to the hole in the city's wall. They had just made it inside when a cry rose up behind them. They hunkered down and watched as the people of Lathah burst from the gathering and charged the surprised Grol. The beasts raised their weapons and scrambled to form ranks, but the prince and his men were upon them. Flashes of blue and black blurred in Elora's vision as the magical swords of the prince cleaved through the Grol. Beasts crumpled to the ground under the unexpected assault and began to scatter. The wave of freed captives rolled over them like ants spilling from a hill. Using only their hands and feet, the Lathans battered the Grol guards, ripping them to pieces as their roles had been reversed, the Lathans becoming the beasts. Elora could hear the ferocity of the battle, her ears ringing. Inhuman screams rose up and echoed against the mountain, reverberating through the ruins of the city. The thump of flesh on steel resounded as the Lathans overwhelmed the Grol, fists and feet raining down over and over. A few short moments later, it was over. A massive cheer exploded in the wake of battle, the people of Lathah kissing and embracing each other, scrambling to free those who had yet to be turned loose. The smiles of the 4 orphans stretched their cheeks to the limits. It was a bittersweet moment for Elora. She knew the cost of their freedom. "Don't get too excited," she told the boys. They looked at her with wide eyes. "Prince Olin killed the king and captured the princess and her family. He left the people to die even though he had a means of escape that could have been used by everyone." "You speak true?" Michael asked. Elora nodded. "I was captured with the princess and taken from Pathra and brought back here through secret tunnels in the mountain." She pointed toward where Amalia and her family stood, though they were little more than faint silhouettes against the wreckage. "That's them. The prince has them bound and under guard." The boys muttered amongst themselves a moment, Brandon turning to Elora. "Prove it." She didn't bother to respond. Elora motioned for them to follow and snuck off through the debris, guiding the group closer, but staying out of sight of the guards. The men didn't bother to look back as she and the boys drew close enough to see the group clearly. Michael's eyes looked as though they might slip loose of his sockets for his surprise. "That's her," he whispered. Elora kept her "I told you" to herself. The chants of Prince Olin filled her ears as the freed captives celebrated. She saw the guards grin and slap each other across the back at the success. Malia and her family stood stone-faced and despondent. The boys slunk lower behind the piles of wreckage they used as their hiding place. "He means to kill them?" Michael asked. "I don't know," Elora told him, shrugging. "All I know is he doesn't want her seen by the people. That is why she is here and not out there with him." She looked to each boy, meeting their eyes. "We can't let him hurt her." Brandon shook his head. "There are too many guards for us. We can't fight them, not just us." "Did you see any more of us when you were tied up?" "I saw some," Michael answered. "I did too," Cain answered. Thelis nodded as well. Elora looked to Michael, the oldest of the group. "Then go get them and bring them back to the hole in the wall where we came in, quietly. Don't let the prince or his men see you." She turned to Brandon. A lot of people, soldiers, died in the city when the Grol attacked. Go gather whatever weapons you can find. If we're not here when you get back, look for us higher up in the levels. The prince will probably keep the princess inside, and the only place I can think of that would be free of prying eyes would be the crown." The two boys nodded. "Be safe," she said to both before they ran off. "And me?" Thelis asked. "Stay with me for now." She smiled at the young boy. "I might need someone to protect me." Thelis beamed and looked back to the princess, his chest puffed out. Elora drew in a deep breath and settled in to wait. Everything depended on what Prince Olin did next. If he ordered Malia from the city, there would be nothing Elora could do to help her. If he left her inside its walls, Elora was uncertain she and a rabble of orphans could overpower trained soldiers and rescue the princess. But she was set on trying. She owed Malia that much. The princess had extended her hand to Elora and treated her better than anyone ever had. If death was Elora's reward for trying to repay that kindness, so be it. She was willing to risk it. Chapter 23. Domor wept. Without Sultay setting a hand upon him, he had given in and told her all he knew of the Sha'ree plan to train fighters in the Ora and lead an army against the Grol forces. He told of the journey to Ahreele and of the people who traveled in the group. Sultay had left him with a smile. He looked across the room to see Zali squirming in agony beneath the constant wash of magical energy that flowed from the trough beside her. She had awoken at last, but that had been no mercy. She screamed and thrashed in defiance at first, before her body grew too weak to fight. Now she only moaned and twisted against the chains that held her in place. Her eyes fluttered, pink tears staining her cheeks and tortured chest as she suffered. Domor had betrayed her, telling Sultay what she wanted to know while Zali had met the cruel torture of her fellow Sha'ree without breaking. He had only to see her battered and beaten before he made up his mind to speak all he knew. Nothing but a coward, he chastised himself, but even the honesty of his words failed to soften his guilt. Kale, the son of Domor's brother, traveled to Ahreele along with the others. Domor had betrayed him as well. He had come all the way from Vel to save Kale, or so he had told everyone, but the truth lay elsewhere. Domor had only partially told Uthul when he said he returned for both the boy and the relic. Kale had only been a small child when Domor last saw him. He remembered little of the boy. Here in the dark caverns where he was likely to meet his end, he could be more honest, at least with himself. It had been the relic, the golden rod, which had drawn him from his fugue of alcohol and drawn him across Ahreele. As Sultay knelt before him, he had feared only for his life. Watching Zali wither before him brought out his shame, but still he could think of nothing but what lay before him. What last orders had Sultay given Ilrain before her departure? He could see no purpose to keeping him alive. Zali might well be traded to the Sha'ree for ransom or leverage, but Domor had no one. He had no value. A cold chill settled over him at the thought. Domor sunk against the chains that held his arms, feeling them bite into his wrists. He tugged harder to feel the pain. He deserved it. For hours he hung with only the sounds of Zali's torment for company, his arms long since gone numb. She was fading. Of this he was certain. Her moans had grown low, resonating deep in her throat. She barely moved as the pure magical essence circled the trough beside her. Soon she would be dead. He stared across the room, assailed yet again by guilt. Could he have done something to help her, to keep Sultay from having tortured her? Lost in his head, he didn't hear the forger come in. "She still lives, though not for long," Ilrain said. Her deep voice echoed through the chamber, startling Domor and confirming what he already knew. He snapped his head to look at her. She came closer, her pale hands fiddling with the links of the chains that held Domor to the wall. "It is time to go," she said, loosening the last of the restraints from the stone peg. Domor looked up at her as she gave the chain slack so he could get to his feet. His gaze shifted to Zali. The Sha'ree's eyes were open, though little more than cracks against her bruised face. She looked back at Domor and met his gaze. Under her stare, he felt the burden of guilt press him against the wall. Tears spilled loose once more, warming his cheeks as he gasped to draw breath. He shuddered under Ilrain's appraisal. With a deep inhalation of the pungent air, he willed his hand to function and pointed at Zali, his eyes widening. "No!" he called out. Ilrain spun, her eyes going to Zali. A cold emptiness filled Domor as he made his choice, Ilrain falling for his feint. He knew what had to be done. "What the?" the forger began. Domor interrupted her with his feet. He curled his legs under him and leaned back into the wall to gather the most leverage he could and kicked out. His heels crashed into Ilrain's back. It was like kicking a wall, but the blow sent her tumbling. Domor's eyes went wide as he realized she held tight to the chains that bound his wrists. They snapped taut and yanked him to his feet as Ilrain struggled to regain her balance. The sudden weight on the chain yanked her sideways and sent her crashing to the floor. The room trembled under his feet just before Domor was pulled to his knees just a short distance behind her. "I'll kill you!" she screamed as she rolled to her side, her cheek bloody from the fall. Ilrain pulled the chain and Domor slid across the stone floor toward her. He clasped his hands around the links and fought to resist her, but she was too strong. Domor slid across the stone floor, scrabbling for purchase. He managed to get to his feet, fighting with all his strength. It wasn't nearly enough, but with all of his weight added in, he held his ground against her one hand. The forger climbed to her knees, laughing. The bitterness of it stung his ears. She was toying with him. Ilrain started to her feet, using her free hand to stabilize herself. Domor could feel the tension increasing on the chain. Once she was up, he would be a rat on a leash, flung about at the mercy of her whims. She knew it as well. Just as her hand left the ground, Domor released the chain and charged. Ilrain's eyes went wide as her balance fell away under the sudden slack. She wobbled but didn't fall, but Domor wasn't done yet. He ducked his head and raised his arms before him, crashing into the forger's broad chest. His momentum sent her flying. Domor's head rang at the impact and he crumpled to his knees. He saw the end of the chain slip from Ilrain's hands as she windmilled her arms to capture a balance too far gone to be saved. She spun as she fell, her feet entangled in Zali's. Domor heard Ilrain scream. It filled the room for only an instant before it turned into a gurgled shriek, followed by a wet splash. He watched in horror as the forger tumbled into the trough, her head and right arm to the shoulder buried in the oozing green flow of pure magic. Zali scrambled to be away from Ilrain as she thrashed inside the trough, spilling Rhee's essence over the edges. Domor jumped to his feet, ignoring the thunder that threatened to split his skull, and ran to Ilrain. One of her feet kicking at empty air as she tried to drop back to the floor, he grabbed the one that sat solid on the ground and lifted with all his might. Ilrain kicked, but it did her no good. Her weight distributed forward, she slid deeper into the green fluid, all of her leverage gone. She writhed and flailed, but she could find no purchase to push her great bulk from within the magical essence. After a short, violent moment, she went still. Domor stared at her through the distorted lens of the pure magic. She lay with her eyes and mouth wide open, horror written across her features. The skin at her cheeks seemed to bubble, squirming growths leaked from her ears. He turned away from the transformation and stepped over to the chains that held Zali in place. Her hands free a moment later, he started at her feet. Do not feel sorry for her, Zali said, her voice a fluttering breeze with little substance. Domor said nothing as he loosed Sulte's feet. He reached down and scooped her into his arms, surprised by how much she weighed. He could not carry her far. Near the doorway, he set her down in the place he had been bound until just moments before, and collapsed to his knees before her. His breath sat heavy in his lungs. He felt her hand on his head. feel no sorry for what you have done, Velen, she told him in a whisper. It was wrong of us to ask that you fight our battle. Domor raised his eyes to hers. She worked at the chain links as she spoke. This war was started by Sha'ree ignorance, and by Sha'ree hands, and I fear it may well only end with Sha'ree deaths. She slipped the chains from her wrists and started on Domor's. But not today. She pulled the links free of Domor and quickly freed her ankles. Zali got to her feet and pulled Domor up alongside her. She wrapped her arms about his waist and leaned into Domor's side for support. Come, we must reach my people and warn them, Zali told him as she pressed for him to walk. Together they slipped from the room and out into the corridor. Fear nagged at Domor as they began the slow walk through the stone-hewn passage. He had killed one of the Hesper, and there were miles of darkened caves to traverse before they reached the bleak surface. He cast a quick glance behind him, believing they had done nothing to escape their deaths, only postpone them. The shadows closed around them. Chapter 24. Elora crept closer to the princess, Thelus at her side. The celebration outside the walls continued, but had begun to taper off. Elora understood the cold reality of what the people of Lathah were now realizing. Their homes and shops were in shambles, and rubble and bodies lined the streets from the Ninth to the Crown. None had escaped the ruin that had befallen the city, and none could simply carry on as though nothing happened. They had lost loved ones and neighbors, everything they knew, and there was no certainty left in anything that remained. The people could rebuild, but would it matter? The Grol could return any moment and destroy everything all over again. Yes, they'd been freed from captivity, but they were still held hostage by the unknown. No matter what Olin told the people, there was nothing he could say to relieve that fear. The guards surrounding the royal family shifted impatiently, keeping Malia out of sight of the people. No one had returned to the city, so whatever the prince told them had worked. Elora doubted it would last forever. People were curious and sentimental. They would defy the prince to return home if only to gather memories of what they had before the Grol came. She prayed some would do so now, but her words failed to reach the goddess's ears. Only the prince and a few of his men slipped through the hole in the wall, the people remaining outside. She looked to the prince and saw he walked with a young man, tall and lean. His hair was a dirty blonde, and he walked with subdued resistance. He looked familiar to Elora, but she couldn't recall having met him before. Olin smiled. The prince's hand was on the man's shoulder and the grip looked tight. Guards hovered close behind, their shimmering swords in their hands. Well, 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 sister, what a glorious day this is, Olin said as he approached. Malia, who had stood staring at the ground, raised her head and looked toward the prince. Her face was pulled back in a scowl as she met her brother's stare. She glanced toward the young man with Olin, and the anger bled away in a wash of whiteness. Malia's eyes went wide and her lips pursed. She seemed to jump, and then suddenly all trace of her reaction was cleansed away. Her expression was stone. Olin laughed. The mask is beautifully done, Malia, but too slow to hide the truth. He grinned wide and grabbed the young man's chin, raising his face to the princess. Quite the resemblance, is it not? Malia stared as though blind, saying nothing. No matter, sister. Your reaction alone confirms it for me. He turned to his men. Bind him, but be kind. This young man has just become the most valuable jewel in the whole of Lathah. The guards grabbed the young man's arms and began to tie them together. The princess seemed to collapse. Phelan leaned into her, and the guards clasped her arms to keep her standing. Malia's husband appeared distraught. Argos and Kyle near panic. What's your name, boy? The prince asked the young man. He stood rigid, his face lined with confusion. Cameron, my lord. he answered. I do not. Olin waved him to silence. Your parents, boy, where are they? Dead, sir, for many years now. I was raised on the 5th by the Lord and Lady Ellis. The prince turned his eyes to his sister. Raised in the lower aristocracy. How clever of father, don't you think? He turned to the soldiers holding the young man. Take him back to the rest of the men and keep an eye on him. Do not let him get away from you, but whatever you do on your life, keep him safe. The guards nodded and dragged the young man back through the wall. Elora watched them leave, and it struck her who the boy reminded her of. Handsome young man, Olin said to his sister after Cameron was gone. Phelan looked to his wife and then to Olin, a snarl on his bruised face. What are you playing at, Olin? Nothing at all. The prince gave him a broad smile that conveyed no warmth, only malice. I was simply noting how much young Cameron looked like his father, but not very much like his mother, I must say. He turned his smile on Malia. It's a shame, really. If the boy had, your lout of a husband might have caught on sooner. Phelan growled at the prince. Speak clear. The guards clasped their hands on his arms. The boy is my son. Malia's quiet voice broke through the tension. Phelan spun on her, eyes narrow. The exile is his... He started, catching on immediately. Malia's nod silenced him. Olin stared at the couple a moment and then broke out into a fit of laughter. How dramatic, sister! Your own husband didn't know Arrin was the father of your firstborn child. Argos and Kyle stared at their mother, and she absently tousled their hair. Tears ran from her eyes without restraint. I believed I would never see either again, she said to no one. Her voice was a gentle breeze. Elora watched as Phelan absorbed the news. The boys seemed lost in their mother's arms. The boy had been Arrin's son, born of the princess. Elora's mind whirled with the surprise of it all. She had known nothing of such a relationship, and saw none of it as they fled Lathah. What she did know was that Olin despised Arrin and wanted him captured or dead. It took no effort to realize what the prince intended to do with Cameron, the son of his enemy. A crunch of stone startled Elora. She bit down on her scream and spun to see Michael behind her. She rolled her eyes angrily at him, pinning her finger to her lips, and turned back to the royal family. Take them back to the tunnels and keep them out of sight, Olin said to his men. He winked at Malia. Don't worry, sister. I won't hurt the child, at least not until I have the father's head on a pike. He waved them away. The soldiers tugged the family away and marched them toward the crown. Gather all the men capable of fighting. It seems our path leads us to Ahreele. Elora and her fellow orphans ducked lower in the debris as they passed. She peered over the rubble to see Olin's back as he strode once more outside the walls. Did you find more? She asked Michael when the prince was gone. He nodded, pointing off toward the far side of the 9th where nearly a dozen furtive heads skulked in the wreckage. Michael waved them over. Where's Bran? She started to ask, but stopped when she saw Brandon amongst the group of orphans Michael had gathered. They closed the ground between them quickly. Each carried a number of weapons. Some were makeshift clubs, while most of the others were daggers and short blades in various stages of repair. They're taking the princess to the tunnels at Crown, and we need to stop them. She pointed off the direction the men took the family, snatching a dagger from Brandon. Elora waved at them to follow as she darted across the 9th, dodging fallen stones and the pieces of corpses that littered the streets. The rest of the orphans stuck close behind. Little more than boys, none older than her own 15 years, Elora tried not to think of what might happen should they fail. All she knew was that Malia and her family needed to be free of Olin if they were to live. For all the prince's supposed mercy, Elora understood there would be none should he succeed in his plans. Chapter 25. The desolate and silent land of the Tolan behind them, Arrin led his makeshift army through the sliver of Gurtol that stood between them and the desert. His disgust grew as his boots collected the dust of the Grol homeland, and he longed to wash it from his heels with their blood. When at last the golden sands stretched out before him, Arrin waved the travelers to a stop. He glanced over his shoulders as the ranks behind him shuffled to rest. The Velen huddled together inside a circle of the Iviri. Their brown robes stood out from the pale skin of the warriors, clearly separating them from the masses. Arrin was glad to see each of them carrying a number of small packs and water skins. So comfortable wearing the ora, which limited his need and desire for food and drink, he often forgot the needs of others. The funeral sands would be a test of their fortitude they had never experienced. Even Arrin was uncertain of what lay within the sandy wasteland. For all his travels, he found no reason to risk the desert before now. He wished he had. Alone, he could easily have surveyed the path to the ancient mausoleum and plotted the safest course. But now he was reliant on a stranger. He looked to Braylin as she shifted uncomfortably on the sands ahead. She had proven herself competent with the ora and her own mystical weapons, but he worried about her commitment. There was nothing at stake for Braylin in the journey ahead. Though they had come to an agreement to help her return home, he was certain she could manage that on her own, with far less difficulty than treading through a desert far south of her true destination. She spoke of Thul and his intentions, but a lifetime of paranoia gathered in an effort to remain alive. Arrin couldn't help but question her motivations. Had Thul promised her more than a means to return home? Was there something more to her willingness to lead them to the mausoleum? Arrin growled as the thoughts ran through his head. He would have to be wary. For all he knew, Braylin could be in league with the Hull and Ruhr, though he felt that was not only unlikely but ridiculous. That didn't stop the idea from blossoming. "Something wrong?" Kira asked, setting her warm hand on his arm. He turned to face her and shook his head. "Only thinking of what might go wrong," he answered. "It's a bad habit of mine." Arrin did his best to force a smile, failing miserably. Kira lent him hers as she squeezed his arm. "We will win through, Arrin. We have only to make it to the mausoleum, and this ramshackle force becomes a conquering army." Arrin glanced to the clustered Velen and laughed, turning his gaze away before they realized and took offense. "I had no idea you were such an accomplished jester." She bumped her shoulder into his, knocking him off balance. Her smile stretched. "Perhaps I exaggerate some, but we need only to collect the ora and gather my people. Then not even the Hull can stand before us." He righted himself and shook his head. "You make it sound so easy, Kira." She reached out and pulled him in close to her and nuzzled her nose in his throat just above the collar. "Have faith, Lathah." Arrin felt the soft scrape of her tongue against his neck, his skin instantly prickling in response. He pulled her against him, reveling in her closeness. For 15 years he had been faithful to Malya, to the ideal of their marriage and vows, but that had long ago lost all meaning to anyone but his deluded self. He had known no emotion save for anger and sorrow, using them to fuel his heart and keep it pumping inside the empty well of his chest. But now, with Kira pressed warm against him and Malya in the arms of her husband, all that was cast into disarray, a stone shattering the surface of a calm pool. Warmth filled him, one he was unfamiliar with. It had been so long. He moaned and tightened his grip on Kira. Gerald walked over, interrupting them with a quiet cough. As though a child caught pilfering sweetbread, Arrin stepped away and stared wide-eyed at the warrior. His cheeks warmed. Kira smiled, chuckling quietly. "The Velen are as ready as possible." He grinned at Kira, doing his best to smother it when he looked back to Arrin. Arrin gave a frantic nod and waved him on. Gerald returned to his people with a quiet laugh. Kira slapped a hand against Arrin's chest and echoed Gerald's amusement. "Come, warrior, let us continue on. Perhaps we might stumble across some strange beast so you can return to the only element you are comfortable within." She wandered over to Braylon, her tail flicking back and forth sharply. Arrin sighed and waved the travelers onward. His face still flush, he tucked his chin and set his feet to motion. The soft crunch of the sand met him a moment later, and he locked his eyes on Braylon's boots. He hated to admit Kira was right. He had been too long in the wilderness, both in spirit and in flesh. Her boldness was frightening. While Arrin never lacked for women in his life before Malia, there had been none since. It had been so long since he was a soldier of Lathah, the life was nearly forgotten. Only the princess had haunted his dreams and fueled his desires. He had to wonder if it was even possible to move on. He raised his head to the desert, which sprawled before him, and the sand scrubbed the question from his mind. Death loomed in the golden land and cast its shadow behind him. For all the feelings Kira stirred loose, Arrin felt a familiar numbness settling over him. She had been right. For now, there was no place in his life for romance or dreams or happiness. His child was lost, Malia was lost, and so was he. All around him suffering lurked, and he could find no room for anything but the cold reality of steel. Should he make it through the trials ahead, he might be able to reconcile hope with the cruelties of life, but it was far too soon for even the embers of such thoughts. Arrin stared into the funeral sands and set his hand upon the hilt of his sword. The trials were far from over. After just a short while into the desert, Arrin wished for the hard-packed dirt of Grol. The sand grasped at his feet and shifted at every step. It was as though the ground conspired against them. What had earlier been a surprisingly swift pace set by the group had slowed to a drunken crawl. The Ivir kept quiet, saying nothing discouraging as they walked along, but the Velen were like children. Arrin sighed as their complaints droned on. Their voices peppered his ears with prayers and curses disguised so both sounded similar in their ferocity. Only the efforts of the Ivir kept them moving forward. The heat pressed in like nothing Arrin had ever felt before. The collar worked to ease its touch, but sweat glistened under his tunic and ran easily from his forehead, soaking his hair. It was palpable as they pressed on, an invisible wall that set fire to his skin. He worried for those without the soothing touch of Ora, and worried if the heat was yet another enemy they would have to face before reaching their destination. Braylon cast a number of glances at Arrin, an amused smirk on her face for his discomfort. Kira walked alongside her, likely broiling under her coating of fur. The two women spoke quietly from time to time, leaving Arrin by himself yards back. He was fine with that. His foolishness at Kira's affection nagged at him despite everything. It had opened his eyes to the changes that had occurred in him over the time of his exile. He hadn't realized any of them. There had only been the need for survival, which, thanks to the power of the collar at his throat, had been accomplished far more simply had he not possessed it. Now he looked back with open eyes and felt a pang of regret for how he had lived all those years. He had wasted them. Arrin stomped his feet into the sand at the thought and sped his pace without thinking. He wanted all this to be over. His boots sunk into the mire of the desert and he felt it vibrate beneath him. He stopped without realizing why and looked to Braylon. She too stood motionless. Her placid expression morphed into steel just as Arrin understood what his senses were telling him. "Scatter!" he screamed as he unsheathed his sword, tried to hone in on the subtle flicker of magical essence that fluttered in the sand. His warning was too late. The ground exploded in the midst of the Velen. A gray pallor washed over their dark faces as glistening sand rained down. Arrin ran toward the group just as one of their number burst into the air as though he had sprouted wings. He screamed as one of his legs was replaced by a hideous worm-like creature that carried him high above the ground. The hundreds of mouths which ran its length clicked sharpened black teeth and loosed a multitude of hideous shrieks that pierced Arrin's ears like arrows. He saw many of the Velen and Iviri clutch their heads and stumble away beneath the oral assault. The creature reached the apex of its lunge and dropped back to earth as the Velen scattered from its path. The man caught in its maws went silent with shock, his arms stretched to the sky as the worm dragged him down. They hit the ground together with a thump. Arrin heard the crackle of the Velen's bones shattering at impact, grateful he couldn't see the man through the shower of sand. Bulbous eyes on 6 wavering stalks rose up from the dust cloud and swiveled in different directions as if gauging its next meal. The massive eye that made up its face stared straight ahead, the fluid gushing inside its lens a sickening green. Its tail slithered from the sand and lashed out at those nearest. Arrin was surprised to see the back end was exactly the same as the front of the creature. A massive eye set central on its cylindrical body while a half-dozen squirmed on leathery tendrils above. An Iviri warrior who rushed in to defend the Velen fell beneath the tail's mass. The wall of mouths bit down without hesitation. The warrior's voice whipped the air with a ragged shriek, and blood spewed across the sand. His fellow Ivir raced to his aid. Arrin reached the worm first. The abysmal mouths gnashed at him as he closed and drove his sword into its side. His nose was assailed by the stench of rotten meat as black blood spilled from the wound, dousing his hand in its warm thickness. The worm bent nearly in the middle, and Arrin was forced to retreat or be crushed between the two halves. Another warrior wasn't so lucky. There was a resounding snap as his spine gave way. He dropped to the ground without a word, and was yanked across the sand by the array of mouths that latched onto his broken body. Braylon darted in front of Arrin and ran for the massive eye. Several of the worm's smaller orbs spied her first. It rose up into the air as she closed, roaring its displeasure. Without hesitation, she leapt after it. Arrin thrust his sword into the guts of the creature as she did, hoping to draw its attention. The worm howled and its head twisted, turning so that its massive lens lay directly before Braylon. She drove the blade of her black sword into the center of its eye. It stiffened as she yanked the blade free and sailed over its head. A chain reaction of shrieks spewed from its mouths as they sounded a dirge. Greenish pus rained down on Arrin as he stepped clear of the toppling worm. "Move away!" he shouted just before the creature struck the ground. The sand jumped beneath them as it hit. The piercing cry of the worm died one mouth at a time, fading into a quiet gurgle before going silent altogether. Arrin stared at the creature as it writhed and shuddered, its pungent scent stinging his eyes and assaulting his nose. More of the greenish fluid spilled from its dead eye and gushed forth to stain the sand as it twitched its last. His stomach churning, Arrin looked to gauge the damage the thing had wrought. Several Velen lay prone upon the desert sand, and still a few more of the Ivir he had not seen fall. Braylon and Kira came to stand beside him as he scraped away the foul fluid with handfuls of warm sand. Gerald arrived a moment later. "Despite our losses, this could have been much worse," Arrin said as they assessed the damage. "It will be," Braylon replied, her bluntness drawing everyone's eyes. "Forgive me, but this is only the first of what we will encounter, and at the risk of discouraging you, by far the least." Gerald groaned and went to warn his people as Arrin stared at Braylon. "Do all of the beasts burst from the ground so suddenly?" "Most, but some give more warning." She pointed off into the distance. "The closer we get to the great lake of magical essence, the more dire things will become." "Is it possible for those of us with Ora to race to the mausoleum and collect the relics and transport them back?" Kira asked. Braylon shook her head. "If we had time, perhaps. Such a plan would surely save the lives you are likely to lose, but even increasing your number each trip, it would take you a handful of days without rest." She motioned to the Ivir. "Were we to lose half of these warriors on our trip, there would still be enough to transport the Ora back across the desert in a manner that would ensure you lost no more, and in less than half the time." "Then our course remains set," Arrin stated, though he felt sick for the path he committed them to. He looked to the makeshift army and drew in a deep, reluctant breath. "Leave the dead, or we will join them." Arrin waved the force on, giving them no time to debate his order. He turned and marched toward the mausoleum. The burden of their losses was his to bear, and he wondered how many it would take before they bore him down with them. Chapter 26. Uthul's blood boiled. He crawled from the flesh of Ree, his meager weight a mountain that threatened to drag him back inside the bubbling hill. His hands trembled as they grasped the blackened wall of the font. He struggled to pull himself over the lip of its mouth. Uthul's flesh was charred and ran with rivulets of bloody pus, the ruin extending all the way up his arms. His clothing had melted against his skin. What was left clung to him amidst black and red wounds that seeped his life's blood. The bag of Ora was long gone, its contents swirling somewhere in the depths. At last Uthul reached the tipping point and tumbled from the font to crash at its base. The fall knocked out what little breath remained inside. He exhaled a ragged gasp and tasted the coppery tang of his blood. His every bone throbbed with the fury of Ree's essence, his skin afire as though a million insects feasted upon it. The battering ram of his heart slammed against his ribs as it pushed beneath the magic's touch, but he felt a cripple in the downhill race. He dragged himself from the font, every movement a war fought and done. The crystalline earth spider-webbed beneath him and sent silver tendrils snaking ahead. His vision was a blur, spots of black and brilliant white interspersed and dancing to a frantic tune with no discernible rhythm. There was only the rush of the wind in his ears, the sound that had shadowed him his entire journey through the font. He could hear nothing else, not even the huff of his labored breath as he crept on. The acrid scent of burnt meat clung to him, and Uthul knew it was his own flesh he smelled. After what seemed a lifetime, even to one such as Uthul, he left the scarred ground behind and crawled onto the moist earth of Ree. The grass glistened as he slid across it, his fingers digging into the soft soil. He was home, though he could spare no jubilation at his return. He raised his head and cast his gaze into the distance, seeing nothing more than spotted images of emerald green leaves and shrubs mixed with the soft brown of their trunks. In his eagerness to be home and avoid the mass of Hull, whose location he could not fathom, he had ridden the essence of Ree to the furthest of the fonts that sprouted into Ree. Though it sat closer to the Sha'ree village, he wondered if the risk had been worth the agony he'd endured. Home lay several miles distant from the patch of earth he crawled over. He sighed, feeling the trembling in his limbs as he reached for yet another handhold to pull himself forward. He cursed his weakness and cast a prayer into the fertile ground. If there is to be hope for us, my goddess, grant me the strength to teach the firstborn of your loins. Uthul pulled his knees under him and sat until his wavering vision settled. He pushed to his feet and stumbled, crashing to the ground. His body so battered, he felt nothing of what he did to himself, so he forced his feet beneath him once more and stood. He swayed, grasping at air, managing at last to solidify his balance. Able to stand without moving for several moments, he caught his breath, and then took his first step. His body trembled as his foot struck the ground, the second step spearing him with acidic pain, but he went on. Step after step, Uthul trudged toward the Sha'ree village that lay obscured by the distant greenery. He walked without thought, locking the pain behind a wall of devout concentration. The trees grew closer, his home. Uthul staggered on, watching each foot as it struck the ground and willing the next to follow. His vision darkened as he went, narrowing about the edges and swallowing the lights that flickered at his eyes, but he continued without pause. When his sight was little more than a sliver, Uthul raised his weary eyes to see the trunk of a great tree looming before him. He reached out for it and collapsed. Chapter 27. The jungle burned, but still Grol hesitated to order the attack. He heard no screams of fear or pain from within the trees, nor did he hear the call to war. Only the crackle of the flames battling the wet foliage drifted to his ears. The recent storms and a steady rainfall in the region had kept the jungle from igniting as a whole, which only deepened the commander's reluctance to march inside its depths. With only flash fires to deal with, the Pathra would be lurking in wait of his men. His army could take the Pathra were the battle to happen on even open ground, but within the shadows of the jungle, Grol knew no certainty. The blood pack kept a steady rain of fire dropping into the jungle, but those not wielding the staves were growing restless. No doubt they questioned his courage, but he would not be rushed into a losing fight. For all the pack's ferocity, he knew it was their thirst for meat that had always been their downfall. Too many battles had gone sour for the Grol's desire to charge in blindly and cast all caution aside. If Grol were to fail, it would not be because of such foolishness. He would wait as long as he deemed necessary before he ordered the advance on Ahreele, the doubters be damned. Still, he watched the pack that gathered around him for signs of rebellion. It was unlikely a single Grol or even a handful would dare challenge him with the magic he wielded, but he knew he must be cautious not to delay too long and turn the whole of his army against him. "The pack grows anxious," Morgren whispered at his side as if reading his thoughts. "I know full and well the mood of the men, General," he answered, sneering the last. "They will wait," he called out, raising his voice to be heard across the closest ranks, "until I am satisfied our enemy quivers in the trees and shakes shit from their tails." He willed the relics to brighten, their emerald glow shimmering and casting its light across the general and the ground surrounding Grol. There was a quiet murmur through the ranks, and all eyes returned to the jungle, the blood pack at the staves speeding the pace of their mystical projectiles. Morgren chuckled. "They still fear you. A good sign. For both of us, dear General, for both of us." "Do not think I have forgotten," Morgren answered with a toothy grin. "It is certain the Pathra wait for us deep in the trees. There is far too much land for us to reach from here, and I doubt there is a single cat outside of their scouts anywhere near the portion of the jungle we set afire." Grol nodded. "They wait for us to enter so they can surround us, picking our forces apart." He gestured to the ranks. "These fools would rush in and die were I not reining them in. The whole of our nation would likely be dead before morning," Grol growled. "We must be certain of the Pathran location, but I cannot trust our scouts. They have failed too many times of late. What of the Lathah messenger? When he returns, do we remain here or seek out the other Lathah?" Grol shrugged. "I had hoped to be through Ahreele by this time, but the silence worries me, and the damnable wet trees spite the staves. A roar rose up in the rear ranks, howls filling the smoky air. Grol spun to see a silvered form striding toward him. His men cleared the way and let the Sha'ree pass without resistance. He could feel the eyes of the blood pack searing into his spine as the ancient visitor strolled casually to the commander. Grol waved the general away as the Sha'ree came to stand before him. "Come," Sultay told him with no deference to his rank. Grol growled low at her back as she spun away and walked to an open space where no Grol stood near. He followed her far enough away to not be heard. The Sha'ree stopped and turned to face the commander when he caught up. "I had higher expectations of you than this, Commander," she said, shaking her head. "The felines should be dead by now." Grol cleared his throat. "I will kill them soon," he promised. "No, you will not. Erdor and his Iviri warriors will take the fight to the felines in wake of your failure." She drew a step closer, her large pink eyes just inches from his snout. "My brethren have joined the fray while you loitered here." Grol shook his head. "I have seen another of your kind. He joined the fight earlier at Lathah." "I assume he still lives?" The commander swallowed hard and nodded. "Most likely. He used the relics to hold off my men, but disappeared when one of the city spires collapsed on the field. We recovered no body. Sultay's eyes opened wider. He wore the aura? Grol nodded. He took them from my dead men. The Sha'ree went silent. Her gaze drifted toward the trees, and she stood as though frozen. After a few moments, her eyes returned to Grol. I will deal with my people, but I have a mission for you. But the Pathra, he started. They are no longer your concern. She narrowed her eyes as if to ward off further questions. The commander remained silent, though fury sweltered inside. He longed to see the Sha'ree bleed for her arrogance. My people have intentions of raising an army trained in the use of the aura and turning them loose against you. The word struck Grol as though they were stones. His anger drained away. All he strived for crumbled in his mind's eye as he stood stunned, unable to reply. Do not worry so, Commander. I have kept my brethren's pets from reaching Ahreele, but I had not learned of their true intent until it was too late. They marched south with Sha'ree guidance. Grol slowed his breathing and stared at Sultay, uncertain of what she wanted. So, are they still a threat? They may well be, but that is why I have come. You must stop them before they reach their goal. What would you have of me? As there are no aura left within Ahreele, I know where it is they travel. The desert. The funeral sands? Grol took a step back, his hands raised. You cannot expect— I can and do expect you to answer to my every whim, or I will rip the aura from your lifeless corpse and bury your bones in the ashes of your people. Do not ever challenge me, vermin. Sultay stepped so close, Grol could feel her breath as it tickled his whiskers. His pulse raced. But do not worry, there is no need for you to enter the funeral sands. Sultay snorted. The rush of warm air caused Grol to blink. She took a step back, a smug smile creasing her cheeks. You would lose too many of your soldiers to be useful to me were you to brave the desert. But my brethren's minions risked their own losses. Grol drew a breath, casting a furtive glance at the pack behind him. Their eyes snapped away at noticing his attention. He sighed inside, wondering what harm the Sha'ree arrival had caused for his command. Sultay went on, clearly indifferent to his concerns. If the questers find the aura and manage to escape the desert, they will come straight for you and your army. They expect you to be here at Ahreele, but I want you waiting for them at Fen. So we just leave the Pathra at our backs with only the Corm to guard them? She laughed. Your erstwhile allies have already been routed, so it is best you don't count on their aid. The commander looked to Sultay, questioning the truth of her statement, but he could sense no dishonesty. He growled at Rolf's incompetence, but he had expected little more from the sack of meat. Grol glanced across the field to the jungle. Black smoke swirled above the treetops. He felt confident he could discourage the Pathra from mounting an assault upon his forces when they pulled back, but he was less certain they would remain ensconced in the trees indefinitely. A more immediate concern was meeting the Sha'ree allies in an open field with them empowered by relics. Why Fen? He asked. That would leave my army with no cover or tactical advantage. Not true, she answered. With their backs to the desert, they will be forced to press forward. It is unlikely they will have had time to rest or lick their wounds after the journey through the sands should you meet them at the border. They will be weary and battered, an easy target. Even with the aura at their disposal, you will have surprise and a host of advantages, not the least of which is the capability of pushing them back into the desert for the beasts there to whittle away their ranks and split their focus. Grol paced as he contemplated her words. Her reasoning was sound, if not the best approach to winning a battle in his estimation. His stomach felt in knots as he pictured the possibilities of the bitch's plan, but deep down he knew he was wasting time acting as though he had a choice. He either did as Sultay commanded, or he would die. It was that simple. The secrets of the relics still lay beyond his reach. He had no hope of winning a fight against the Sha'ree bitch, even with his army. His men would hesitate and hold back, only to crumple against her will once he was gone. They knew the source of their newfound power and feared its creator. History had long told of the Sha'ree reclamation of their magic and the brutality of the ancient race when they were defied. The Grol bloodline bore the sacred memories of Sha'ree might. Grol would do as he was told, but he would bide his time. It was not the whole of the Sha'ree he had to lay low, but only one. Her time would come. He nodded his agreement. "We will travel to Fen immediately." Sultay grinned. "Fight well, Commander. I am counting on you." She gave him the barest of nods and strolled away, heading the direction of Nurin. General Morgren returned to his side once the Sha'ree was gone. "Your orders?" "Mind your tongue, Morgren. You can be replaced." The general grunted and masked his smile, but his eyes shone with amusement. Grol ignored the antagonism as he had since the two were pups at the same tit. Their futures were bound together, failure or success. But despite the general's casualty toward Grol's stature, they both knew death would come for them at the same time, just as birth had brought them into the world together. "Have the blood pack fire the closest trees and grass. We pull back immediately," Grol ordered. "To where?" "To Fen, to surprise a force that plans to squeeze us between them and the Pathra." Morgren glanced to the south and then looked back to the commander. "Why not set an ambush at the far end of Lathah? We could hide our men in the hills of the Fortress Mountains and strike the flank as they pass." Grol shook his head. "Our enemy comes from the Funeral Sands and is empowered. The plan is to drive them back into the desert and to let it lay waste to them." The general raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Grol knew he was just as uneasy about committing to a fight against an empowered foe on open terrain. After a quiet moment, Morgren grunted and walked away, calling out Grol's orders. The men grumbled but started to move. It was done. Grol watched as the army began the process of pulling back. Not for the first time, he questioned the Sha'ree's motives in supplying the Grol with relics and pressing them into battle. What did Sultay have to gain? The question haunted him as his men prepared to meet an enemy they knew nothing about. He looked once more to the jungle and remembered to leave behind a few of the blood pack to meet with the Lathah messenger. Without the secret of the relics, he would forever be at the bitch's beck and call, at least until her clandestine agenda left him dead. He sighed. "Something to look forward to," he muttered through clenched teeth. Chapter 28. Elora followed the royal family until they reached the crown. She had pondered her options since they left the 9th, and still she could see no way to free the princess without risk to the orphans with her or the royals. If she waited until they were locked inside the tunnels, there would be no chance at freeing them. Though only 4 guards stood between her and the family, it was as though they were an army. None of the orphans with her, to include herself, had any clue how to use a sword. Her only hope was to distract and confuse the guards, but she held little faith in succeeding. As they drew closer to the tunnels, time was running out for her to make a decision. Michael kept glancing in her direction, waiting for her to say something. She felt Brandon's eyes on her as Thelis hung close. They were all waiting on her. What did she know about planning an ambush? She sighed as she shifted behind the wreckage of the great spire and watched the family come closer and closer to the moment when it would be too late. At last she decided. She looked to the boys. "I need a group of you to go out that way." She pointed off to the other side of the spire. "And challenge the guards. Don't fight them, but keep their attention on you." "What are you going to do?" Michael asked. "Try to even the odds a little," she answered, waving them off, setting a hand on Thelis's arm to keep him with her. "Go, we don't have much time." The boys darted off, slipping through the rubble and disappearing from sight. She turned to Thelis. "Stay close to me." He nodded, and Elora drifted off to slip in front of the royal entourage. Thelis clung to her heels, uncomfortably holding the small club he'd collected. After a few moments, Elora slid behind a pile of debris and hunkered down, waiting as the family approached. Her heart drummed like thunder, and she worried the guards might hear. Thelis shifted at her back. His hurried breaths puffed at her ear, warming it uncomfortably. The family grew closer and closer, and Elora wondered if the boys had lost their nerve. She could see the uncertainty in Argos and Kyle's faces as they stuck near their parents. Even Malia looked concerned as Phelan limped alongside her. Elora looked to the men guarding them and had a moment of doubt. They were burly and strong, all older, veterans of the Lathah army and clearly capable of slaying a handful of children. She turned to Thelis, about to ask him to see if he can stop Michael, when the clack of a tossed stone rang out. It was too late. The guard shouted a warning as Elora turned back to see Michael and Brandon inching toward the royal family, short swords in their hands. The rest of the boys carried a mix of the weapons they had found and moved slowly at the backs of the two oldest boys. "You better run off, boys," one of the guards told them, drawing his own sword. It made theirs look like toys in comparison. "Make me," Michael replied, his upper lip pulled back in a snarl. Another of the guard's swords left its scabbard. "I'm warning you, you little bastards. Prince Olin won't take your games lightly. We will kill you." "I don't think they can," Brandon told Michael. "I don't think so either," Michael agreed. The other boys muttered their agreement at their back. One of the guards stepped forward, brandishing his sword. He swung it wildly, well in front of the orphans. The boys held their ground with amused smirks. "Think he missed on purpose, or is the prince's guard just that poor with the sword?" Michael asked of his companions. The guard growled and stomped even closer, a second soldier joining him. The last two inched forward, holding the rope lead that bound the couple. All eyes were on the brewing conflict. Elora raised her index finger to her lips, motioning Thelis to silence, and crept toward the family. The dagger she wielded was nicked along half the blade, triangular shards missing from it as though it had been gnawed away by a great beast. But the lower half still held its edge. She had tested it as they followed along, her arm still stinging from where she dragged the blade across. The guards closed on the boys, and much to Elora's relief, Michael and his group moved back to keep the distance between them, yet they stayed close enough to hold their attention. Elora took slow, deliberate steps toward the family as the drama played out. Every footstep sounded like thunder to her ears as she feared the remaining two guards would turn and spot her. There would be no rescue then. Step by step she drew closer. She raised her eyes from her feet to see Argos staring at her. She raised a finger to her lips and motioned for him to turn around. It took him just a moment, but he did, doing nothing to draw attention to what he'd seen. Elora wiped the sweat from her brow and continued on, her pulse threatening to overwhelm her. Her hand trembled as she gripped the knife, her knuckles white through the layers of dirt. At long last, she crept behind Phelan, Thelis just a few feet behind. She set her hand on the man's forearm as a warning, fearful she might startle him into making a sound, but he stood rigid. The only sign he gave that he knew she was there was a quick wiggle of his fingers. Elora wasted no time. She set the blade to work, slicing into the rope that bound him. The quiet scrape sounded in her ears as she sawed back and forth, doing her best not to cut Phelan in the process. Finally, the rope fell free. Elora reached out and grabbed the club from Thelis and passed it to Phelan. His shaking hand gripped it, but it looked as though it might slip away at any moment. She sighed. It was all she could do for him. Out of the corner of her eye she spied Malia peering at her. Elora couldn't read the princess's expression, but it wasn't necessary to know Malia worried for the safety of her husband and children. Elora smiled at her, hoping to convey similar thoughts, and then slipped a short distance between the guard that stood before the princess. She looked to Phelan and gave the barest of nods. Elora had not thought this far into her plan. She had hoped to free Phelan and let him take out the guards, but his obvious weakness gave her little faith he could do so. She stared at the armored back of the man standing before her and wondered if she could do what was needed to free the royal family. Nearby, Phelan raised his arm above his head and took the choice out of her hands. The club swung down and collided with one of the guards' head. There was a muffled crack, like a stone dropped from the city walls, and the man crumpled to the ground. The closest soldier looked to the sound, and Elora tightened her grip and did what she must. She thrust the dagger at his back, but he spun away to draw his sword, changing the angle of her attack. The dagger sunk into the soft flesh of his throat. His half-drawn sword slid back into the scabbard as he gurgled blood and clutched at the protruding knife. "Hey!" one of the other guards shouted. He turned his back on Michael and raced toward the family. The other turned and followed. The orphans started after. Phelan snatched the sword from the man he knocked unconscious and moved to meet the other two, blocking their path to his family. Velas leapt onto the back of the guard Elora had stabbed and rode him to the ground, punching wildly at his head. The first of the guards swung at Phelan. The blow was parried, but Elora saw the strain in Phelan's arm. He shook and nearly stumbled at the impact. The guard saw it too. He pressed the attack, driving Phelan back. The second guard joined the other when he cried out and dropped to a knee. Brandon stood behind him with a smile, holding his sword up. Blood dripped from the tip. The soldier turned and was buried under a hail of blows, swords and clubs and daggers, stabbing, slashing, and pounding him without mercy. Still bound, Malia herded her children from the fight, Phelan and the guard clashing in what was clearly a losing battle for the princess's husband. Elora grabbed a rock from the rubble and hurled it at the guard. It bounced off his armored cuirass, and he growled, determined to kill Phelan. He raised his sword high and then feinted, drawing Phelan's guard away before changing the angle of the swing. The guard's sword flew at Phelan's unprotected side, and Elora looked away. The meaty chunk of a butcher's shop sounded in her ears, and she waited to hear the wails of Malia and her children. They didn't come. Another thump rang out, and Elora looked back to the battle. The guard lay face down with a short sword protruding from his armpit. A broadsword wavered in his armored back. Michael and Phelan stood over the body with relieved smiles brightening their lips. Phelan stood in a weary slump. Elora let out a loud gasp, releasing the breath she had not known she held. They had done it. One of the orphans cut the princess free as all the boys cheered the victory, Argos and Kyle the loudest. "Shh!" Malia told them as she went to Phelan. They went silent immediately. "Thank you all for saving us, but we must be quiet. There may well be more of Olin's men around." Elora shook her head. "The prince is gathering an army to go after Arrin." Malia sighed, wrapping her arm around her husband's waist. "Then we must gather the rest of the people and take them to Ahreele." Phelan shook his head. "We must get you and the boys to safety first." Malia's eyes narrowed, but her husband cut her off before she could speak. "Olin has the people convinced he's a hero, and to prove otherwise would take more time than we have to spare. We must return to Ahreele now. We can gather a force from there and secure our people after." "But I cannot leave." Phelan silenced her once more, and Elora watched as Phelan convinced Malia that to stay in Lathah was to risk the lives of her children and her people. Olin would not treat them well if he learned of the family's escape. "We must go," Phelan told his wife. "Don't worry, Arrin will kill Olin," Elora said, hoping to ease the princess's mind before caging her errant tongue. Malia only looked at her and nodded, her chin sinking the tiniest sliver lower. Elora berated herself. Olin was still the princess's brother, for all his cruelty. No matter how things turned out, Malia's heart would suffer. With Malia finally giving in, the ragtag group of orphans and royalty returned to the caverns hidden beyond the crown. The tumult had blown past, but it made trudging through the ankle-deep water only slightly more bearable. Once they managed to reach Ahreele, Phelan assured Malia they could convince the warlord to take the fight to her brother and rescue Cameron, and Arrin if they could. Seeking the Pathra was their best choice. The princess agreed, but walked on in silence. Elora could see the sorrow etched upon her features, the glimmer of tears held tight within her eyes. Elora could only feel sorry for the princess for the choices she was forced to make. The sounds of splashing footsteps echoed through the canyon. Even the boys were quiet, but she could see the wonder in their wide stares. The clouds were slowly clearing, tiny glimmers of light shining down upon them as they walked. Without the rain spilling atop them, they could see the massive walls of the fortress mountains climbing up into the sky. It was majestic. Even Malia took a moment to gawk. Elora sighed as she imagined the whole of Lathah could well fit within the massive space. They could have been spared the Grol indignities and traveled to Pethrale to join forces with the cat people. It was a sickening realization as to the value of human life in the prince's world. Her cheeks warmed at the thought. The prince had condemned his people to death, and now they thanked him for it when he scampered back after the battle was over. She growled, the boys looking over at the sound. Elora knew it was wrong, but she hoped Olin found Arrin. If Ree was just, the warrior would serve the prince the justice he deserved. Chapter 29. The desert was everything Arrin had feared, and more. Their early encounter with the worm had been nothing compared to what followed. On more than one occasion, he considered listening to the whimpered pleas of the Velen and turning tail before they ran across something that could not be beaten. He dashed that thought against the wall of his skull and soldiered on. The only opportunity to escape death lay before them at the mausoleum. Without the Ora, all of Ahreele would be laid to waste. Weighed against that, the relatively few deaths they told now were nothing more than drops in the ocean, however callous it might seem. The thought tasted bitter, but it was a soldier's duty to carry on and win the war. For all his years of exile, he still saw himself a soldier. It had been his everything until Malia came along, and that discipline kept him alive in the wilderness, the power of the collar aside. The task ahead was just one more battle he needed to win. Orders had been given, and the soldiers marched. He heard the voices of the Velen at his back. They were subdued, fearful of what might be drawn to the sound, but they still whispered on. There was no silencing them. The Iviri warriors hung close to their blood companions, but the rest of the group had drifted away out of fear for their lives. Kale stuck close to Arrin and mimicked his silence. Arrin gave him reassuring grins as they walked, doing what he could do to bolster the boy's will when it seemed to flag. They had been through much during their journey, and Arrin believed Kale was growing weary of it. It had simply been too much to cope with. Kira also hung close, and Arrin found his attention wandering when she brushed against him. It was as though he was a young man again. He longed for peace so he might explore opportunities he had long denied because of his infatuation with Malia. The name sunk into his stomach like a stone. It triggered a wave of sorrowful memories that circled around and back around, rousing a bout of animosity and disgust. So much wasted time, and to lose everything, his child. His thoughts drifted into the darkness, and Arrin sped his pace, pulling away from Kale and Kira. A storm of emotions whirled inside his head, and he fought to push them aside. He cursed himself for his weakness, questioning why he never returned to Lathah and claimed his child, why he never found the courage to confront Olin and learn the truth about Malia when there had still been some life left inside his heart. Now it hung cold and withered, kept alive by anger and the power of the Ora. Arrin's feet sunk into the sand, and he could feel Kira's concerned stare on his back, but he didn't slow. He'd been better off alone in the wilderness, ignorant of the true pain that awaited him. His breath huffing out of him in forceful waves, he spied the glimmer of the great lake Braylon had told them about. She had stopped a ways ahead and seemed to be waiting for him. As he drew closer, he felt the peppering tingles of pure magical essence. So far away, it amazed him how much of the power seeped into the air. He wondered how it felt up close, and worried it might be too much to bear for the Velen. Though their magical sensitivities were less than the Sha'ree, and likely even less than his own due to the Ora, he knew they could feel the lake's energy. He heard their voices stutter. Their conversation derailed just moments after he had sensed the lake. Arrin didn't stop or acknowledge he noticed. He continued on toward Braylon, wondering what it was she stared at so intently. A short distance behind her, he saw her spin about, eyes wide. He felt the vibration an instant later. There was no time to call out. The ground came alive. Like a wave sent by the tumult, the sand rose up and rolled toward them. Arrin saw the first of the creatures as he ran to intercept them. A dozen red and glassy eyes, the size of bird eggs, clustered on a black head that looked a cross between a spider and a wolf. Spiny hair sprouted from its skull in random tufts, glistening wet and dark. A wide maw split the creature's face in half, filled with jagged shards of teeth that hooked inward at the tips. It ran forward on 8 legs, skipping its sleek body across the ground with ease, yellowed claws slicing through the sand. Many of the Ahreele warriors screamed out, "Crew warg!" in unison as they pointed at the advancing creatures. Arrin had no idea if the word was a curse in the Ahreele tongue or the name of the things that attacked them, but it stuck as he ran to join the approaching fight. There were easily over 100 of the creatures. Arrin came up behind the closest and cleaved the legs from one side of its body. It loosed a wet scream that seemed to bubble inside its throat. The rest of the crew warg responded in kind as the thing fell to the sand, using its remaining legs to spin around in an effort to bite Arrin. He jumped away as it skittered forward and snapped, hooked teeth biting air just inches away. Its nest of eyes glared. Surprised at its ferocity, Arrin drove his sword under its chin, angling the blade into its skull. The creature stiffened and died without a sound. What remained of its legs curled beneath its body, and it appeared to deflate, drawing in on itself. It sunk lifeless the moment Arrin pulled his sword loose. He looked up from the shriveled corpse just in time to see the wave of crew warg crash into the line of Ahreele. The screams of the wounded and dying joined with those of the Velen's terror. Kira shoved Kale aside and raced at the backs of the crew wargs. Arrin ran to join her. She reached around one of the beasts and raked its eyes with her blade. Crimson fluid spewed across the sand and spasms racked its body. She finished it off by burying her sword in its head, kicking the dead crew warg into its companions. The Ahreele fought on. Their jagged swords rained down upon the creatures, but their lack of technique and reliance on brute force left many open to attack. The crew wards raked at the warriors with razored claws, tearing deep gouges in the thighs and groins of the Ahreele. Many of the soldiers dropped, only to meet their end buried beneath the gnashing jaws and hooked fangs. The screams went on. Arrin severed the head of one of the crew warg and cleaved yet another in half as he fought to save as many lives as he could. Though the Ahreele fielded an easy 2,000 fighters, the size of the crew wargs made it impossible to put that advantage to use. Low to the ground, the creatures found cover in their victims, limiting the ability of those behind the first rank to strike. A bitter sickness rose up in Arrin's throat as he hacked yet another of the things apart. He cast his gaze across the sands to find the rest of the empowered fighters. He spied Braylon and Grol battling to his left, working their way toward Arrin and Kira. Braylon moved like a serpent, darting in to strike and pulling back to do it again, leaving withered husks curling in her wake. Grol, like the rest of his people, lumbered through and sent dripping pieces of crew warg flying through the air with every powerful blow. He went at them as though chopping wood. 100 piercing agonies brought Arrin's focus back. He stumbled and looked to see one of the crew warg had slipped past in his distraction and sunk its teeth into his leg. The wound burned as though on fire. He cleaved the creature's head off, biting down as the impact jarred the fangs hooked inside the meat of his calf. Another came at him and he pinned it to the sand, his sword driven down through its skull. He pulled it free as yet another crew warg skittered toward him. Arrin pivoted to strike and felt his leg give way. He dropped to the sand, eyes blurred by pain, trying to blink it away. He spied the mass of red eyes just before the fetid stench of the crew warg's breath struck him. He rolled onto his back and raised his sword to defend, but the crew warg never reached him. A silver streak whipped past, and the crew warg fell away in 2 pieces, its snapping jaws biting instinctively at the dirt where it landed. Its back end curled and twitched a few feet from the rest of its body. Grol stood over him, hand extended to help him up. Arrin wiped at his eyes and took the Ahreele's offer. "They're turning! Watch out!" Kale screamed. Arrin looked to see the mass of crew warg scurrying back in the direction where they first erupted from the sand. Some instinct had clearly told them the fight was lost, and they scrambled to escape. He and Jarrell stood right in their path. A dozen or more came straight at them. Arrin went to jump aside, but his wounded leg would not hold his weight. He tumbled forward and landed on his knees in the sand. A bitter smell wafted to his nose, and he connected it to the crew warg instantly. He lay over their den. Jarrell reached down and dragged Arrin to his feet, but it was no simple task for the Ahreele warrior. Powerful as Jarrell was, Arrin had spent 15 years under the influence of the collar, the magical essence reconfiguring his frame to meet the demands he put on it. He was no Velen to be tossed about. Jarrell grunted at the unexpected weight as Arrin did his best to help. A moment later, he was on his feet, but the massive crew warg had closed the distance. Arrin turned and leveraged his weight on his good leg, cursing the lack of mobility the stance would provide. It would have to do. Jarrell stood at his side, spread-legged and blade high. There was no time for lessons. The ranks of the crew warg engaged. Arrin swept the ground beneath them to slow the charge, dragging his sword through their faces on the return swing. Several shriveled and died, but more followed after, climbing the dead backs of the first. Braylon and Kira and the rest of the Aevir chewed away at the rear of the mass as he and Jarrell fought the front. Great sweeping blows kept the Aeviri free of danger as Arrin piled corpses before them to slow the advance, picking away at those that clambered over their fallen brethren. His leg throbbed as he dug in to help his stability, but it held. Out of his peripheral vision, he saw a number of the crew warg burrowing into the sand. His first thought was they might come up from beneath him, but there was no time to worry about that now. The bodies were piled 20 deep before the first managed to slip past Arrin's guard. It leapt over the corpses and came hurtling toward him. He raised his sword and met the creature with the point. Momentum impaled it. Blood and blackened pus gushed from its speared mouth. Arrin closed his eyes and turned away just as the wash of gore hit him. Warm fluid splattered across his ear and cheek and ran unchecked down his neck. He opened his eyes to see a crew warg close its jaws on Jarrell's neck. Another clung to the warrior's sword arm. Arrin flung the corpse on his sword away and struck at the creature at Jarrell's throat. He cut its body away just as the Aevir stumbled and fell to his back. A wave of creatures crested the morbid hill then and crashed over top of them just as Arrin reached out for Jarrell. Arrin's vision went black, a swarm of biting crew warg blotting out all sight. He lashed out with panicked strokes, some inner voice seeping through his fear to remind him of his critique of Jarrell's form. But he went on heedless of the sad irony. The creatures bit and clawed, and he felt strips of his flesh and muscle ripped away under their assault. He collapsed beneath their fury. Pain lanced through his body from too many wounds to keep account of. Still he fought on. Every stroke was a trial. He was losing the fight. Then they were gone. Arrin blinked his eyes to adjust to the sudden brightness and looked up into the scarred face of Braylon. Kira stood at her side, her purple eyes wet with tears that streaked her spotted fur. "He lives!" Braylon called out. He heard the shouts of the Aeviri warriors nearby and raised his head. Sharp pains rang through his neck and back, but he spied the warrior clearing a pile of the crew warg bodies. A pale form lay beneath. "Jarrell?" he asked as he stared at the man's limp arm. Kale appeared before him, blocking his vision. The golden rod was in his hand. "You'll be fine," he said as he set the cold steel of the Ulra against Arrin's chest. The flutter of its power was instant, its essence sinking into his veins. Arrin let the relic wash his pain away, grunting as Kira cut the crew warg's jaw away from his leg. After a few moments, Kale hopped up and turned to Jarrell. He set the rod against the warrior's pale flesh. Jarrell lay motionless. Arrin drew a deep breath. Jarrell was dead. "Kale," he said, his voice ragged from exertion, "there are others who need your help." The young man pushed the rod harder against Jarrell's skin, but still nothing happened. He was too far gone for even the Ulra. Arrin sat up and looked once more to Jarrell as Kale fluttered above. The warrior lay on his back, eyes open, staring at the sky. The normally bright purple of his veins were a sallow black against his pale skin. A handful of crew-warg heads were still attached to his body, black blood oozing from the wounds. "I'm sorry." Arrin reached out and set a hand on Cale's shoulder. The boy shrugged it off, tears moistening his eyes as he stood. Cale staggered away. Arrin bit back a curse as he climbed to his feet and watched Cale go. They'd lost the boy's uncle, and now Domore's blood companion, Cale's father having been run down by the Corm at the start of the war. Grol was the last who Cale could call family, and now he was gone. Arrin felt for the boy, but there was still more they must do. He strode off to assess the damage. Bodies lay scattered across the desert sand with pieces of the creatures littered all about. They had lost another 20 warriors at first glance. He looked to the Iviri and met their sad eyes. They were warriors and understood death, but the journey was wearing them down, especially after the unexpected assault by the Hull. They were losing people they cared for, brothers and sisters they had grown and fought with, laughed and cried alongside. They were family, and they were dying all because they believed Arrin knew what was best for Ahreele. It was a burden that chafed at his conscience on top of all that Cale had suffered. Arrin hadn't wanted any of it. His plan was to rescue Malia and his child, nothing more. Now he stood on the graves of soldiers and friends, with too many left behind and a certainty of more waiting to die ahead. He wondered how it had come to this. The bitter stink of the crew-warg still in his nose, he cast one last glance at Grol and wished him well in death, before turning back to the rest. Cale had finished healing those who could still benefit from it, so it was time to move on, once more making a decision that weighed upon the lives of everyone who followed him. Arrin motioned for the group to continue on. Bile in his throat, he turned and started toward the lake without saying a word. Braylon met his pace. Cale hurried after to join them. "We're just going to leave them?" The words were thick with accusation. Arrin simply nodded. Cale raced around front, confronting Arrin and forcing him to stop with a trembling hand on his chest. "We can't just leave Grol in the dirt. Those things will eat him." "Better the dead than us." The moment the words were loose, Arrin regretted them. Cale's eyes went wide, his cheeks filling with color. Arrin cut him off. "I'm sorry, Cale. I don't mean to be so callous." He drew a deep breath through clenched teeth and went on, setting his hands on Cale's shoulders to keep the boy from storming off. "Grol was a great warrior and a good man, but the longer we stay here in the desert, the more of us die." He gestured toward the somber crowd of Velen and Ivir at their backs. "Every one of these people has lost someone they care about on this mad quest, and every moment brings the likelihood of yet another friend or family member dying. There simply isn't time to worry about the dead now, as cruel as that might seem. When the war is over, that's when we mourn. But now we soldier on, we fight, we survive." Tears glittered on Cale's cheeks as he stared without saying a word. Arrin couldn't tell if the boy understood, but like sentiment for the dead, there was no time for discussion. He slid his hands from his shoulders. "I'm sorry," he said again as he stepped past Cale and went on. He could worry about hurt feelings later, if they lived. Once more Braylon moved alongside him, Kira joining them a few moments later after seeing Cale to the relative safety of the group. "How much further?" Kira asked, breaking the silence a short while later. "Only a little beyond the lake," Braylon answered quietly. Arrin caught a note of hesitation in her voice. Kira caught it as well. "Are you certain?" "Yes, I am, but I'm not sure this is the best path to take." She gestured toward the lake with her chin. "Near here is where I encountered the worst resistance. We should skirt the lake a ways to avoid the creatures that lurk within." "Inside it?" Kira asked. Braylon nodded. "Great tentacles with spikes the size of swords lashed out at me as I passed. I never saw the creature they belonged to, but I'm grateful for that." She led their eyes with her finger, pointing a short distance from the shore. "There is where the worms flourish, their size and numbers much greater than those we have run across. We should go further around, but I fear we might stumble over something even worse." "Or there could be nothing," Arrin stated without excitement. Braylon shrugged, but they all knew the likelihood of avoiding further conflict was slim. To spend more time in the desert was tantamount to suicide. The direct route would be best. As he stared off toward the looming lake and the wavering shadows beyond, a thought struck him. He turned to Braylon. "You said you ran the entire way from the mausoleum to Grol and avoided the creatures?" She nodded. "That is true, but these people cannot hope to reach the speed needed to slip past the beasts." "I was not thinking about them, only you." Braylon looked at him, her eyes narrowing with her unspoken question. "It is the sudden appearance of the creatures that is taking the greatest toll upon us. They appear and scatter our ranks and sow chaos. That is when we lose the most lives. Were we to know where they were, we could make ready and fight more organized, cutting our losses." She stared at Arrin a moment as if unsure what he was asking. "You want me as bait?" He shook his head. "Not bait. You know well enough you could return to the mausoleum with little trouble were you not saddled with us. What I am asking is that you do so, and leave us a clear trail to follow. The creatures will rise at your passage, and we will be able to determine where they are and meet them prepared to fight." Braylon let loose a hoarse chuckle. "You would kill me to avoid having to help me home, Arrin. Admit it." Arrin joined her laughter. "If this fails, we will be dead before you and will meet you on the other side." The smile still on her face, she looked off past the lake. She drew a line with her finger. "Follow that path after I'm gone, and push the people to run. The creatures might not stay on the surface long enough for you to identify their positions. I would be quite angry to die for nothing." She looked back at Arrin and winked. "See you soon, one way or another." Braylon darted off. Arrin wasted no time, waving the Ivir and Velen forward. "Run!" he called out as he started off, Kira alongside. The mausoleum would be an oasis in the desert. It was the end of one journey and the beginning of yet another. But within its dead halls was the means to bring the chaos to a close and return Ahreele to a relative peace. As he watched the twisted creatures of the desert burst from the sand on Braylon's trail, he hoped he would live to see such a day. Chapter 30. It had been hours since Commander Farah called out to the Pathra for a meeting with their chieftain. He paced, fighting the impatience that curled his upper lip into a snarl. Smoke still rose on the horizon, casting a pall over the sky and staining the sky black. The acrid scent tickled his nose as he cast a glance at the felines who gathered across the river. "We could well have circled about the lake and engaged the Grol already," Farah mused as the passive gazes of the Pathra met his frustrated stare. He looked back toward Lathah and contemplated just that. Wolverine stood at ease behind him, giving Farah adequate room to pace. The commander growled and went to the general's side. The thunder of racing hooves drew his attention before he could voice his frustration for the 5th time. A sweat-slicked horse slipped past the ranks and charged toward them. Yards away, the Tolan rider leapt free and ran to stand in front of Farah. The mount clattered to a halt behind, kicking up dust. "The army gathers to the south, Commander. General Horg is at the head," the messenger announced, his words tinged with excitement. Farah breathed a sigh. "Excellent. Find a fresh horse and tell Horg we will join him soon. And tell—" Wolverine cut in. "Commander." Farah turned to his general and saw movement in the Pathran line. A mass of feline warriors streamed from the trees, led by a great orange cat. Farah looked back to the messenger. "Have Horg ready the men for battle and await my orders." He waved the messenger away and strolled toward the river with heavy steps. General Wolverine clung to his heels, 6 Tolan soldiers breaking from the ranks to follow along. Farah approached the great cat who crossed the river with but a handful of his own soldiers, leaving the rest at the banks. Massive in size for a Pathra, he strode forward with confidence and unexpected grace. A lazy grin curled at his lips as his gray gaze settled on Farah. He extended his hand as they closed. Farah took it in his own, the grip strong and steady. The commander returned the grin as their hands slipped apart. The Pathra had sent no politician to bandy words and offer promises. He stood before a warrior born. "Greetings, my friend. I am Commander Farah." "Well met, Commander. I am Quai, warlord of the Pathran people." He gave a subtle nod. "Thank you for your help with the Corm. Your arrival was well timed." "Most certainly." "I have made arrangements for food and water for your men. My people will bring it to you soon." "That is quite gracious of you, Warlord Quai, but our appetite is of another kind. The Corm provided us with no sustenance." Farah's grin widened. "We would work with yours and slake our hunger on the Grol." "Then you are too late, Commander." Farah glanced off toward the spires of smoke that still rose in the sky, then back to the warlord. "What do you mean?" Quai motioned beyond the lake. "The Grol loosed their magic upon our homes and set them ablaze, but for some reason they chose not to advance. When at last we thought they might, they turned tail and marched south, the whole of them." The commanders followed to where Quai pointed, his gaze landing on the distant shape of the fortress mountains. "They returned to Lathah?" He looked back to Quai. The warlord shrugged. "I don't claim to know the Grol mind, such as it is, but there was purpose in their retreat. They marched with haste despite us not once crossing swords." Farah looked to Wolverine. "Could they have been alerted to Horg?" "Doubtful," the general answered without hesitation. "Horg would have scouts ahead of the legions, making sure no Grol spy picked out their approach." "Then they must have some other objective. We must find out what it is," Farah said in a quiet voice as he turned back to the warlord, doing his best to hide his confusion. "Forgive my rudeness, warlord, but it is the Grol I seek. For them to turn tail after so much carnage, the beasts must be about an even fouler purpose. You are welcome to join us, but we must follow after before they succeed at their effort." Quai nodded. "I have fires to put out, Commander, and my people to see to. Go on ahead. We will join you when circumstances permit." Farah proffered his hand in answer. He smiled as the warlord took it. "Best of luck, then, friend, but don't wait too long, for there won't be any Grol left." "Then you've done us a service." The warlord bowed and slipped his hand loose. He gathered his men about him and said his farewells, heading back to the dense jungle. Farah watched a moment, only waiting until Quai was out of sight before he turned to Wolverine. "Draw in the men. We march with all haste to meet with Horg." The general was off shouting orders before the last word fell from Farah's lips. The commander looked to the south, excitement tingling in his veins. He no longer marched with the single legion against the Grol, but with 1,000. Once he took command of the army Horg had brought with him, Farah felt certain he could tame the wild beasts no matter the magic they hid behind. Farah listened to the rumble of his men as they drew closer, his pulse thundering in time. Battle was soon to come. Chapter 31. Every footstep boomed in the silence. Domore felt his heart shudder with every fall of his heel, certain his next would bring the Hesperans storming out of the darkness to stop their flight. So far, none had, but still his breath clutched to his lungs. Zali hung in his arms, little more than dead weight now that the adrenaline of their escape from Ilrain had worn off. He struggled to support her, the Sha'ree's slim figure deceiving. She was thick with muscle, her body like stone beneath the soft, wounded flesh. But for all her inherent strength, she had little of it now. Her skin oozed with blood and yellowed pus. Sultay had done her much harm before returning her to the room where Domore had been chained. He looked once more to the layers of cuts and bruises and burns that littered her body and was surprised to see a few had begun to heal. Though there was little speed to their rejuvenation, the skin softening and pulling together in glacial movements, it was a miracle she could recover at all. Zali's pink stare drew his focus. She forced a smile and whispered, "I will be fine." Domor heard the hope in her words. He had none. They were still deep inside Hesper, lost in a maze of dark stone corridors, which all looked the same to Domor. While Zali subtly led him at each intersection, he could feel no sense of them ascending from the bleakness of the underground city. The darkness seemed to swallow them, growing deeper and more threatening at every turn. He could foresee a violent end to their attempted escape. Worse still was that he almost wanted one. His guilt weighed upon his shoulders, dragging him down even more than Zali did. He had told Sulte all he knew of the plans to meet the Grol with an army prepared with Sha'ree magic. Domor had even told her where the group was headed before her stony minions captured them. He wondered if escaping Hesper was truly the best thing he could do. Only death awaited him, in here or out there, but it was no less than he deserved. Kale traveled with Arrin and those who had escaped the Hull ambush, but even then Domor had sent the furious Sha'ree after his nephew. He hadn't given it a thought until now. Domor had thought of nothing but his own life, his own safety, and yet his confession had done nothing to protect him. It was only a matter of time until Sulte captured or killed Arrin's group, and Kale, and returned to slaughter Domor all the same. What purpose could she have with a cowardly villain who would so willingly give up his own family for but a few more extra moments of a pathetic life? What would Gerald think? Domor sighed at the thought of his blood companion. He too was amongst Arrin's group and would feel the Sha'ree's wrath once she found them. Gerald's death would also be on Domor's shoulders. He reached out through the dim bond they shared, but only emptiness answered. A chill drew him up short. He stopped and loosed a tired sigh. "What is wrong?" Zali asked, straightening as best she could. He met her weary gaze. "I have failed everyone, myself most of all." Domor shifted Zali and pressed her into a shadowed alcove, nearly hidden to the side of the corridor. "Do you know the way from here?" She leveraged herself against the stone and nodded. "We have only to travel a little further before the halls split to the west and lead us to the surface." "And there will be Hesperans between here and there?" "A few perhaps, but we can draw them aside." Domor gave her no more time to finish. "Tell my nephew I am sorry, and Gerald as well. My love to both. I have failed them, and can see only one way to balance the scales." He smiled and strode down the hall, leaving Zali behind. "Hesperans!" he called out as he neared the intersection, his voice echoing through the stone corridors. "Come to me! I have slain one of your own and will do the same to you all!" A cold shiver pranced along his spine as he heard his hollow threat ring out. The darkness lending his voice strength were all his fear. He could hear the shuffle of movement coming back to him, voices crowding out in silence. "Come!" His trembling hands closed into fists. "Domor!" He ignored Zali's muffled shout and went to the nearest intersection. "Come, Hesperans! It is time for you to die!" The sounds of movement grew louder, the replying shouts becoming gruffer, more violent. He glanced to the western tunnel and saw a small gathering of thick Hesperans answering his call. Domor forced a laugh, challenging them, and darted to a side corridor, which ran the opposite direction. The scuffle of feet sounded at his back, and he knew they'd fallen for his empty bravado. He raced through the hall, slapping his feet against the hard stone to sound an easy path to follow. A broad man stepped from an adjoining hall and collided with him. Domor crashed into the wall, his feet slipping out from beneath him. The floor rose up to meet him as the deeper shadows of the Hesperan eclipsed the light. Domor looked to see more of the pale people running through the hall toward him. He recognized a couple as those who had filled the western corridor and smiled. They had fallen for his ruse. He had little time to enjoy his success. A calloused fist crashed into his cheek, and stars exploded before his eyes. His thoughts slurred inside his head, numbing him and keeping him from feeling the remaining blows that rained down. Domore's eyes fluttered and stayed closed. Chapter 32.
"We had thought you dead,"
spoke a quiet voice. The words fluttered into Uthul's ears as though carried on a breeze. He felt the subtle essence of another Sha'ree which brought a weary smile to his lips. Uthul opened his eyes. "As did I." He whispered a quiet thanks to Ree.
"You have not abandoned us."
Uthul recognized the young girl, Maudie. His gaze met her pink eyes staring down at him. A swell of emotion washed over him at the sight as he thought of Zali.
"My daughter and the relic bearers, have they come?"
Maudie shook her head.
"I'm sorry, Elder, they have not."
A weight settled over his chest as he lay back upon the cool grass. Had they fallen to the hull or been turned from A'uto-Ri? Neither answer provided him with comfort. Uncertain of Zali's whereabouts, Uthul loosed a quiet sigh. He wished her well, but there was nothing he could do to aid her now. If she and the relic bearers still lived, he hoped his daughter would guide them toward the desert and the last of the Ora. The natural tenacity and knowledge of the bearers would have to do, for that was the last of the available options. He looked up at Maudie once more. She was fresh-faced, with no sign of the debilitating plague marring her soft features. His heart thudded to a stop when he realized she stroked his forehead, her cool fingers sliding across the sweat-soaked furrowed brow. "No, child, you mustn't." He pressed against her hand to be free of it. She pushed him down onto the cool grass.
"The fever has broken, Elder. There is no plague to concern us."
Uthul sighed, settling under the pressure of her resistance. "Thank you, Maudie. I feared—"
"I know, as did we all when you were first found."
She motioned to the nearby woods. Uthul rolled his head to see a number of his people massed among the tree line. Worry and uncertainty showed upon their lined faces. Maudie waved to them, the group advancing with tentative steps. Uthul sat up.
"Yet you risked your life to tend me?" "Would you have done differently, Elder?"
she asked with a shrug. Uthul smiled, the weight of it coming easy without the sear of Ree's essence careening through his veins. It fell away just as easily.
"How long have I laid there, child?" "We found you 2 days past. I have no idea how long you were here before then. You were strong with fever, but the sickness had already begun to move on."
Uthul jumped to his feet, grateful for Maudie's helping hand as he stumbled and nearly fell.
"You must rest,"
she admonished. He shook his head, regretting it when the motion set his vision swimming. Sharp spikes of agony speared his skull. "No, I cannot. The hull are massing to attack." "The hull?" another of his brethren asked as the rest came alongside. "He is still under the sway of the plague, Maudie. Delusional, it would seem. Perhaps—" Uthul turned to stare at the Sha'ree who'd spoken. It was one of the first generation of his people, Kulto-Ri, born in glory along with Uthul. "There is no falsehood to my words," Uthul growled. "I have seen them with my own eyes. Send a gatherer to the border if you must, but believe we are soon to be assailed." "What would that serve them? What would it serve anyone?" Uthul could imagine no answer. "Their purpose is their own, Kulto-Ri, but do not doubt their intent. They have swept the Velen and Ivir from their homes and are poised to do the same with us. We must make ready." Kulto-Ri broke into a broad smile. "At first you would have us wait for the bearers of stolen Ora and train them in our ways, and now we are to prepare for battle against the subraces? I fear you are still unwell, brother. We've heard nothing from our gatherers about an enemy on the march, as we have never heard such a thing." There was a challenge in his voice that translated none of the warmth of his broad smile. Uthul sighed at his brethren's arrogance. Is this what we've become in our time away from Ahreele? Are we now bickering children with no faith in one another? Uthul shook his head, ignoring the pain that flooded it. If the gatherers still live, then they are trapped outside of Ahreele, and you will never hear their warning. However, they are most likely dead. Ahreele readied to speak, but Uthul waved him to silence. I am only here to warn you because I rode Rhee's blood. The crowd gasped, the whole of them taking a step away in unison. You dare risk infecting us all, Ahreele shouted. The true death comes no matter my actions. Uthul turned to address the rest of the group, turning his back on Ahreele. We know the source of the plague. We know we can defeat it, but we can only survive the battle to come if we are prepared. Without Orah to bolster our abilities, the horde of Hull will bring ruin to our land. He gestured to the western border of Ahreele. What comes is not just an army of the stone beings, but the whole of the race. For whatever purpose, they have pressed toward our land with haste and cruel intent. We are surrounded with only the ocean at our backs. One of the younger Sha'ree followed Uthul's eyes into the distance, striking off a moment later. Several more went after. Uthul silenced the sigh that threatened to erode his aura of confidence. He knew what he stated was unimaginable to the Sha'ree. Not in all of their existence did any race dare challenge them, let alone attack them. But Uthul had seen that time pass. Whatever their reasons, the Hull had come for war, and where the Hull massed, Uthul had no doubt the Ruhr would be nearby. Ahreele blustered at the departure of the young Sha'ree. Fools, can you truly believe? We can and we must, Vilat said, another of the elders raising her own voice to drown out Ahreele. The plague has shown that change is upon us. When even the Grol dares to cross our borders and steal from the graves of our dead, how can you not see it? Muttered arguments rose up in heated voices. Uthul shouted them all down. Enough! There is no time for bickering. He gestured after the backs of the Sha'ree who had gone to confirm his words. They will return with proof of my assertions, or my foolishness. Either way, we must gather our people and make ready for war. He turned to meet Ahreele's rigid stare. If I am wrong, I will leave of my own accord, relinquishing the rights of Sha'ree. And if you are right? Vilat asked, casting her question toward Ahreele. Uthul dismissed her implied suggestion. We are one, children of Rhee, and we will live or die as such. For all this bluster, I have faith Ahreele will do as necessary for our survival. We shunned our brethren during the plague, sending them to die alone in fear of what might happen to the whole. But we were wrong. I was wrong. Our children died for our fear. His features softened. Your child died, Ahreele, for the choice we made, and I am sorry. If I could bring Sultay back, I would do so. But your animosity toward me serves the Sha'ree ill. Join with us and defend our land, or at the very least, stand and watch me fail again, certain it will be the last time I do so here among our people. Ahreele glared at Uthul, his pink eyes shimmering with his fury. But at last he relented. We'll know soon enough. He spun and stormed toward the woods, a number of the Sha'ree going with him. It was more than Uthul would have liked. His shoulders slumped as he looked to his remaining brethren. They met his gaze with nods and grave smiles, but they did not leave his side. For that he was grateful. He had led the charge to separate the ill from the rest of his people, fearful of what might happen should all of the Sha'ree fall prey to the wasting plague. Too many of Rhee's children met the true death before they learned it was the Orah, the constant immersion in pure magic that had overwhelmed their systems and allowed the plague to take hold. He watched Sha'ree until he disappeared into the shadows of the trees. Thul wondered if he would feel any different had it been Zali sent to die amongst the sick. He doubted he would. Guilt welling inside, Thul turned to those who remained. "Come, we must hurry." Never before had the Sha'ree fought a battle where they were not certain of victory. This was to be a first. He feared it would be the last. Chapter 33. Grol rounded the furthest corner of the smoldering ruins of Lathah, coming to an abrupt stop. General Morgren nearly collided with his back. The ranks behind shuffled to a halt with the clatter of weapons and guttural complaints. Grol sniffed the air, catching the scent of fresh death. "They're gone!" he shouted, racing toward the open field where the meat had been collected. His men ran at his back. The commander stopped at the first of the Grol corpses that lay scattered in the dirt. Its head had been nearly cleaved from its shoulders, the vicious cuts and wounds covering the soldier's body nothing more than insult to injury. The fighter dead long before they had been inflicted. He recognized the man. Morgren grunted just over his shoulder. His breath cold in his chest, Grol's eyes went to the soldier's wrists. There was nothing there. "The relics!" He snatched up the corpse roughly, flinging it aside. The magical bands were gone. Sickness welled inside. He looked across the field and hurried to another of the bodies. It was the same. The men he had left behind to guard the meat were all dead, as were the soldiers he'd sent to free the Lathans. He had presumed to find the people of the walled city loose and milling about within their ruined homes. But he had not expected to find his warriors killed or all the meat gone. Even those from Fen were missing. His lips trembling, he glared at the wreckage of Lathah. "Search the city!" Grol's army scattered to follow his command, barked acknowledgments crowding the air. Morgren came to stand alongside Grol. "You waste your time. You have been betrayed." The commander spun on him, grasping the general's throat in his clawed grip. He squeezed as Morgren stood stoic. "If you value your tongue, you will keep it in your mouth." He drew closer, his whiskers fluttering against the general's cheek. Morgren said nothing, but did not try to back away. Grol had always admired Morgren's courage. He snarled and released the general, shoving him back a step before he returned his gaze to the army, searching in vain for meat they would never find. "You could always track them." Morgren moved beside the commander so he could be seen, pointing at the obvious trail, which led away from Lathah and toward Nurin. Grol followed his finger, shaking his head as his eyes came up to meet Morgren's. "You know as well as I that we have no time. The meat is gone." He grunted as he looked off toward the south. "The pack will grow difficult soon." Grol growled. "Form ranks, but remember what I said about your mouth." Morgren nodded and walked off to relay the command. As the general's shouts cleaved the din, Grol wondered if he had missed the empowered Lathan in his advance. The people were nothing more than sheep. They would never have stood up against his soldiers guarding them. Only an army or those with their own relics would dare to assault Grol warriors in a bid to free the people. Grol had left the city in wreckage, dust and soot the only thing left to the people of Lathah. He could think of no one else capable of culling his men and making off with the meat under their guard. The pathetic new king certainly couldn't have done it, as Morgren had suggested. His stomach roiled as he thought of the Lathan and the knowledge he carried. Had Grol been this close to the man and let him slip past? It sickened him to think so. The Sha'ree had sent him to kill him, to stop the Lathan from escaping the sands of the desert. Had he failed? Grol spit the phlegmy taste of his fear into the dirt. He needed to be sure. The Lathan was his only hope to be rid of the Sha'ree at his back. Could she have been wrong about the man's intent, his direction? The question rang in his mind as he let his gaze drift south once more. Did it matter? The meat was gone, and soon his army would begin to feel the pangs of hunger and of rebellion. He needed a battle to keep them on their leash, to keep them from challenging his command. If the Lathah had slipped free, there was nothing Grol could do about it, but his men needed a purpose. "Hurry, you goat-raped pieces of dung!" he called out. "We have a world to conquer!" A raucous roar rang out at his back. Grol smiled. He had them a little longer. Chapter 34. The gaping maw blocked his path. Arrin dug his feet into the sand and leaned away just as the serpent's mouth clacked shut before him. A cadaverous wind ruffled his hair and set his nose afire with its foul stench. He felt his stomach roil as he thrust his sword into the creature's glistening orange eye, puncturing it and driving the point into its skull. The serpent shrieked and whipped away, rising up on its tail only to topple over onto the pile of its dead brethren. It squirmed in its death throes. Arrin gagged as he cleared his blade with a flick of his wrist. Thick ooze flung away as he heard the crunch of snapping bone at his back. Agonized screams catapulted over the hiss of the enraged serpents that surrounded them. What was worse than the horrid stench, Arrin had grown used to the sound of his companions dying. He turned to join the fight with yet another of the strange creatures, numbly noting the dying Ahreele warrior's cries had been silenced, the great worm slithering away with a man's legs protruding from its serrated mouth. Arrin could only be grateful the fighter's legs hung limp. He was already gone, death a mercy. Kira speared another of the worms beside him, ending its life with a frantic handful of thrusts to its head. Covered in the soup-green pus of the snake, Arrin could see the weariness in her. She tugged her spear free with effort, tendrils of gore running down her chin as it mixed with her spit and sweat. Her shoulders hung low as she gathered her breath for the next creature to come. Arrin glanced off to see the serpents moving in slower, having grown slightly hesitant at last, after so many of their companions having been felled. A throng of Ahreele hung close to Kale, both standing near the gathered velen. The boy held his golden rod in his hand, ready to do what he could to heal the wounded, while his gangly relatives looked as terrified as they had when the first beasts had risen up from the sand. They hunched together, starting panicked at every sound. They were like children. Arrin growled as the Ahreele laid several more of the serpents to rest near where the velen squirmed. He admired the warriors' dedication to their charges, but Arrin could see no point in having the velen along. They had lost more than a reasonable share of the great fighters, to include Grol, simply because their priority was to protect the cowards from harm. Many a warrior had given his life so a velen could live, but Arrin suffered each loss with a grimace and a curse for such attachment. He understood it, sentimental fool that he was deep inside, but with every death there was one less soldier to take the battle to the Grol. They might make it to the mausoleum, but what then? He could make no army out of the velen no matter how many Orah he strapped to their frustrating hides. The dark building grew ever closer in the shifting glimmer of the golden sands, but it still seemed so far away. Braylon had drawn the creatures out of hiding so that Arrin might better formulate a plan of attack which kept them from losing men through surprise. Arrin loosed a bitter laugh. Like ants from a hill, the creatures rose up in Braylon's wake, and Surprise had stepped aside in exchange for what appeared to be impossible odds. The plan had done nothing but stir the beasts into a frenzy. Spiders, serpents, and numerous other creatures he could not recognize swarmed over them, gnawing away at their ranks and stealing his army-to-be from him with every cruel bite and sting. At least Braylon had spied the failure early and returned. She was a whirlwind of silver, her blades threshing through the limbs and torsos of the creatures without resistance. Near the outer edge of their lines, she danced and swirled through the enemy, wet chunks flying with every blow. But even she was beginning to show the wear of it all. "Keep moving!" he shouted, fighting to be heard above the din. Had they been battling an intelligent enemy, they would all be dead. Their flank was wide open as Arrin drew the travelers forward, carving a swath through the creatures. They had only just begun to understand fear with the battlefield covered in the carnage of their brethren, but it did little to slow them. They knew only food and the madness of the pure magic that tainted their flesh and had driven them to a mindless rage. "We cannot keep this up much longer," Braylon told him as she darted past, cleaving her way through a massing of serpents. Arrin heard the screams of yet another Iviri being ripped apart. He wiped his cheek with a blood-spattered hand and called out his agreement, drawing back to be closer to the group. He caught the attention of a nearby Ivir, hailing him with a barked shout as they had no time to exchange names. "We need to push forward! Everyone, spread the word!" The pale-skinned warrior cast a furtive glance at his charges and let out a whistled sigh. He looked back to Arrin and nodded. "On my call!" Arrin drifted back to the front, signaling to Braylon as she passed once more. "We're going to run!" A twisted grin broke across her lips as a sickened laugh slipped loose. Kira came alongside, her own tired laugh joining in with the insanity. "Might as well. We've nothing to lose." Arrin couldn't agree more. He glanced back at Kale. The boy stood stoic but ready, his anger still red upon his cheeks. It was now or never. Arrin, Braylon, and Kira pushed forward in unison, slashing through the gathered serpents, spearing the mutated spiders that darted in from the sides. Once they had laid a path of corpses before them, Arrin raised his hand and motioned for the group to follow. The Ivir took up the call, spreading it through the ranks with harsh voices. They didn't give the Velen the opportunity to resist. The Iviri warriors pushed and forced the group to a sprint. The sudden movement surprised the massive creatures, many coming to a halt as instincts waged war against their violent nature. Arrin took advantage of the lull. He dove into a cluster of writhing serpents and hacked his way through, Braylon and Kira widening the path alongside. Warm blood felt like rain, alien viscera spilling from the guts of the creatures to coat the desert floor in blacks, reds, and sickly greens. Silent for once, the Velen scurried for their lives. The Ivir stuck close, striking down any of the beasts that drew near as the group moved on. Not more than a few moments later, the assembled creatures were at their backs, scrambling, no doubt, to determine how they had lost their prey. Arrin gave them no time to figure it out. He pushed the group onward, shifting to the back of the group to slow the creatures that followed. A few moments later, they circled the far end of the bubbling lake of magical energy, and the ground began to harden. Crystallized sand crackled beneath his feet as he went on, spurring the group forward with snarled shouts. The first of the serpents to reach the glassy surface veered away from its touch, inching back to be away from it. The ones behind did the same. Arrin glanced about, seeing the creatures stopping short of the dark earth. He looked back to the group to see they were nearly in the shadows of the great building. They had not noticed the beasts had been left behind. Laughter burst from him, sharp and almost hysterical. It took a few moments, but one of the Ivir glanced back at Arrin, slowing to a halt. He started a chain reaction, the warrior stopping to stare at the wall of hissing and chittering creatures that dared not cross onto the crystalline surface. A smile stretched Arrin's face almost uncomfortably against the grime of drying gore and blood, but he could not help himself. He dragged his boots across the surface, reveling in its solidity, still laughing as he made his way back to the rest of the group. Kira looked at him, one furry eyebrow raised. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and nudged her toward the huge obsidian building that loomed before them. "I didn't think we would make it this far," he told her, his words stuttered through his continuing laughter. She looked up at the monolithic building and joined in, their joy contagious. Despite their losses, the laughter spread through the Iviri ranks. Even the Velen began to crack smiles. The creatures of the funeral sands but a handful of horse lengths away, the travelers paused to celebrate their survival. "Is that where we are going?" Kale asked. His voice betrayed his tiredness and frustration, but he stood tall as he stared down the mausoleum. "It is," Braylon answered, returning to their sides. "Trust me. It is an oasis in this sandy wretchedness, child." She set her hand on his shoulder. "You did well out there. but let us go inside and be free of the heat." Cale grinned at her praise and darted off, Braylon at his heels, clearly allowing him to remain ahead. Hardin looked to the Velen and waved them onward. "Come, brothers of my blood, safety and rest awaits us." He herded the group toward the great building, giving Arrin a grateful salute as he passed. Arrin returned the gesture and glanced over the procession of wounded and dirty travelers as they streamed by. His laughter fell away. It was a ragtag group. They had lost close to half of the soldiers they started with, at a quick count. Nearly 1,000 men had died in the sand behind them, and Arrin had no certainty he could bring the rest north to solid ground. Even if he could, the Grol far outnumbered them. He had faith in the powers of the Ora, but he also understood the bitter reality of what they faced. The Ivir could easily be overwhelmed by the beasts, shattered and beaten before the battle had truly begun. Hope was dwindling. Unless he could transport the Ora to the Pathra and arm them against the Grol, Arrin saw only failures ahead. These people were no army. They were survivors, nothing more. They would fight because they had to, but what little morale they had would crumble when the Grol swarmed. Kira pulled him back from his bleak reveries, nuzzling her nose against his neck. "Come inside, Arrin, and worry about the future when it comes." He forced a smile and drew her toward the mausoleum. "It's here already." He gestured to the backs of the straggling mass of Velen and Ivir as they made their way toward the shadowy tomb. "The Grol must be assailing Pathrael as we speak." Kira's ears dropped to her skull, reminded of the threat they had yet to face. Arrin groaned at his insensitivity. "I have no doubt your father holds still, wearing at the beasts, but we must make ready to join him. If we move fast enough, we can catch the Grol unaware and shatter their rear guard, squeezing them between us and your people." Kira growled, her lips pulling back into a cold sneer. She sped her pace, pulling him along. "Then let us be about it. I would be home soon." Arrin let her tug him about. He hadn't meant to worry her, but still his lifelong exile from social graces had struck once more. She would think only of her family until they were back in the land of the Pathra. He trailed along until she came to a sudden stop just inside the mausoleum. Blackness filled his eyes. The obsidian structure was a marvel of ancient construction, once more asserting the dominance of the Sha'ree. That they could build such an amazing edifice so far into the desert sands and have it remain standing without so much as a blemish marring its beauty was breathtaking. Just within its darkened entryway, the temperature dropped and the light dimmed. The sand and heat and the sounds of the creatures melted away within its hall. Excited voices echoed around him as the Velen and Ivir crowded inside. They spilled into the adjoining chambers as the foyer grew too crowded, silence suddenly taking the reins. Arrin slipped his arm loose of Kira's and ran through one of the archways to see what they'd found. The collar at his throat thrummed as if in welcome, the metal warming against his skin. He stopped cold as the immensity of the mausoleum spread out before him. The relatively low ceiling of the foyer disappeared to be replaced by a great sloping roof that seemed to cling to the sky outside. It rose up the full height of the mausoleum, the dead surrounding them. Set in crafted alcoves, lined 10 high all the way to the gloom of the ceiling, were the bodies of the Sha'ree. The Velen dropped to their knees in waves, staring up at the corpses. They sat silently as though in reverence of the ancient people. The Ivir shuffled about to make room, far less interested in the show of respect than their blood companions. The pale people were more realistic, but yet inordinately patient. They would likely wait for the Velen to finish gawking before they set about ransacking the bodies. Those closest to the entry were missing a number of their aura, clearly the ones Braylon had in her possession. She stood before those with her head bowed in solemnity. Arrin pushed past the crowd and laid a hand on her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. Braylon looked up and smiled. "I'm just thanking them once more for their sacrifice to my continued life, and for what we intend to do." She glanced back to the Sha'ree.
It is always good to have the dead on your side. You never know when you will join them."
Arrin grinned. "I only hope it's not too soon." He turned to watch the Velen, giving them a moment to come to terms with their feelings before he waved the Iviri on. "We need all of the Ora, but let us show respect to the ancients." The warriors muttered muted agreements and slipped by their kneeling companions to climb the crypts. Like ants, they skittered up the wall with the grace belying their muscled forms, and began to pluck Ora from the bodies. They handed them down the line, piles of the magical artifacts collecting quickly on the floor. Arrin went over to the closest of the piles, plucking a number of items for Kira and he to use. The Ora vibrated in his hands, the sense of their power reverberating within his hand and up through his arms, settling in his chest. He immediately felt energized. The piles of Ora growing around him, he felt excitement surging. They might well have a chance after all. Chapter 35. The gatherers returned in a rush. Uthul fought to restrain a smug smile at Kalto-Ree's choked realization Uthul had been speaking true. It was a bitter victory. "There are thousands!" The number settled over the gathered Sha'ree as though it were a brewing storm. Uthul's amusement was washed away a moment later as the cold realization of what they faced settled in. He had been right. The Hull planned an attack, whatever their reasons. At this point, it did not matter. The Sha'ree numbers had been diminished by the plague, and further weakened by the loss of Ora. The tools had become a crutch to be leaned upon, and it had made the Sha'ree weak, dependent. Though Uthul had fought the Hull at various points in his long life, it had never been more than small skirmishes, and he had the luxury of Ree's magic. This battle was to be different. He felt they might still win through despite the Sha'ree only being able to field less than 500 soldiers to meet the crush of Hull, but it would be difficult. The creatures were relentless, immune to pain and fear. They would march without halt into the heart of A'uto-Ree until the last of them lay dead. All around him the Sha'ree clustered, having gathered what weapons they could find. None bore the taint of pure magic, as those had long since been cast away. There were few at hand. It was yet another sad realization how comfortable his people had become with Ree's essence. They would miss their Ora, but Uthul knew from experience the sickness that followed such a congregation of magic would kill them even if the Hull did not. It was a strange feeling to be hunted, and Uthul did not like it. Never before had the Sha'ree been so vulnerable. Fear was new to them. It tasted bitter and unsatisfying. Death was frightening, and he was beginning to see what drove the other races to be so careless with their lives, so willing to give them up or take them. There was a sickening thrill that reverberated through him as he acknowledged he might die. It was both disturbing and exciting in equal measure.
"Why do you think they've come?"
Mahdi asked, pulling him from his disgusted thoughts. Uthul shook his head.
"Who could fathom a mind of stone, child? Not I."
He looked off toward the horizon, smoothing his shaking hands against his thighs.
"Perhaps we have simply grown too complacent as the firstborn of Ree, and they resent our arrogance. But we have done them no harm. Who is to say we haven't?"
Uthul turned to meet her wavering eyes.
"We have long been too self-absorbed, too worried of our status in Ree's eyes, always looking down upon those lesser than us. Perhaps this is a lesson in humility the goddess has chosen to teach us, as we have been too blind to see the truth."
A quiet laugh slipped free.
"Perhaps they just want to fight."
"Wisdom of the elders. How poetic, Uthul." Uthul did not need to turn to recognize the sour voice of Kalto-Ree.
"Have you a better idea?"
"Ree has abandoned us."
Mahdi hissed and covered her mouth, her pink eyes wide above her hands. "If she hasn't, I would be surprised."
Uthul turned to face the other elder.
"I, too, would have turned my back on such miscreant children as some of us have become."
Kalto-Ree took a step back, glaring. "We are the disease which torments Ree, not the other races. We are the ones who bleed her for her magic. We are the ones who have forsaken our vows to companion her and keep her from slipping away. She falls into the darkness of her own thoughts because we have failed her." He waved a hand toward the blockaded border. "This is justice for our failure." "You are—" Uthool's words sliced the throat of Kalto Ree's bluster. "Be silent, fool." He rose up to his full height, daring the other elder to continue. When Kalto Ree did not, Uthool sneered. "If we survive to see another of Ree's glorious dawns, then you and I will have words as to where the Sha'ree will go from there. If we are to die this day, I would not have your shrill voice being the last in my ears when I go to meet my goddess." He dismissed the elder with a wave. Kalto Ree huffed and stormed down the lines. Mahdi stared after, a crooked smile gracing her face. The grate of stone wiped it away. The whole of the Sha'ree defense dropped low in preparation. Uthool's breath thickened in his lungs as he glanced toward the sound, which could only mean one thing. The enemy approached. The quiet tremble in the earth grew with every passing moment. Uthool could feel the tension in those who stood beside him. They waited in absolute silence. Not even the soft whispers of their breaths slipped from their mouths. Stone grated against stone as the whole army advanced. The vibration in the ground tingled at Uthool's feet. His knuckles ached as he realized his hands were clenched into unconscious fists, and he eased them open with a muffled grunt. Despite the thick grass that covered the land between the two armies, he could see clouds of dust rising in advance of the hall. Their heavy feet tore the ground to its foundation, no doubt leaving a tortured swath of brown behind where there had been green just moments before. Uthool felt Mahdi inch closer as the thunder of footsteps drew nearer. There was no denying it. For all its absurdity and unexpectedness, the Sha'ree were at war. Chapter 36. Only recently, the shimmering collar about Arrin's neck had been a rare treasure he would never have imagined seeing more of, let alone wielding another. Today, the ransacked Sha'ree mausoleum left long behind, he swam in relics. The collar remained in its faithful place about his throat, but its power was augmented by the array of aura that covered his body. About his torso was a silvery harness, which seemed to cradle him as he moved. Its power rumbled in his chest in coordination with those about his wrists and ankles. They fluttered with a gentle green, belying the volcanic surge of energy that careened through his body, begging for release. The desert gave him plenty of opportunity. In each hand he held Sha'ree's swords, which he traded for his own. While longer than he was used to using, the blades were perfectly balanced and as light as air. It took him a few moments to adjust, but once he did, it was as though they were meant for him. The swords cleaved through everything that dared rise up along their path, sending it back to the desert floor in pieces, the sand stained red in their wake. They had outfitted the Velen with anklets, allowing them to keep pace with the rest of the group, but it had been decided not to bother providing them with weapons with which they were just as likely to harm themselves with as the enemy. Those were reserved for the Iviri warriors, Kira, and even Kale, who Arrin was certain the sting of the aura would give the boy the confidence to face what lay ahead and an outlet for his fury. For all the bleakness they had encountered, it was only going to get worse, especially now that the Sha'ree weren't there to teach them the ancient tricks of the aura. For all his tenacity, Kale was still a child, and Arrin had to remember that as they battled their way north. He had stood his ground bravely and healed the wounded, as the creatures of the desert threw themselves at the travelers without mercy. But as harrowing as that was, the Grol could fight at range. There would be no buffer of safety where he was shielded by Braylon, Arrin, and the mass of Ivir. They would all be in danger, even with the aura to call upon. There had been no ranged weapons amidst the Sha'ree dead, which worried Arrin. It was yet another obstacle that only added to the already near insurmountable disadvantage of numbers. As good as he felt with the aura sting in his veins, Arrin had to face the reality of what they were up against. This would be no border skirmish, but an all-out war. The Grol faced extinction should they lose. They would fight to the very last beast, despite their cowardly nature. If Ahreele were to ever know peace, the Grol must be killed off, every male, female, and cub. There could be no exceptions. He knew the Grol would feel the same of them. Empowered Lathans and Ivir would also fight to the end because an even greater enemy awaited beyond. The Hull and Ruhr were mobilizing and would need to be taken out or driven back to their rocky homes in the north. Arrin and his forces could leave no Grol at their heels, for they could be certain of being harried until the Hull crushed those who remained. The Grol must die. Arrin sliced through the sinewy neck of a serpent, sending its shrieking head tumbling to the sand. The body writhed and squirmed, following after the rest. Blood oozed from its wound once it crumpled to the earth, the cut at its neck clean and nearly cauterized by the shimmer of the Sha'ree sword. All around him, the Iviri fighters laid waste to the mutilated beasts of the funeral sands. They were a frightful blur of viciousness, maintaining a huge perimeter around the Velen and making sure nothing came within a handful of horse lengths. A number of the pale warriors crept within the Velen ranks, listening to the ground in search of lurkers waiting to pop into their midst. It was an effective system. Though the creatures had no sense of fear, their numbers dwindled nevertheless. Be it from the simple fact of the empowered force culling the sands of its predators or the rank stench of death warning the rest away. Fewer and fewer of the creatures assailed them as they moved north toward solid earth. Braylon had since stopped circling the group and had settled into a casual run alongside Arrin and Kira. Kale ran a ways behind them. "What do we face ahead?" she asked. "More of the stone beings?" Arrin shook his head. "Not at first, I hope. They may well have come south from their homes, but the river and the barren lake will keep them from driving too deep into Pathra territory. They can likely stroll through the depths of the water, but it would likely leave them exposed as they attempted to exit its steep depths. The Pathra could use the hull's weight against them and keep them in the water indefinitely." "What about those little volcanoes? Can they use those?" "No, there aren't any in the western lands, at least as far as I know." "And the Grol? Where will they be?" Kira sighed. "They will be burning our jungles, trying to draw our forces out into the open. They'll fail. Pathrael is lined with tributaries from the river, all prepared to be used to douse fires and separate the land from invaders should they make it inside. The Grol will most likely be stalled at the border of Lathah and Pathrael. They won't want to close into javelin range until they're certain they've cleared the Pathra from the nearby trees." A smile cracked his lips. "That is also unlikely." "Don't forget the Corm," Kale chimed in from his place behind them, sadness tinging his voice. Arrin nodded, casting his eyes behind him. "True, they also harry the Pathra, though I suspect it is like a fly to a horse's ass as to how effective they are against an enemy that knows they're coming." Kira giggled, her voice vibrating with a purr. Braylon went quiet as they continued on, her eyes locked on the distant horizon. The battle around them had slowed to almost nothing. A trickle of creatures still dared to make the travelers a meal, but the group had lost only 5 warriors and 1 Velen since leaving the mausoleum. It gave Arrin hope that they might well be strong enough to wreak havoc upon the Grol, even if they could not win out. He plotted their course in his head, factoring in the Lathah landscape in an effort to plan the safest approach, which gave them the greatest element of surprise. The time passed quickly. Arrin pushed the travelers forward, taking no breaks along the way. He knew the Ora would keep the group strong and delay the need for food and drink as well as rest. As they neared the end of the funeral sands, its denizens having long since given up interest in them, Arrin was glad to see the fortress mountains casting its shadowed presence into the sky. They were nearly free of the desert. The jagged range snaked upward to their left as the promise of solid earth grew nearer. Smiles littered the faces of the Velen as their Iviri guardians told them what the mountains meant. Arrin smiled as the excitement filtered through the group. They had lost a great many warriors on the way to the mausoleum, and they would most certainly lose a great many more before the journey was done. But they had survived. There was comfort in this, however small or shallow. The good feelings ended moments later, Braylon pointed a ways into the distance. The chattered voices of the group faded as Arrin's focus followed her extended finger. A brown cloud of dust swirled at the edge of his vision. Even with the aura, he could not clearly see what caused the turbulence, but a lifetime of military service gave him the answer without needing to spy it directly. He growled, calling for the group to halt. "An army approaches at haste," he stated, pushing his voice so that it carried across the ranks. "Your people?" Braylon asked Kira. She shook her head without hesitation. "My people would never kick up dust." Her voice was filled with disgust. Her whiskers lay flat along her cheeks, purple eyes seething above. Arrin cupped a hand over his eyes as he stared the short distance into Fen. The cloud was building, the brown of it twirling and being whipped into a frenzy. He looked behind them and sighed as he spied their own trail of dust kicked up in their passage. "They're coming faster," Braylon announced. "They've seen us," Arrin answered. "They who?" Kale drew alongside Kira, looking toward the growing cloud. She set a hand on his arm and nodded, her shoulders slumped, but she did not answer his question. Arrin stared on, doing his best to assess the approaching force before they came too close. It was the Grol, he had no doubt. Their muffled howls drifted on the wind, whispers of it fluttering to his ears in guttural stutters. "Is it the Grol?" Kale insisted on an answer. "I thought they would be fighting your—" Braylon let her question go, her face twisted with regret as she glanced at Kira. Their presence could only mean one thing. The Pathra were dead. Arrin went to Kira and pulled her in close. To her credit, she remained quiet, her strength evident in her silence. Her whiskers trembled and twitched, pinned against her cheeks, but her purple eyes were clear of tears. Arrin could see his reflection in their depths. It stood alongside her rage. She would know revenge before she gave in to grief. Arrin knew the aura fueled her emotions, so when she stiffened and seemed as though she would charge, he locked his hand about her elbow. "Look closer before you throw your life away, Kira." He motioned with his chin toward the closing enemy. She stared off without saying a word, the tenseness evident in her posture, her arm straining ever so slightly against Arrin's grip. "This is not the fight for us," he told her, despite his own ire surging through his veins. "Not now." "We may not have much of a choice," Braylon cut in, slipping her swords from their scabbards. Arrin and Kira turned to her. She pointed along the horizon, focusing their attention on the growing clouds of a hurried passage. The howls of the Grol filled the sky like thunder. Its sound boomed across the intervening space. Arrin growled low in his throat. "We need to fall back, deeper into the desert if we have to." The Grol were spreading their forces. Fielding nearly 10,000 warriors, the beasts were blocking all avenues of escape from the funeral sands. Though only a small percentage of them carried aura, it didn't matter. There were simply too many of the creatures to take head on. There was no victory in that fight. A lifetime of conflict and consistent victories led the Ivir to see differently. Unlike when the Hull sieged their land, there was no inherent fear of the Grol. The Iviri's shouted responses boiled over into action. Without anything resembling organization, the warriors split from the group and charged toward the approaching Grol mass. "No!" Arrin screamed after them. His voice was drowned in the crush of sounds coming from the two converging forces. His stomach hardened into a knot. This was not a fight they could win. He looked to the glowing aura the Ivir wielded, and sickening reality draped over him as though it were a funeral shroud. The pale warrior's impetuousness was putting all of Ahreele at risk. The aura they bore was the last of its kind. Were the Grol to claim it, there would be no stopping the creatures. It would be the end of them all. "Rout the Ivir!" he shouted to Braylon and Kira. The woman darted off without hesitation. Arrin grabbed Kale's wrist when the boy went to follow. "Stay here and wait for us. If you see us fall, run." The battle between fear and the desire to fight alongside played out on Kale's face, but obedience won out. He nodded. Arrin had no time to question the honesty of the boy's promise. He turned and ran after the zealous Ivir. If he could not turn them, Kale would be watching them all die. A piercing whistle split the din as a fiery streak arced away from the back ranks of the Grol and hurtled into the sky. The battle had been joined. The two forces collided. The clash of steel and the butcher shop sounds of meat falling beneath the blade rang out. Arrin sped his pace despite thinking it may well be too late to stop the conflict now. He crashed into the Grol lines just after the Ivir. Bodies already littered the ground, both enemy and ally alike. It was a grim testament to how easily they could die. The sand squished beneath his boots as he drew his swords and set them to their morbid work. Grol fell away with every blow, the last of their lives spewing warm across his knuckles. Arrin veered toward the closest of the battling Ivir. "Fall back!" he shouted, clearing a path with silvered trails of his blades. Caught up in their battle lust, the Iviri fighters ignored him, bringing their swords about in broad arcs, cleaving away the Grol who stood before them. The Ora had added speed to their brutality, honing their deadliness. The pale warriors cut through the ranks with ease, but Arrin could see it would not be enough to stem the tide of the beasts. Braylon and Kira strafed the lines to the east of Arrin's position. He heard their voices piercing the clatter of combat, urging the Ivir to turn away. But like with him, the pale berserkers fought on in a rage. Obviously surprised by the tenacity of their enemy, the Grol slowed at first, but quickly regained their momentum. Shrieked commands whipped at their backs, driving them onward. Like ants, they swarmed. Crowded amidst them, Arrin cut away anything that came close, decorating the field with the limbs and bodies of beasts. An explosion jarred the ground. Arrin felt a wave of heat wash past. Iviri screams rose up at his back only to be silenced by fire. He cast a furtive glance behind to see the first of the Grol's ranged attacks had struck true. Pale bodies lay crippled and broken in a 3-horse-length circle of blackened earth. The Ora glimmered on the dead and dying, but the warriors stayed down. That was an ill omen. Arrin cut his way through more of the Grol, their slavering jaws barking out incoherent threats. They were invigorated, the push growing bolder. The screech of magical fury launched at their backs only drove them harder. He glanced over at Kira and Braylon and waved them to him, sinking his blade into the skull of a beast that grew too bold. 2 more of the fiery missiles crashed to the ground, drowning the world in brilliant flashes and searing away the lives of yet more of the Iviri warriors. They slowed their charge as their companions roiled around them, the gurgled death rattles of their friends and families sinking in at last. For the first time since the battle started, they responded to Kira's shout for their retreat. They slowly began to draw back as more of the Grol artillery lighted the sky. "Retreat!" Arrin screamed, adding his voice to the chaos of echoing cries. "It's the Lathah!" a guttural bark called out. Dozens and then hundreds of roughened throats took up the cry, passing it through the ranks. The mass of beasts closed upon him, a sudden frenzy of activity swirling around Arrin as the Grol advanced. He loosed his blades and cut a gory swath before him, but the Grol kept coming. Kira and Braylon joined him, the bodies piling up on the dirt. It did nothing to deter the Grol. Emerald flickers of Ora cast a sudden glow over the dead. But still the guttural shouts for Arrin continued, the creatures pressing forward with no concern for their lives. The Grol leader had been willing to trade Lathah for Arrin before the city had fallen, and it seemed the beast still wanted him. For what purpose he could not imagine, but it was clear the Grol had every intention of fighting until Arrin was theirs. He glanced up at a disturbance in the ranks behind the front line and spied one of the Grol approaching through the cluster of soldiers. This one wore a collection of Ora, the beast moving aside to let him pass. The Grol's yellow eyes were locked on his own. This must be the commander. Explosions at his back snatched his attention away. More of the Ivir had fallen to the blasts. In retreat, their lack of discipline was making them easy targets for the Grol barrage. They were clustered tight in an effort to form a defensive half-circle, but it only made the Grol's jobs easier. "Lathah!" the commander snarled as he drew closer. His claws were extended. Arrin's gaze snapped to the Grol officer as he hacked aside 2 more of the creatures. Kira tugged at his arm. "Come, Arrin." She dropped another beast as Braylon cleared the path at their backs. Arrin weighed the commander's life for an instant, but deemed it not worth the sacrifice. The Ora the Grol War assured him it would be no easy fight. Every second spent trying to kill a commander who would be replaced an instant later only meant more of their group would die. Arrin gave in and let Kira tug him away. "Fall back!" Braylon shouted nearby. "Run!" As another burning projectile crashed into the Ivir, they hurried to comply, their rage dissipated. They broke ranks, such as they were, and ran full out in the direction Braylon pointed, leaving the Grol to lag behind. Arrin and the women followed after. Kale matched their trajectory off in the distance. The jagged voice of the Grol commander howled at their backs, calling for Arrin. He ignored the shrieked taunts and raced on. They were gaining ground from the Grol force, but not the mystical fire. Blow after blow tore the earth apart around them, taking its toll upon the Iviri numbers, as well as the Velen who rejoined the group with Kale. Further still, the constant barrage slowed their retreat. Forced to keep an eye on the death raining down from above, the Grol were regaining lost ground. Arrin snarled as an explosion singed his arm, tendrils of fire licking at his back. They skirted the line of the desert in their flight, pressing west toward the jagged hills of the Fortress Mountains. It had been an instinctive choice to move away from the mass of the Grol, but the direction itself would soon become its own concern. With only the mountains and the ocean ahead, they would soon have to make a choice. They could climb into the mountainous range that encircled Lathah and be slowed, but that would give the Grol time and opportunity to pelt them with more of the magical fire as they scrambled vulnerable through the heights. It was that, or they could turn south into the desert. They knew well enough what lay in that direction. Whistled shrieks splitting the sky at their backs, Arrin ran on. Death loomed with every choice. Chapter 37. Wafts of energy prickled Uthul's skin as he stared off toward the approaching hull. The dust seemed suffused by an emerald green which clung to the sky and danced in the swirling air. Madi trembled at his side, her leg pressed against his unconsciously, translating her emotions to him with every twitch and involuntary spasm. Uthul watched Hull grow ever closer, suspecting his own nervous motions were fueling hers. As the first of the enemy crashed through the covering trees and burst into the open field between them, startled gasps rose up all around. Uthul blinked away his uncertainty and stared at the creatures. He had believed the subtle glow to be the remnant essence of their travel through the fonts, but the reality was far more disturbing. The hull lumbered forward, filling the horizon with their massive forms, but it wasn't the overwhelming numbers that drew Uthul's attention. It was the silver that clung to the stony hides. Uthul's heart sputtered. The hull wore Ora. The line of Sha'ree went silent as each recognized it as well. Madi went stiff at his side. As the line of the enemy grew nearer, he spied the smaller shapes of the Ruhr flitting about the ranks of the hull. They, too, bore the familiar flicker of Ora. Uthul swallowed hard against the rising lump in his throat. He had never seen such an affront to Ree in all of his existence. The tools had been crafted to size, clearly each being designed to fit the stone monstrosities. They wore a full complement of the Ora as well, not just a single piece. They had been outfitted for war. The army came forward at a leisurely pace despite the magic at their call. It was a message to the Sha'ree, a cruel statement of intent declaring the hull the victor before the battle had even begun. It was as chilling as it was true. Uthul watched as the Ruhr raised their arms in unison, calling for the hull to charge. The world exploded with a rumbled roar, the mountainous mass of enemy storming forward. The ground danced beneath the Sha'ree. Uthul yanked Madi to her feet and propelled her back toward the line of their people. He raised his voice to be heard above the thunderous advance. "Flee, blood of my blood, flee!" Chapter 38. While invigorated physically by the Ora, Arrin's mind felt as though it were the one being assailed. His thoughts swirled chaotic, instinct waging war with reason with no discernible winner. Fires burned all around them, the mystical flames dancing on the sand as the Grol artillery rained down atop them. Behind them lay a trail of bodies, culled from the group as they fled the Grol. Arrin had lost count of the dead. It was far too many. Kira, Kale, and Braylon hung close at his side, giving him only the slightest of comfort, but the bluntness of his thoughts questioned if that was truly for the best. Wouldn't a quick death be preferable? His stomach roiled at the question, but he couldn't deny its honest assessment of what they faced. The mountains were nothing more than a death trap waiting for them to enter. The funeral sands were the same. With their numbers dwindling, Arrin had no confidence they could win through the desert again. Braylon had made it through unscathed because she had been alone in her journey. Her singular footsteps did little to vibrate the sands and alert the creatures beneath of her passage. Trailing the frantic Velen and the heavy-footed Ivir at their backs, with the whole of the Grol nation just behind them, was tantamount to sending a courier ahead to tell the creatures they were coming. Arrin began to believe the still waters of the Iron Ocean were their only hope at survival, however slim. None of them were swimmers, a habit discouraged by the tumult and the uncertainty of what lay within the depths of the massive ocean. While nothing lived within the rivers that crisscrossed Ahreele, there were no accounts of the oceans. If anyone had risked travel upon them, they left no records behind to tell of it, and there wasn't time to question Braylon's experience. Whatever the choice, Arrin would need to make it soon. The low hills of the Fortress Mountains were just starting to spurt from the earth. He knew they would reach the point of no return far sooner than was beneficial, but they could not slow. While the Grol forces had fallen behind again, the barrage of magical energy had continued unabated. Too many of the group had died, but to turn around was suicide. Arrin spied the glassy shimmer of the ocean in the blurry distance ahead while berating himself for failing to come up with a solution. Then it struck him. There was a way. However slim it might be, Arrin realized he could offer the group a chance at escape. He growled as he contemplated it. Too caught up in the idea of survival, it hadn't even been a flicker of a thought, but now it was all he could think of. If it failed, they were no worse off than before. Giving himself no time to dispute his course, he looked to Braylon. "No matter what happens, keep them running to the water. Swim north along the shore until the mountains hide you and then climb them." Kira's purple gaze snapped to his face, a snarl pulling her upper lip back. "What are—" Arrin leaned in, pulling her to a stop. He kissed her, silencing her complaint as he pressed his lips to hers with abandon. He had made his choice and wanted no one to talk him out of it. Smiling as he pulled back, Arrin pushed Kira into Braylon, who latched onto the Pathra and gave an understanding nod. Kira hissed in surprise, but Braylon held her fast. "Be well, Kale," Arrin said as he darted away from the group, giving them no time to react. Wide eyes watched as the group whipped past, the constant wail of artillery driving them on despite their curiosity. Arrin ran straight toward the Grol. While it was the mass of Ora-armed Ivir who were the threat to the beasts, it was Arrin they wanted. If nothing else, they would stop to slay or capture him. Either option would buy Braylon enough time to get the group out of range of the Grol artillery, and maybe enough for them to slip away and survive. He pulled up short before the advancing army, a flicker of a smile coloring his lips. For 15 years he'd roamed Ahreele with no place to call home, his heart rooted in the fantasy of Lathah. Malia's love had long since moved on, their child now dead. He had lived for a dream of dust. At least now he could die for something. Arrin stood in the funeral sands and mused at its fitting moniker. The end had come, just as it had with his fantasies of love and family. He'd no choice then, everything taken out of his hands. But here, today, the reins of his life had been returned. It was his to do with as he would. He planted his feet as the Grol approached. The barrage of fire came to a halt as the army slowed and stuttered to an unorganized stop. Arrin's smile widened. He cast his gaze across their shuffling ranks. For all their numbers, he saw uncertainty in their eyes. It amused him. They were still Grol, still beasts, nothing more. Arrin drew his swords with a flourish, spun them in his hands, and settled into a defensive posture. He waved his swords out before him. The Grol commander bared his teeth and split from his men, pressing forward. The army moved at his back, a contingent of Ora-wearing beasts walking alongside their leader. "I heard tell you wanted me, Commander," Arrin said, casting his voice over the gathered forces. "Well, here I am." Without waiting for a response, Arrin charged. Chapter 39. Sultay watched the ragtag force shuffle toward her across the barren soil of Nurin. The mass of the group were women and children and unarmored men, the elderly and wounded straggling behind, but at its lead was a band of warriors. She could feel the glimmer of Ora from where she crouched in the trees, but there was a strangeness about its aura. The magic they carried was different, and it drew Sultay out. The group stuttered to a halt as she strode from the trees, cutting a straight line toward the man at the front of the ranks. His extended chin and puffed-out chest told her he was the one in charge. He dressed in silks colored in the shades of the fortress people, and she knew then they were the survivors of the Grol advance. A shadow of a beard darkened his face, but his narrowed eyes spoke of an even deeper darkness inside. At his wrists were bronze Ora. He drew his swords as she approached. One was obsidian, the other ice blue. They were the source of the odd essence she sensed. His men gathered around, drawing blades of a similar nature, but they did nothing to block her passage. She could sense their arrogance. Sultay smiled. They were defiant, these Lathans. She could use them.
This book is over, but the story continues. Keep listening after the credits to hear the beginning of Requiem, Book 3 in the Blood War series, free. This has been an Audible Studios production of Embers of an Age, written by Tim Marquitz, performed by John Pruden. Producer Mike Charzik. Copyright 2012 by Tim Marquitz. Production copyright 2014 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc. And now, a free preview of Requiem, Book 3 in the Blood War series.
Chapter 1. Arrin gnashed his teeth and put his Sha'ree swords to flesh. There were corpses to create. The powers of the Ora burned through his veins, his thoughts clear as he breathed easy. He was on the first of the Grol with casual ease. A blur of steel split the air and the beast fell away, its blood showering those at its back. If they still wanted him alive, they'd have to drag him down. He would not come without a fight. Their commander howled and set the pack loose. Hundreds of empowered Grol charged. Arrin could feel their essence as it washed over him, but they lacked confidence, even with thousands of companions at their heels. They'd seen his handiwork at Lathah and hesitated. As fast as they were, the Ora speeding their pace, Arrin was faster, much faster, and they knew it. Arrin forced the whole of his will into his relics, and they reacted with fervor. The Grol moved like scavengers at a bone, each snapping in to steal a morsel, but this bone bit back. The silver arcs of his blades cut clean. Limbs and blood flew into the air, companion pieces joining the morbid dance before the first had even begun to drop. Arrin weaved through the crimson rain without notice. The song of steel rang in his ears as he gave in to its driving rhythm. He had challenged the Grol only to give Kira and the others time to get away, to reach a safe distance free of magical bombardment. But it was all too easy. The sting of the Ora spurred him on, and he imagined taking down the Grol commander and scattering the beasts to the wind in disarray. He felt like a giant preying on ants, the Grol warriors crushed before they could bring their claws or blades to bear. It was exhilarating. Arrin swayed and let his swords lead the way, the supernaturally sharpened edges cleaving a red ruin of the front ranks. Bronze Ora crackled and exploded as he cut through the relics, the beasts going down in personal pyres of greenish flames, consumed by the magical energies within. Arrin felt none of their heat. Even when the Grol were scolded by their leader to close en masse, pressing their numeric advantage, he felt nothing despite his wounds. His relics hummed, stitching every wound. As quick as they appeared, the flesh drew together and the scars faded, leaving only tiny memories of blood behind to mark their existence. He had come as a conqueror. As they had when he stood with Kira in Lathah, his enemy lay scattered about his feet, and Arrin reveled in it. He stepped in growing pools of moisture, knowing full well the foulness that stained his boots, yet he only wanted more. His arms moved of their own volition, his blades spinning, churning through the wall of beasts that confronted him. Somewhere deep inside him, he knew he should pull back, retreat and draw the Grol further from the travelers, giving them more time, but the thought was a greased pig. No matter how hard he tried to grasp it, it slipped away. He couldn't focus on it, couldn't see it clear. The hum in his head called for blood. It overrode his purpose, gnawing at his will as he pushed for more from the Ora. He wanted it all. Arrin spun to meet another attack, recognizing the Grol commander as he did, their swords clanging. The beast had tried to flank in the chaos, but Arrin felt the wave of his magic as he closed, its signature stronger, more complete than the others, closer to Arrin's own. Closer, but not quite. Steel clashed and momentum carried the two warriors into the crowd, soldiers scattering. Arrin cleared a path and left the ruined dead in his wake as he made way to face the leader who'd hounded him so long. An emerald sheen glistened across Varol's furred body, his aura doing its best to match Arrin's intensity without hope of reaching such greatness. Despite the commander's fury, his eyes burning with it, yellow teeth bared, Arrin could only smile. He let the moment linger as Varol frothed. "You have me at last, Commander," he crowed. "What now?" "Now you die, meat," Varol shouted. "Kill this piece of dangling horse dung." His men scrambled to obey. Arrin laughed and sent two more Grol to earth. Whatever Varol had wanted of him was gone, lost in the commander's rage, hidden away behind wounded pride. The beast only wanted murder now. They had that in common. Something nagged at Arrin, but he brushed it aside, an inconvenient gnat ruining his moment of glory. He went at the commander, his smile still splitting his lips. Varol parried and shouted for his men as he held his ground. They answered his call and lent their arms in a violent surge. Skin tore beneath their claws and muscle ripped. For the first time since he'd engaged the Grol, Arrin felt pain. He winced, his grin slipping south as the Grol general Morgrin joined the fray. Varol pressed forward, his minion at his side, both winging blow after blow. Arrin batted them aside, but the numbers had taken hold. Where moments before he had slipped through the Grol ranks, seizing his opportunities and staying ahead of the pack, he had let them surround him in his greed to take out their leader, let them box him in. He cut away a clawed hand that drew lingering red lines down his shoulder and spun in place, severing a dozen more limbs as he realized the beasts came at him faster. No, he had slowed. Arrin cursed and felt the weight of the Ora for the first time since he donned it. It bore him down like lead ballast. The Grol closed and Arrin bled. Exhaustion fell over him, a burial shroud of weariness dragging him toward the grave. He heard the howls of the beasts as they tore at him, guttural voices piercing the din. The bee sting of magic had settled only to be replaced by the sear of shredded flesh. His mind clasped the pig and held it still. Arrin withheld a sigh as he fought on, clarity coming on the heels of sudden weakness. He had given no thought to defeating the Grol when he had left Kira's side, yet here he stood, neck deep amidst their ranks. He shifted to the defensive and cut down another Grol that challenged him, but he could only feel his body tiring. Soon he would sink beneath and be lost. Just like he had at Lathah, Arrin cursed his confidence, his arrogance, but this time he recognized its source. He had carried its baggage when he was exiled, not in his head or heart, but about his throat. He had never seen its influence until this moment. Arrin's arms felt as though they were great stones, his swords mountains in his hands. Varol and his general gave him no respite. Their blades rang out, time and time again as Arrin was bled out by the beasts at his back. The world was a coppery haze before his eyes. He could taste the bitter tang of bile in his throat as he gasped for a clear breath. Arrin had often wondered the cost of the Ora, fate unwilling to give anything for free. He had believed his exile to be his price, but he knew now he was wrong. The magic wanted to be used, to be set free. It needed release, demanded it. With the collar, he had felt only a portion of its influence, but his challenges had been manageable enough to be overcome by reason. But now, when faced with the whole of the Grol nation, empowered with a branch of the same magical tree, Arrin had pushed the Ora to perform at their fullest, and they had obliged. It had been too much. Once more, he had been a fool. His time had come. Chapter 2. Braylon clung to Kira, barely managing to keep her moving forward. The Pathra wanted nothing more than to race to Arrin's side. She struggled and snarled, muscles tensed like steel beneath Braylon's fingers. "I'm sorry, but you would steal the value of his sacrifice were you to follow him." She pulled Kira's muzzle around so they were face to face, braving her sharpened glare. "He gave himself to them for you. Do not take that from him." Though Braylon believed there was much more to Arrin's sacrifice than just Kira, she knew such arguments would do nothing to soften the Pathran's stubborn resolve. Kira growled and turned away, but her resistance lessened. Braylon loosed a quiet sigh, pressing Kira to continue. Tears trickled from the cat's eyes as she broke away, but she went on, casting only fleeting glances back. There was no longer anything to see. Arrin and the Grol army were nothing but a brown cloud in the distance. On they ran, the ocean growing ever closer. The fortress mountains rose to the northeast, and the sand spread its golden dominion south. While Arrin had suggested they swim to escape the Grol army, Braylon had begun to think it best if they made for the mountains. She could see the Ivir pushing on and treading water, but she had doubts about the Velen. How far would they get before they drowned? If Braylon chose the mountain route, they could at least climb into their heights and hide amongst the darkness, making for what lay beyond come morning. She sighed at the lack of certainty of either. At least Arrin's ploy had succeeded, though Braylon could not be certain how long it would keep the beasts from their back, but she would take every advantage. She veered off slightly, aimed toward the base of the hills where they melted into the ocean, leaving her options open despite her continued push toward the water. The group followed, accepting her command in silence as easily as they had Arrin's. While a burden she was accustomed to, it wasn't one she relished in this strange new world, but she kept that to herself. It would do for now. It had to. She needed them compliant, or their flight and Arrin's sacrifice would all be for nothing. Not a fitting epitaph to hang on his corpse. They ran on, Braylon undecided, the ocean growing nearer and nearer until it loomed before them like sheets of steel. She cast a glance over her shoulder and saw nothing in the way of pursuit, so she called a halt to decide their fate. Might as well flip a coin, she thought. Regardless, the choice would need to be made soon. Almost a certainty that Arrin would fall, more likely sooner than later. It would not be long before the beasts were on their trail once again. They had little time, but she needed a moment to think without the press of adrenaline. The group stumbled to a stop, most of the gangly people collapsing to the sand in relieved exhaustion. They had only the single Ora to empower them and lugged sacks of the relics between them, though she could hardly believe those were a burden. It was clear the Velen were unaccustomed to the labors of a hard march, or any labor at all, for that matter. Braylon might well need to spread out the Ora more to get the people moving again, but that could be addressed once she determined their direction. The boy Kale stuck close to Kira as the woman paced in circles, casting plaintive looks back the way they'd come. Braylon could only hope she didn't run off like a lovesick fool, but there was nothing to be done if she did. Perhaps Kale's presence would bind her to the group. Braylon would miss the woman's warrior spirit, but one less fighter was no loss with the odds so stacked against them. If Kira did leave, at least she could say she went out on her own terms. There was no such certainty for any of the rest. Death squeezed them from both sides, leaving little room to maneuver. Braylon shook that thought away as she walked along the beach, enjoying the closeness of water after so long in the horrid desert. She stared off to the north, at the range of jagged hills that rose up sharply into massive teeth that gnawed at the sky. Their steep faces would be difficult to scale even with the help of the relics. There would be more people lost if they went that way. Was any path safe? An uncertain voice broke her contemplation, almost a relief from the shroud of sour responsibility. "There's something out there, on the water." Braylon turned to see Cale pointing. She followed his finger out across the ocean and felt her heart jump within her breast. Shadows loomed on the horizon as though they were low-lying storm clouds. She ran to the water's edge, her boots sinking to her ankles in the mud. She blocked the glare of sunlight with her hand and focused on the shifting darkness. It undulated, rising and falling with subtle movements as it crept closer to shore. "What is it?" Kira asked over her shoulder. She and Cale hovered, both impatient for an answer. Braylon ignored them as she stepped further into the ocean still, the water soaking her to her thighs. It clung warm to her legs as she drew her eyes into slits and pressed the Ora to better her vision. Clarity fell over her. Her pulse pounded as the darkness took form. The strange undulation in her vision shifted to form a battery of oars pawing at the water. Between the oars were the hulking shapes of ships and dark sails, limp in the still air. Braylon fell to her knees, the water sloshing about her neck. Kira raced to her side, but stopped short when Braylon loosed a harsh laugh, raising her hands to the sky. Kira stared out at the water as Braylon jumped up with a whoop, flinging water everywhere. Another option had been laid across the table. On the sails floated the image of a great hammer surrounded by licking flames. It was the symbol of Ahreele. Her people had found her. Chapter 3. Commander Farah grinned as he saw the scattered rear ranks of the Grol appear before him. He'd followed their trail of dust as they ran along the edge of the desert, pushing the Tolan to catch them. Finding the beasts stalled, out in the open with their backs toward him, was a gift the commander hadn't expected, but it was one he would not pass up. The sand muffled the thunder of the Tolan cavalry as Farah waved his men on. But he wanted the beasts to know they were coming. He howled a jagged challenge, his men roaring at his back. They were on top of the Grol as the first of the beasts turned at the clamor of their approach. It went down under a wave of hooves, dozens of its companions meeting the same fate without ever seeing their death approach. Wolves yipped and cried out in pain and surprise, the mass of the Grol army coming about with wide eyes. The enemy was already among them, quenching the sand with their blood. Farah let his horse carry him through the first wave of would-be defenders. Grol bounced off the muscled hide of his mount and went flying. The crunch of bone resounded in his ears as the cavalry cut through the lines. Those within range of the commander's sword felt its icy touch, falling away in a mist of crimson, the rich scent of blood filling the air at their passing. The early resistance was pitiful. Grol were run down, disappearing without a fight under the advance, their whimpers drowned beneath the savage shouts of the Tolan. Farah looked to his army as it collided with the Grol and shook his head. The beasts collapsed under the crush of horses and angry steel as though they'd never fought a battle before. The flank was already falling, and Farah laughed at its failure. The commander cleared a swath before him and slipped from his horse. He slapped it hard across its rump and sent it barreling into the lines as he followed after. As much as he loved the feel of riding down an opponent, Farah wanted his feet on solid earth. The sensation of warm sand sent a thrill through him. For all the chaos sown by the cavalry, this was where the work was done. It was the soldiers on the ground that shaped the outcome of a battle. Spurred by fear and self-preservation, the Grol found their courage at last. The beasts closed and Farah turned his sword loose. He took the first in the chest, spearing the warrior as it charged. A twist of Farah's wrist sent the beast toppling, the commander's blade arcing around to catch another in the neck. Meat and bone gave way beneath steel, and the Grol's head bounced free. A kick to the headless corpse sent it to the ground. Farah met the first to circle around the fallen body and dropped it beside its companion the moment it stepped into reach. The hilt of Farah's sword vibrated in his palm as he cut down two more of the beasts. One breathed its last as it fell, its voice a ragged, wet dirge, but still the Grol charged in defiance of their nature. Their lines were collapsing under the Tolan pressure, but they had yet to give in. Farah growled as he batted away another Grol. "They've some spine on them today," General Wolverine commented, coming up behind the commander, battering a Grol with his fist and cleaving its skull in twain as it stumbled back. "I was thinking the same." Farah parried a slashing claw, cutting deep into the meat of the palm before twisting his blade aside. It ripped a crimson streak through the stomach of the beast. Steam hissed from its wound as its guts spilled from its belly like uncoiling wet rope. "Seems like we've a fight on our hands," he grinned. Wolverine grunted his agreement as he cleaved aside another Grol. Spatters of red stained the general's snout, whitened teeth glistening through the gore. Farah darted right and threw his sword through the ribs of a beast that leapt toward him. It fell with a howl, and Farah left it behind. The general bashed its skull in, booting it aside to stay alongside the commander. "Your orders?" "Keep pushing." Farah's arm shuddered as he slammed the flat of his blade onto the collarbone of a Grol warrior. He heard the brittle snap and slid the blade across the beast's throat. "They'll break soon enough. They have to." Row upon row of Grol stood before him, fangs bared and claws reaching. The commander pressed on, blooding his steel with every swing, but still the beasts held. Farah spit his fury in their faces as he fought on until a whistling screech drew his gaze upward. A ball of fire rose into the sky only to fall screaming. Farah knew the Grol courage then as the smoky tail blocked the sun as it roared overhead, crashing into the Tolan forces. The ground rumbled underfoot. Farah could hear the fiery sizzle of the flames that licked at his men, and then the sound was drowned in a wave of Grol cheers. Fire was the source of their bravery, just as it had been at Fen and Lathah. The beasts had put their faith in the Sha'ree magic they'd stolen. Waves of heat wafted across his cheeks at the thought. The Grol were no warriors. They hid behind the might of the ancients, claiming the spoils for their own. Farah growled. He would put an end to such wanton cowardice. "Spread out!" Farah shouted, General Wolverine parroting the cry down the lines. His men reacted instantly. The cavalry split into cadres and drove deep into the Grol mass, scything a path into their midst. The Tolan infantry scattered and pushed ahead, slipping into the ranks of the enemy for cover but never once easing the pressure of their advance. Another mystical burst darkened the sky as Farah's men scrambled clear. The explosion peppered the back ranks, but just as many Grol fell under the blast as Tolan. Farah laughed as he crashed into the beasts once more. He could smell charred fur as he cut through the line, the whistle of another attack incoming. Farah heard it hit and felt its heat at his back. The Grol didn't cheer this one. Those before the commander seemed to shrink away, becoming less willing to engage, their eyes drifting from the advancing Tolan to the sky and back in furtive glances. Farah shouted for his men to continue their push. Far less to lose, his forces deep inside the heart of their opponent. He was willing to make that trade. Chapter 4. Arrin's knuckles ached. He clutched the hilts of his swords and fought on, each blow sending stabbing pains through his wrists and elbows. A fog of splattered blood obscured his vision as steel blurred past unchecked. The Grol pressed forward, cutting him apart piece by agonizing piece. Burdened by the aura, a feeling he'd never known before, Arrin felt as though he swam in mud. The battle was lost, but he couldn't find it in him to surrender. Not to the Grol. Not ever. "He's mine!" Arrin spun to the voice, but not quickly enough. A blow to his left shoulder sent him reeling. Flesh tore, and he felt the thump of his arm falling to his side, lifeless. He watched his sword tumble from numb fingers. It fell to the blood-stained ground with a moist thump, and he looked up from its dull blade to see Varol's toothy grin. The commander kicked the sword out of reach as Arrin backpedaled to be away. The commander raised his snout in challenge as the rest of the army settled back to watch. A cruel grin spread across his face, and then the general was there beside him, whispering in his ear. The commander's smile fell away as quickly as Arrin's sword. "Arm the blood pack!" Grol shouted, spittle marking every word. His jagged voice cut through the frenzy and brought the Grol to a halt. They looked to him with curious eyes, and he motioned for them to follow the general. "Burn them all, damn you! Now!" Arrin sucked in a wet breath. His first thought was of Kira. Had she been foolish enough to come after him? The general's sharpened wave sent a handful of Grol scrambling toward the rear of the army. Arrin breathed a sigh at their direction. It couldn't be her. Grol growled. He raised a finger to hold the rest of the pack at bay as they circled in anticipation. "Tell me what you know of the relics, meat." Arrin stared at the commander. Where there had been nothing but rage in the Grol's eyes a moment before, there was now a hint of uncertainty. His lips quivered, his whiskers flat against his cheeks. The sound of fire shrieked into the sky and startled them both. "Tell me, Lathah, or I will hunt your people to the ends of Ahreele and feast on the hearts of their children and grandchildren." His teeth clacked together as he snarled the last. "Tell me what you know." An explosion thundered in the distance, the Grol celebrating the impact with a barrage of howls. A column of blackened smoke rose up toward the sun. Arrin waited until the shouts died before answering, bringing his gaze back to the beast. The question made no sense. "You chased me across the realm for the Aura?" Grol stepped even closer, waving his sword at Arrin as the pack closed about. "Tell me the secrets of the relics and I'll spare your people. I'll spare you." Arrin heard the desperation in the beast's voice, but didn't understand it. Armed with Aura, the Grol had destroyed Fen and Lathah, burning a swath across western Ahreele without the pretense of opposition. Another burst of mystical fire drew his gaze upward. He watched the fireball arc over the rear of the Grol army and then drop. A muffled explosion sounded a moment later, shaking the ground. The blast was closer this time. He looked back to Grol, a weak smile blossoming on his lips as he imagined the reason behind the Grol's frantic defense. "Made an enemy of the Ruhr, have you?" The commander drew up short. His head tilted slightly to the right, but he said nothing. He stared, and Arrin realized he'd been wrong. "You don't even know?" Arrin's sentence trailed off as his thoughts whirled. If it wasn't the Ruhr plowing into the Grol ranks, who was it? Yet another concussion set the earth to dancing. Arrin saw the cluster of ranks stumble back, whirls of smoke spilling about their feet. There was no cheering now. Whatever enemy was on the flanks, it was cutting its way through the beasts. Arrin could hear the clash of steel now, echoing across the field, the cries of the dying. The battle was drawing closer. "Tell me!" Grol screamed as he darted forward, steel leading the way. Arrin met the commander's blade with the last of his own. "Kill me and get nothing!" He fought the urge to grin and give away his hand, knowing nothing of the Aura that the beast hadn't already surmised. Grol pressed and knocked Arrin's blade aside, whipping his hilt past the guard. The pommel smashed into Arrin's cheek. Light flickered and went dark, light returning once more. Arrin lay on the ground, staring up at the commander. A floating aura shrouded everything with a wavering haze. His blood sounded in his ears as though the tumult had invaded his skull. "Seize him! You there, watch him! The rest with me!" The commander pointed at Arrin and stomped off as several Grol wrestled his blade from him and pulled him to his feet. They held him fast. Another blast of fire washed the color from the sky. The acrid scent of burnt flesh and fur assailed his nose as he hung between the beasts. He heard the snuffing of the Grol as they recognized the smell. Their brethren. They tightened their grips on him, but Arrin barely felt their clawed fingers. He stared off after the commander and wondered what kind of fool would leave his enemy armed with Aura and with only a handful of guards. Whatever enemy challenged the Grol had set fear among them. It was an opportunity Arrin hadn't expected. Even as weary and battered as he was, He felt the tingle of Sha'ree magic as it simmered in his veins. Now that he'd stopped pressing the relics for power, he could feel them recharging, mustering their strength to heal him, however slowly. Arrin held his silence, peering through the swirling cloud of dust and smoke that obscured the field. The soldiers holding him stood their ground, making it harder to see past the maelstrom. Arrin squinted and pressed for the slightest of help to clear his vision, the Ora complying with sluggish reluctance. There, in the gloom, he thought he spied the battle and narrowed his eyes further to be certain. Wolves battled wolves, though it was clear even from here they weren't the same breed. Armor covered the hides of the newest arrivals, steel and organization the obvious difference between the two. The beasts at his side stiffened as the smoke cleared, allowing them to see what he had. A cadre of horses circled a short distance ahead and bulled through the Grol ranks before disappearing into the shadows once more. His handlers yanked him back, flagrant curses on their tongues as they scrambled to be away, clutching to their burden. Arrin grinned, despite the pain it caused his swollen jaw. The Tolan, as he realized they were, battered the Grol. They needed only to wear on the beasts before Grol managed to bring his empowered forces to bear, and there would be chaos. The sweeping cavalry would help even the odds. The Tolan had a chance to break the back of the Grol forces here and now, all without a glimmer of magic on their side. Another shrieking fireball lit the sky, followed by panicked shouts. Grol's voice cut through the noise with furious barks, commanding the pack to action. Arrin watched the arcing tail and plotted its course as he had at Lathah. He glanced to his Grol captors and saw their uncertainty as they shuffled in place, oblivious to where the missile would land. It would be close. Arrin followed its path and waited, the fireball streaking nearly straight up before losing its battle with gravity and plunging earthward. It screamed with magical fury, the air heating with its passage. Arrin watched the shadows flee and clenched his jaw. Just as the Grol realized their predicament, Arrin dropped his weight. He whipped his good arm around, yanking the Grol attached to it with him. The beast crashed into the one on the other side and both crumpled over top of Arrin. He fought to hold them still while he burrowed under the mounds of corpses strewn across the ground.
We hope you enjoyed this free preview of Requiem, Book 3 in the Blood War series. To keep the story going, get the complete book today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.